I have made an absolute ton of impossible Easter egg videos at this point that it ended up turning into a massive series. This happened completely organically. I never intended for this to happen. I just started on the first one, started discovering so much more for a part 2, and then it kept spiraling and spiraling and spiraling. So, as a result, it's kind of hard for some of you to keep track of absolutely everything. I mean, some of the videos I've made have way more views than some of the other ones. So, what I decided to do in this video is just do one big compilation and put them all together as one huge piece. So you can watch them all chronologically or skip to whatever parts you've missed. It's all here condensed into one. Of course, I'll probably end up having more, with that said, after this has come out, but this is everything thus far. So without further ado, enjoy. And there's timestamps down below as well for each part. Here you go. Dr. Monty's origins potentially revealed through Black Ops 3's impossible Easter egg. We are finally making big breakthroughs, diving into something truly extraordinary. Fresh leaks from the Call of Duty Black Ops 3 Zombies developmental files recently surfaced on Twitter that could rewrite how we understand the Ether story at its core. These leaks are a goldmine, exposing details we've never seen before, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's enough material here for literally hundreds of videos, and we've already begun exploring it in many prior videos on the channel, which I will leave a link to a playlist in this video's description and on screen. For this episode, we are focusing on a character from the files, John Dee, the historical occultist turned zombies mythos figure. We'll examine how he might have been the inspiration for Dr. Monty, or even the Shadow Man, and why this could be the breakthrough we've been chasing for the infamous impossible Easter egg. By the end, I'll argue that this could reveal more about Monty's mysterious origins, so let's get started. First, let's address the scale of the leaks. We've seen internal development files from Treyarch, documents that pull back the curtain from Black Ops 3 Zombies in ways we've never seen before. From faction designs to quest mechanics, this is a treasure trove for anyone obsessed with the Zombies lore and mythos, and we've only begun to scratch the surface, with plenty more deep dives to come. In this video, our spotlight is on a document titled Ranks of Esoteric Brotherhood of Dee Resurrectionists. The document is actually quite something simple on the surface and easy to look over, which I imagine many who have downloaded the leaked hard drive haven't really paid much attention to it. The document outlines the initial plans for the ranking system in Black Ops 3 Zombies, and how they were planning that you would get different icons based on your level, using similar iconography to the Black Ops 2 ranking system. At the beginning of this document though, there was a lore bit centered around John Dee, the real-life mathematician, philosopher, and occult advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. This would also explain what each name of the ranks meant, being various ranks in the Brotherhood he would found. In the Zombies universe, his story takes a dramatic turn. In 1592, Dee depicts ripples in the ether, disturbances he detects that link to Dury's teleportation experiments, rippling through space and time. He constructs the Etherioscope, a device so sensitive it captures voices of Sem and Richtovar. Clear nods to Samantha Maxis and Edward Richtofen. He hears echoes of each of them controlling the ether via the MPD, essentially detecting them becoming omnipotent and shaking all of time. I find this very interesting as well because this idea was clearly repurposed in Black Ops Cold War Zombies with the Dee Machine's Ether Scope, which rolls off the tongue a lot better and has a similar echo system with the spectral reflections. And this was initially concepted all the way back in Black Ops 3, so it shows how the developers constantly try and repurpose their old ideas. And even with Zombies today, they may be picking up on ideas that haven't been explored in over 10 years of Zombies history. Anyways, by 1600, an etheric surge from the Moon DLC's destruction of planet Earth floods his lab, raising corpses as zombies that echo those names. Sem, Richtovar. Again, John Dee is simply mishearing the zombies saying Sam and Richtofen, but being from so far in the past would not be as familiar with these names, so can explain as to why he is misinterpreting them. Which is funny as well, since we misinterpreted the zombies initially screaming Sam on Night the Runtoten, leading Treyarch to create the character of Samantha Maxis in control of the zombies, although never initially intentioned. Alarmed, Dee secures a royal decree and establishes the Brotherhood to shield reality from these interdimensional threats. He sees the ether and these two entities using it as perverse and destroying reality. He also may have a achieved immortality via some experiments with the Order in winter of 1608 and continued to rule this order as a man in secret. Notably, the document pinpoints 1608 in London for this transformation, a year when, historically, the River Thames froze over for 6 whole weeks, an unusual event that might hint at more than just natural weather. It's also the year John Dee died in real-world history. It's plausible this freeze was a byproduct of the Brotherhood's experiments in the world of zombies, perhaps tapping into the ether's power, which we see linked and resembling ice across zombies lore. Think of the world ice theory from Black Ops 1's GK Nova viral campaign. For example, we see snow during teleportations, falling snow in the Giant's intro when time halts, or Element 115's retcon to a blue hue from Origins onwards once Jason Blundell took over. And could there have been a giant Element 115 deposit that landed in or around the Thames, causing it to freeze over? If the ether was involved, it could explain Dee's immortality and deepen his tie to the ether-driven keepers and Monty himself. And this connection to London I find very interesting, because on the Eisendrache itself, which is going to be very important later in this video's discussion, there are newspaper pages that talk of a huge parade in London and reports of zombie attacks in the heart of London. Is there some sort of parallel here? It's also interesting now that we know that chaos is a part of our overarching story, when the Odin artifact was also in the Natural History Museum in London for a period of time. Does this order I've discussed even somehow tie into the Order from the Chaos story? Unlikely, but there's a lot of seeds that could potentially be sown, with the hard confirmation of chaos, and they could loop everything together in this way. Regardless, the immortal John Dee is referred to in the document specifically as a man of shadows, in quotation marks. That man of shadows phrase is key, so let's hold on to it as we dig deeper. And I want to bring to your attention these documents are very early days in the development of Black Ops 3 Zombies, so are early concepts that would be solidified more concretely later on. So, who does John Dee become in this universe? The leak calls this immortal figure the Man of Shadows, which naturally suggests the Shadow Man, the dark, manipulative entity from Shadows of Evil serving the Apothegons, described by Monty as the original Harbinger of Doom. This is also kind of implied by the fact this documentation was made for Shadows of Evil and Black Ops 3's launch, but the details don't fully align. The Brotherhood's mission is to safeguard creation from interdimensional chaos, which mirrors the Keeper's role as protectors of the universe in the Ether story. And who oversees the Keepers, maintains order in the Ether, and carries such timeless omnipotent aura? Dr. Monty. The Shadow Man, by contrast, thrives on destruction, pushing the Apothegons' agenda. Let's turn to the developer files for clarity. The Factions of Dead City document, Dead City being Shadows of Evil's codename, portrays the Shadow Man as a dimensional servant, a being of shifting energy orchestrating rituals, not an immortal protector. The Shadows of Evil's main quest files adds another layer. His fate is up for debate, with them planning for his death in the main quest, but this event is marked to be determined by narrative. Early plans had the Apothecon god killing him after the rift opens, but that changed by the time the game shipped. Meanwhile, Dr. Monty doesn't even appear in these early Shadows of Evil documents. He's absent from the conceptual framework at this point. Here's my theory. John Dee begins as a high-level concept. Treyarch, under Jason Blundell and Craig Houston, who were steeped in mythology during Black Ops 3's development, craft Dee and his Brotherhood as a precursor to what would end up becoming the Keepers. Over time, this idea splits. Dee's protective, order-driven essence evolves into Dr. Monty, while his shadowy potential becomes the Shadow Man. They portray this Man of Shadows with a nod to Nyarlathotep instead of John Dee. Nyarlathotep is a fictional character from H.P. Lovecraft's mythos, known as the Crawling Chaos, a malevolent entity who serves the outer gods and delights in manipulating humanity through deception and chaos. Unlike other Lovecraftian deities, abilities, he's active and personable, often appearing in human form as a dark, enigmatic figure, such as a pharaoh or a trickster, to sow discord. His name's similarity to the Shadowman's full name, Tony Hale Rapt, an anagram, in the Black Ops 3 Shadowman context suggests a potential inspiration for that character's cunning and otherworldly nature, the Lord of the Apothicon Old Ones. This leaves the concept of John Dee to eventually build into Dr. Monty. As you think about it, the parallels become obvious. John Dee is born in London and lives around there all his life, perfectly lining up with Dr. Monty's British accent. It would then also make sense why he chooses to have the house in Sheffield. Perhaps this is where John Dee lives for a large period of his life, and once he ascended to immortality as Dr. Monty, made his etheric paradise just like the place he had already lived. This is especially likely because Sheffield is one of the places that became a city in the Industrial Revolution, famous for their steel production. However, we see no sign of industrialization in Monty's Sheffield. It's all farmhouses and farmlands. This suggests the Sheffield we see here is one from closer to John Dee's era, again lining up perfectly.
That all works out perfectly.
There's an interesting parallel to be noted here with this idea that the concept of John Dee, Man of Shadows, character was split into two characters, Dr. Monty and the Shadowman. This interestingly parallels the concept of the first one, and him seemingly splitting into Monty and the Shadowman for unknown reasons. Monty only ever describes the Shadowman as being like a can of worms, and when you cut a worm in half, you don't know which one is the arse because they lack defining features, largely hinting that Monty and the Shadowman were once one entity, split by their duality. However, we both know that both became corrupted, the Shadowman by his own ambition and his lust and temptation by the dark ether, Monty by desperately trying to save his friend, the Shadowman, from there. Together, they are the duality of order and chaos, with neither being all good or all evil. Neither are light or darkness, or in this case, shadows. But together, they are light and darkness. Could the secret concept of John Dee we had no way of knowing until these files recently leaked potentially be the origins for the idea of the first one we see in the storyline? Of course, the narrative evolves with many contributors, with many different writers coming and going. But if Dee's core feeds into Monty, it's a critical piece of information to know that the developers had this concept in mind for what's coming next. Now, let's connect this to the impossible Easter egg, one of the Ether story's enduring mysteries, and explore John Dee's Cipher techniques, which could be the key we have been searching for. Dee was a master cryptologist in real life, known for complex methods to hide messages. One signature was the acrostic, taking specific letters, like the first or last of each line, to form a hidden phrase, as seen in the World at War profiles unsolved for 8 years. Another was his use of triple T's or triple tau, a symbol of 3 T's stacked vertically, often at a cipher's base, with a hidden 4th T, the quaternary, to validate it. He'd also use double A's to mark cross-like patterns, odd punctuation like hyphens or periods to signal encryption, and grids where text was charted, sometimes overlaid with maps or wheels to reveal meaning. These weren't causal puzzles, they were designed to stump, often tying to his obsessions with numbers like 9 or religious themes. Fast forward to 5 months ago, Glitching Queen releases a video interviewing ex-Treg developers about the impossible Easter egg. Obviously, most of the community discussion has been about the KN-44, thanks to Skite's research and contact with an ex-developer that confirmed the name of the weapon was specifically changed twice before release. The first changed from the initial name in the beta due to copyright reasons. The second change was a last-second one that was specifically requested due to something with zombies. So the naming may be important and potentially a direct order from none other than Blundell himself, explaining why it seems no other developers know what exactly he was referring to in regards to the impossible Easter egg. Now, I'm not sure if the KN-44 ties into anything I am discussing today, but in that Glitching Queen interview, the ex-developers dismiss knowledge of any importance surrounding the KN-44 Hypercube blueprint from the Giant, and the person who actually designed it said it was initially an AK-47 as a placeholder due to it being the most recognizable weapon type, and then swapped to the KN-44 due due to it being the game's futuristic version of an AK, and that it wasn't tasked to include the KN-44 specifically, but all of the other wormholes etc. diagrams were told to be added. Now that's not to say Blundell didn't try and retroactively make it important after the fact, unbeknownst to any of the other developers, since this was even before the name change, and after all that's largely how the zombie storyline has formed over the years. They've taken what we've been latching onto and making it bigger, or canonizing it. But regardless, in the interview they redirect her to the books in the Eisendrache. She zeroes in on 24 book titles with varying degrees of names, such as John Dee Illuminated Dee Resurrectionist. Now very interesting considering what we see with the documents we explained earlier. I find it especially interesting as well because you get Dee Resurrectionist when you prestige reaching level 35 in Black Ops 3 Zombies. Does this have any significance, or were they just reusing the naming convention here? Especially when Dee Resurrectionist is a name Trek made from thin air. It's not an actual word. These books are scattered throughout the map, which would align with Jason Blundell's famous hidden across arenas quote when discussing the impossible Easter egg.
And I'm going to really put one in that you guys can't break, and they'll be hidden in different arenas, and you won't get this one.
This names both John Dee and his order of Dee Resurrectionists, implying it may still have some basis in canon. When she looks at these titles, she begins noting oddities. A period and hyphen in that title, unique among all of the other books, suspecting a Dee cipher. After beginning to research John Dee, she charts the titles in order from the game's graphics file. She then finds 3 T's stacked at the bottom, a triple tau, and a cross-like shape with the double A's and the number 115 nearby, with the triple tau and double A cross both being telltale signs of a Dee cipher, and the number 115 of course being ubiquitous with zombies. Which I think is especially interesting here considering these books are on Der Eisendrache, the very same map where those London newspapers are scattered, and 115, like mentioned before, was retconned to being blue, probably to tie into the world ice theory, which then ties into the Thames River being frozen over that I discussed before. And what's crazier is you get the plunger by inputting 935 into the bell tower clock. 935 spells out ice as the numbers in the alphabet, as I is the 9th letter, C is the 3rd, E is the 5th. So this can again tie into the frozen river, and encoding words into numbers and vice versa is very much a big part of John Dee's ciphers, almost suggesting his influence here. Like I said, there's another letter about a parade. Potentially the parade was as John Dee died, and then an outbreak occurred. As he died, it caused him to ascend to godlike status in the place above creation, Agartha, at least in the early days of this concept. And that ascension may have been what caused the outbreak. Agartha is essentially heaven after all. John Dee could have died and essentially risen to heaven, with the Keepers choosing him as their leader. Or could this have been the day and the event that split the characters in two? It's a very metatextual concept to understand. The first one existed within Ether before making the realm of Agartha, for they and their kin to inhabit. This could have been the event that split them in two and also created Agartha. Maybe Trek were even planning a London map in the future, but it never made the light of day. And we've never really gotten an explanation for why Monty has gobblegums, and I would imagine at a fair they would be selling gobblegums. It makes sense when a lion was part of John Dee's coat of arms, which is featured in St. Mary's the Virgin in Mortlake, London. This can explain why the gobblegum machine has a lion on it that has been a mystery for us for eons. Can you imagine if this was the original universe, the very first cycle? Because there surely would have to be one. In order for the cycle to happen, it's paradoxical. The cycle cannot continue without certain events that have to happen, that can only happen if they have always happened, which kind of breaks your head to think about, but at one period of time, there was just the first one on the Ether, which would surely suggest that there must have been an original universe, before all of the time-traveling nonsense. Could this have been the original one, or even the original Agatha? Agatha, assuming that Agatha might have had a physical manifestation of the normal world and Sheffield. What Glitching Queen discusses in her video is very compelling, matching Dee's techniques and even giving zombies a wink. But she wasn't able to decode a coherent message from her research, ending her video with a call for help from the rest of the community to jump in and try and crack this together. It sparked buzz, but then the interest faded as Black Ops 3 took over the limelight. Until these leaks dropped, that is. And I found this stuff about John Dee in an innocuous file about the ranking systems, that is. Treg's focus on Dee, tying him to the Keepers and potentially Monty, suggests Queen was on the right path after all. And could Dee's Order of Resurrectionists become what the Keepers were? Or even the faction of Templars? Potentially even descendants of the Great War Knights? Or do you think it could now potentially have something to do with the Order of Chaos? I really hope Treg do something big with tying the Chaos story into the Dark Ether narrative. So far, it's just been little winks and nods. I think making a more direct, literal connection like this would be the better direction to go, but I know that may be controversial with some fans similarly. But here's where it gets thrilling. If Dee's concept shaped Monty's origins more than the Shadow Man's, and the Cipher is very clearly based on his work, this Cipher might do more than solve an Easter egg. It could unveil Monty's true backstory. Monty's and the Shadow Man's by proxies origins are one of the Ether Saga's last big unknowns. Who is he? Where did he come from? As I said before, we know it's heavily implied that Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man were once both the first one, before splitting into two. But that's never confirmed to us directly, only ever heavily alluded to. We have never been given any real and concrete evidence about how or why they split, or what they were like before said split. Even if that was the case, we have to assume they probably resembled some sort of tentacle-like creature, considering both Monty and the Shadow Man in their true forms are tentacle-like beings, and Monty describes them as a worm being cut in half. This again would tie into the shapeshifter idea, because they are both shapeshifters, even though we most commonly only think of the Shadow Man as one, since we only ever get to see Monty's true form a couple times in Black Ops 4 Zombies' cutscenes. These leaks show Dee harnessing the ether, founding an order that potentially morphs into what becomes the Keepers in canon, Monty's allies. What if the impossible Easter egg solution, if it is this John Dee Cipher, isn't just a pat on the back, or a tease for a map we've long since gotten, but a revelation about Monty's identity, hidden into Eisendrache since 2015. Queen's attempt, charting those books, spotting Dee's triple T, and Cross aligns with his real-life methods, and these leaks confirm Treyarch was thinking about him. This isn't a stretch, it's a pattern. This is the breakthrough. John Dee's explicit role in these files, shaping the Keepers and likely Monty, proves Treyarch embedded him in the Ether's foundation. The Der Eisendrache books, laced with Dee's Cipher hallmarks, match Jason Blundell's hints. Unacrostic, unsolved for years, hidden in plain sight across multiple arenas. An Easter egg that cannot be data mined, so has to be some sort of code or message. In a 2016 interview with Mr. Dalek JD, he teased its existence, saying he'd lock it in a vault for 8 years.
The official statement.
You can ask me all you want. I'm going to put that away in a vault and talk to you again about it in 8 years' time.
Okay.
And guess what? The very Dee Resurrectionist book is found in Dr. Groff's vault, the most important book out of all of the collection. Was this him hinting at this? But what would the 8 years part mean? Is he going to reveal something to us this year, now that the time has passed, to help us out in solving the impossible Easter egg? Or was this just suggesting it's a subtle secret rather than a massive reveal, and he expected us to slowly unearth it over the course of 8 years? It's crazy because it has literally been 8 years since the interview dropped, and now at long last, the penny has dropped. Is Blundell a psychic? Now, one question I feel is definitely going to come up when discussing this hard drive leak is Blundell directly responsible? Because what are the odds he says we're going to learn about the impossible Easter egg in 8 years, and then this massive leak occurs 8 years later? I want to dispel that theory. Whilst it's very compelling, that isn't the case at all. This hard drive has been floating around in the community for literally literally years, I think over 4 years now. It's just never been publicly posted until now, that is. And this was just done by the various different data miners and leakers in the community. So it has nothing to do with an ex-developer or Blundell or anything like that, besides the fact that they would get into a lot of trouble if it was them. And there's a lot of private information that we should not be privy to in these documents that they absolutely would not want to be out there, so there's no way this was some sort of intentional thing. It really just is a coincidence that Blundell said there was going to be something 8 years later, and this just so happened to leak at the same time. Regardless, Blundell has time and time again made it clear that this egg is crafted for fans who live for this depth, and it won't shake the earth. Or was that just another hint at something to do with this? The Panzers or Maguas shake the ground as they stomp towards.
Here's the thing, the kind of stuff they put in doesn't shake the earth, but I think for people who enjoy those type of things, there's stuff in there.
They'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah, there's still stuff in there, yeah.
This weapon will shake the earth and make the demons tremble.
And what's crazy is that you are only able to uncover the London newspapers by getting a zombie kill with the upgraded fire plunger nearby to them in this room. And the way you get the upgraded plunger is simply by killing the Panzer Soldat, which turns it into the fire version for a limited amount of time that insta-kills the Panzers. So was Blundell hinting at this, and somehow these newspapers tie into the John Dee Cipher and tie into Monty and the Shadow Man, and this is all somehow linked? Or was he hinting, potentially, at the Revelations intro, where the Shadow Man rips up the Earth, and of course it's Monty's homeworld after all, and this could have something to do with his origins. Maybe he was hinting at that. This interview was pre-Revelations after all, and maybe he was giving a subtle clue towards Revelations even back then. Or maybe there's no cryptic nature to his line, but he was simply saying the hunt is the fun part, not necessarily the solve itself. We do also have the alternative Revelations loading screen from the comic books, which weirdly enough features Ultimus Richtofen joining the 3 Primus characters instead of Primus Richtofen at Monty's house. However, it shows them teleporting from what looks to be a Die Rise to somewhere in England, which could potentially be Sheffield, meaning that this is a real place in the real world as depicted here. Or could the point even be London, and they travelled from London to the house, Sheffield? And I find it fascinating as well, because obviously Blundell is British. We don't know much about his real life, nor should we be prying. But I've always envisioned Monty as being somewhat of a self-insert character for Blundell. He's the one who writes the ciphers. He's the one who essentially is the canon reason for everything happening in the storyline, such as helping 935 create the perk machines, or the war weapons. As Blundell, the writer, is inputting these things into the game, there's a canon version of him in Dr. Monty. Obviously, they're not exactly the same people by any means, but I wonder if there are some parallels there. And Blundell has been an avid fan of cryptography all his life. It has fascinated him. He was the very one who manually did all of the ciphers for the maps. In these leaked documents, they literally show placeholders saying, waiting for Blundell to finish. The other developers did not even know what most of them were or what they meant. And I'd imagine only he knew many of them, as he absolutely did not want them to leak. There are still so many ciphers left unsolved in Revelations, and honestly, with what's been uncovered today, it wouldn't surprise me if one of them had something to do with John Dee, or London or Sheffield. Dee ciphers, grids, triple T's, number obsessions like 115 are all Zombies' DNA. Queen's work, validated by this leak, points towards the impossible Easter egg, and it might just unlock Monty's past, a secret waiting all along. Or maybe it'll just reveal something much more tame, as his line would suggest if it wasn't supposed to be some sort of cryptic message. And is the KN-44 important in this story, or is it just a distraction? Does the Hypercube and its name potentially tie into the cipher solve? Considering Monty designed it, and was even depicted drawing it in the comics, it suggests it may be important in who Monty is, and his power over war weapons, etc. All for another day. In conclusion, that's my argument. These leaks are a turning point for Zombies lore, and John Dee could unlock both Monty's origins and the impossible Easter egg with one swoop. I will leave a link to Glitching Queen's video in this video's description if you want to check it out, as well as, like I said, the playlist where I cover a lot of other cut content from this data leak, if you want to check them out and weigh in. What do you think? Are we close to cracking this, or is there a lot more to uncover? And is this John Dee Cipher now pretty clearly the way to move forward on the impossible Easter egg? I think it's likely, and I think we have the breadcrumbs here to start to piece it together. And there's plenty more zombies content to come on your way every day. You never know, maybe sometime soon I'll be making a follow-up on this video saying that we have finally cracked the impossible Easter egg. Hopefully now with more eyes on it, you lot can put in the legwork to get this solved. But let me know your thoughts down below. Do you agree with my hypothesis, or do you think all of this is just complete blah blah and is not relevant to the impossible Easter egg at all, or maybe it's even part of some other side Easter egg or unsolved cipher that wasn't what Blundell was referring to, since I'm sure there are many different unsolved things left in this game beyond this big one. Anyways, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not here for latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye.
The Easter eggs were already kind of going, but I took my programmer's background and started doing encrypted messages.
You were the face of zombies. And you know, and it's funny, like going and looking, there are still people out there that are like, he said he was going to reveal this Easter egg. Like there was, has everything been found? Is there still something out there? There's still stuff out there that you buried in some of the stuff
and Jeff, to be honest, if I have my way, I'll be dead and buried, and there'll still be stuff in there, and I'll be quite happy.
I'm going to tell you how all this really began.
Monty told us the truth. Our journey is the very reason this madness exists. We are the ones who fractured the universe.
I'm thinking that people might not get a single one in DLC 4.
Not get a single cipher.
It's possible.
You're going to make it that hard.
I think there's people out there who there's such passion in the community. I don't watch it close enough, but I am sure there are people who are still working on some of those ciphers.
Oh, of course there is, yeah.
And I love that, because there's other things that will appear.
Everything you know is a lie. This video may be the single biggest and most important piece of Call of Duty Zombies lore I have ever posted, and completely changes our interpretation of the zombie storyline as a whole, reinvigorating its origins with a completely different perspective. I think we have not only discovered the true origins of Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man, but potentially even the impossible Easter egg, and it's going to change the foundations of all that we think we know. All of that and more in this video, so stay tuned. Recently, a ton of developer documentation for zombies from Black Ops 3 and other games has surfaced online. Recently, I posted a video breaking some of them down. I discussed John Dee and the Dee Resurrectionist that are mentioned in the document describing the ranking system, and how it may relate to the infamous impossible Easter egg. Well, that video was interesting. Late into its production, I quickly realized I was on the edge of a very deep rabbit hole. With this, I decided to split the video in two, and spend some time researching and deep diving further for a sequel. Now, this video is being produced simultaneously as part 1, so if any fans or I discover more after the first part has released before this part, that will all be saved for a part 3. Thanks to some assistance and research from the team at Cordal Facts, who I will link in the description of this video, I think we have incidentally broken open the true origins of the Call of Duty Zombies storyline, and what we previously thought was a much simpler explanation for the origins of the Zombies universe. Let's begin with the story of John Dee, as told in that leaked concept document.
In 1592, the mathematician, philosopher, and occultist to Queen Elizabeth I, the Dr. John Dee conducted a series of experiments in which he was surprised to discover a continuing series of small disturbances, or ripples in the fabric of the ether, the mysterious and encompassing medium in which the earth and the heavens hung. Although there's no way he could have known it at the time, these were the echoes of the first teleportation systems being used in Kronorium, whose energy was propagating in time as well as in space. Determined to discover their source, he embarked on a series of experiments to monitor the ether with ever-increasing accuracy. Soon he would devise an apparatus of such incredible sensitivity, his ethereoscope, that would allow him to divine the subtlest of vibrations, some of which, when the device was connected to a cone for moving the air, would sound like human voices. He determined 2 names that were repeated over and over again, which he interpreted as Sem and Riktovar. He began to understand that the ether was a source of power that these mysterious entities were drawing sustenance from. To what ends, he could not be sure. As 1599 gave way to 1600, the etheric bow wave created by the vril-infused destruction of the Earth ripped through the equipment in his laboratory, allowing etheric energy to push through the veil between worlds. The corpses he was dissecting in order to discover the function of their anatomy were raised as zombies. Zombies who spoke the words that he had been hearing before the Royal Guard were able to put them down. Dee realized that these forces exploiting the ether were perverting the course of nature, and with royal decree, he established the esoteric Brotherhood of Dee Resurrectionists in order to study the ether and to guard against any future horrors that might emerge from it. The Society has made great strides in its research, able to harness the energy of the ether to its own ends, even if, rumor is to be trusted, able to harness it for travel to remote times and places unseen by human eyes. Under the watchful care of the mysterious Man of Shadows, who may in fact be John Dee, made immortal by experiments carried out by the Order in London in the winter of 1608, the Brotherhood seek to safeguard all of creation from the monsters unleashed upon neighboring realities by the incessant warring of the powerful entities within the void.
Man of Shadows surely brings someone to mind immediately, doesn't it? However, just as I initially posed in my last video, I want to reiterate here that I do not think this story of John Dee is actually the story of the Shadow Man. In part 1, I mentioned that the motivations and actions of the esoteric Brotherhood of Dee Resurrectionists lines up far more with the actions of Dr. Monty and the Keepers. They seem to want to preserve reality and protect it, standing in direct opposition to what the Shadow Man and the Apothecans do, which is to create chaos in the universe by consuming worlds. It's possible that this text, written in a document above the various ranks for leveling up in Black Ops 3 Zombies, and a sort of preamble text to explain their names, as the max rank is still labelled Dee Resurrectionists in the final build of the game, could potentially also set up the Shadow Man as a potential ally to preserve the twist in Shadows of Evil's narrative when he betrays you. All of the launch marketing for Shadows of Evil presented him as a good guy, someone trying to help their characters, and he only betrays you when you unlock the Pack-a-Punch. Who could have seen that coming? This could also be why the text does not ever specifically say Shadow Man, but rather Man of Shadows, and may in fact be John Dee. The twist was going to be that he in fact was not, leaving room for Dr. Monty to step into that role later. Also, the Special Forces Brotherhood is still referenced in the calling cards you get with it, showing that in canon, John Dee was granted by the Crown the order to start the Brotherhood of Dee Resurrectionists, showing this is not a cut plot, but is still real. Once the research began to go deeper, though, this connection from Dee to Monty went from a perhaps to undeniable. Let's break down some of the things about John Dee's life that are interesting. John Dee is a real-life figure who was a famous mathematician, scientist, alchemist, philosopher, and mystic who gained popularity in the court of Elizabeth I. Unlike the present day, the lines between science, magic, philosophy, and religion were extremely blurred at the time, to where many who were involved with one of these fields of study were involved in all of the others too. John Dee, in particular, followed the esoteric philosophy of Hermetic Christianity, a devout believer wherein he believed that God was essentially an architect, having made the world using numerology and geometry, and through gaining knowledge of these things, he believed one could become closer to God. In fact, given that John Dee's explicit mention in the Ether storyline comes into Eisendrache, where we get the potential impossible Easter egg book, John Dee Illuminated Dee Resurrectionist, it feels worth noting that this is also where Monty first attempts to contact our characters directly, through a cipher. Translated, it reads, "I cannot appear directly to you, I can only help you on your way. You guys are really making hard work of this." But if this tenuous link was it, this wouldn't be much of a theory. So let's get on to what really sparked this video. The first real connection of substance between John Dee and Monty that I want to present to you is found in Revelations Kino. By far, one of the most mysterious radios in the map is the one where we find Monty reciting Act 4, Scene 1 from The Tempest, a play by William Shakespeare.
Our rebels are now ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, for all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the basest fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself. Yea, all which it inherit shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, and our little lives are rounded with a sleep.
First off, there are tangible connections between Dee and Shakespeare, but that on its own means nothing. If we actually research the scene, however, immediate alarm bells should go off. Prospero, the character whose lines Monty is reciting, is widely noted to have been directly inspired by John Dee, and indeed, some have viewed the entire play as a defense of John Dee, who at the time was under public scrutiny for witchcraft. This radio, once a seemingly random, innocuous clip of dialogue of little value, suddenly becomes the key to this whole mystery. Monty is winking to the audience and telling us that he is Prospero. He is John Dee.
Dr. Monty is just one of the many names he's been known by.
The Shadow Man, reportedly once the best friend of Dr. Monty, tells us that he isn't even a real doctor.
He's not even a real doctor. I would know.
Well, in the case of John Dee, that's absolutely true. Despite his incredible scientific and alchemical prowess, Dee never earned a doctorate in any field, likely because he pushed the boundary of what was religiously acceptable at the time. It may be that no university would allow him to undertake his research. Therefore, once he achieved the power he did, becoming near godlike, he applied the title to himself, believing he had earned it. Some people did refer to him as a doctor in real life, even though he never officially was. The leaked internal document from Treyarch even calls him Dr. John Dee, confirming he is Monty and not the Shadow Man, something I completely overlooked in part 1. As a part of this vast field of study, John Dee possessed what was reported to have been the largest library in England. Indeed, his library as a place of vast knowledge outside the university system became one of the most well-known locations of learning in Europe at the time. Unfortunately for Dee, after returning home to England after his time with Kelly in Europe, he found his house, and more importantly, his library totally vandalized, with his collection of knowledge lost. The parallels between this library and the Kronorium are notable, with the Kronorium almost serving as a second coming of this long since destroyed library, not just assembling all knowledge across space, but across time. Back to Revelations, in yet another intel within the map, this time a wisp, Monty tells us something that many players simply choose to ignore due to it being inconvenient and not fitting with our established timeline. He says that everything in the universe was normal, time was linear, until the first instance of teleportation by Group 935. We know, in fact, that this was Ultimus Richthofen, teleporting a walnut a few feet. At the time, Dr. Ludwig Maxis mocked Richthofen, making out that this discovery was insignificant. He couldn't have been more wrong.
These nuts. Got him!
Monty gives us a statement that almost serves as an alternative to the "in the beginning" entry in the timeline. The official version in the Kronorium reads, "In the beginning there was only the Ether and the Keepers. Among them were two beings who would later be known by many names. One would be known as Dr. Monty, the other as the Shadow Man." However, Monty's version is slightly different.
In the beginning, and believe me, there was a beginning, everything was in its proper place. Time was linear, just as it should be. But a little thing called element 115 changed all that. Especially when, what was it again? Oh, yes, when group 935 came along. Once they started messing around with it, they buggered everything up. 115 shouldn't even exist in your dimension. But nonetheless, here we are. Bloody teleporters.
Monty himself tells us that the beginning is not some grand event at the dawn of time, as the timeline puts it, but is essentially the moment Richthofen teleported the walnut at Der Ries. Before then, time was linear. The consequences of this were felt likely not only by John Dee in 1592, but all the way across time. Indeed, Monty credits this event with being the thing that broke time and the universe, fracturing it itself. In a later Revelations wisp, he says,
"The minute you people teleported for the first time, You changed the rules. How am I supposed to keep track if you keep moving the pieces? Even when you were just a little problem, brewing in the far corner of existence, I tried to throw you a bone or two. I told you this, didn't I? The magic box of weapons, the little clues here and there. I always tried to give you a little help, without drawing too much attention to myself. The thing is, though, I can't just magic things out of thin air. I have to manipulate things that already exist in your reality. Like the perk drinks. They were something originally cooked up by Group 935. I just used them for my own ends. I honestly don't even know how they work. I swear. As for the songs, don't get me started.
This confirms the idea. The first teleportation is the true origin of everything. In addition to this, in Black Ops 4, they introduced the idea that the elemental shard's creation in binding the 4 souls of Ultimus to the crystal forever binds them to the ether itself. This is very much the same idea, being placed explicitly into the story, that Richthofen's original World War II experiments are far more important than any cosmic battle like the Great War. The way Monty presents himself, even the way he speaks, is quintessentially British. He crafts a world that looks like pristine, beautiful, pre-industrial England, the world John Dee himself knew. It's commonly known that the Revelations house area is meant to be Sheffield, and is even labelled as such in the files of the game, and back in the day I even visited Sheffield itself to explore a house that looks eerily similar to Monty's house, as if this is the inspiration for it. And it was even being sold by a Blundell estate agent, which I think is just a mere coincidence. That is just crazy though. Unfortunately for this theory, there is no direct link that I can find between Dee and Sheffield. However, the house looking the way it does is a clear sign that it is pre-industrial, as Sheffield became one of the world's most industrial cities during the Industrial Revolution, a far cry from what we see in the map. This was the height of English intellectualism, where figures like Dee would romanticize these gorgeous landscapes. Figures like Newton, who was contemporary to John Dee, was also mentioned mysteriously in Black Ops 3 with no reasoning. Now, with the John Dee connection, Newton's inclusion makes sense. He was involved in Elizabeth's court, as was Dee, and as a scientist, may well have been indoctrinated into the esoteric brotherhood of Dee Resurrectionists. Monty practiced alchemy himself, which are the perks and gobblegums in his factory, which just so happens to be in Der Riese, the very place of all of the teleportation that caused him to become Monty to begin with. Another interesting tidbit, Monty has a radio discussing how he spells rumor.
I know the Shadow Man's probably talking to you. Don't trust him. He's evil. I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire. I bet he's saying all sorts of terrible things, spreading all kinds of rumors about me. By the way, I spell rumors with a U, after the O before the R. That's a nice little Easter egg. In fact, it's everything.
Why is this relevant? Spelling rumours with a U instead of without means that you spell it with the British English spelling, how I would spell it. Often in videos I spell it the American way because that's the majority of my audience, but regardless. This is interesting for our discussion because to spell something using British English habits would mean that Dr. Monty must have learned British English when he initially learns of the language and not simply be some all-knowing god figure from the beginning of his life. Rather, this lines up much more with the theory of him being John Dee before ascending to the mantle of Dr. Monty, leader of the Keepers, above creation, protector of the universe. It's crazy because we were all just so confused with Monty's line here because we clearly knew he was British by hearing his accent, so why would he need to point out it's an Easter egg directly to us? So much of Monty's dialogue has always felt really jarring, as if Blundell or whoever was writing them was trying to sneak in certain references intentionally. To me, this sounds like a direct call to action that this is about the impossible Easter egg when Blundell knew how much people were talking about it, and this was the final map of the game, a nice little bow. And John Dee's most famous portrait, I believe, is the inspiration for Monty's red scarf. This wouldn't even be the first time that John Dee was fictionalized into someone else's stories due to his obsession with the occult. A large inspiration for Treyarch's work on Black Ops 3 Zombies is H.P. Lovecraft. Lovecraft drew inspiration from Dee's mystical reputation. In Lovecraft's mythos, Dee is imagined as a translator of the Necronomicon, which is also a likely inspiration for the Kronorium and potentially even the Tome of Rituals in the Dark Ether narrative. And we will return to this later. A further additional aside here is the origins of his name, Monty. Where does it come from? John Dee was notorious for using homophones, words that sound like other words in his encryption. For example, in one encryption, he uses the letters fort within the word fourth to actually mean 40, aka the number 40. Equally, he often used the letter L to actually mean EL, a biblical name for God. Monty and John Dee sound syntactically similar, so this may actually be the origin, a similar sounding codename. For John Dee and Monty sound phonetically very similar. Dr. Monty, aka Dr. John Dee. Dee has been swapped with T in his name, which is interesting when his use of triple T's or triple taus, as discussed in the last video, which is a symbol of 3 T's stacked vertically, are often encrypted in his ciphers, often at a cipher's base with a hidden 4th T, the quaternary, to validate it. Monty could refer to Monas Hieroglyphica, which is a complex emblem constructed from various astrological symbols, with elements of Latin wordplay, capitalization, spacing, and diacritics rendering its interpretation challenging. The symbol is intended to embody a profound concept, representing the unity of all creation influenced by celestial forces. Dee believed that this symbol contained the essence of alchemical transformation and spiritual evolution, and by mediating upon it, he aimed to access hidden knowledge transcending linguistic barriers. Emerging astrology, alchemy, mysticism, and metaphysics, the hieroglyphic monad serves as a visual manifestation of Dee's interconnected worldview. Does that not sound like Agatha, the physical manifestation of the ether, that binds celestial forces and their protectors, the Keepers, together? Even the glyph seems to resemble the Keeper's summoning staff. Tenuous? Maybe. But what I have to say next may convince you. Some of you may be thinking at this point that all of these connections are a bit sporadic. There's no connective tissue. The connection to the Tempest is pretty explicit, sure, but where's the glue that holds it all together? Well, during the research for this video, I found one more thing about John Dee that I think truly cements everything. If we search for John Dee's coat of arms, granted to him by the crown, what do we find? A golden lion on a red field. Yes, this can finally explain why the Gobblegum machine has a lion with red eyes atop it, a mystery that has long since puzzled us fans. And John Dee's Dee Resurrectionist could be a nod to Dee's Resurrectionist, as in his last name, even though it's spelled with just one E, aka D-E. Another little pun that could essentially boil down to Monty's Resurrectionist, aka Monty's Undead. John Dee grew up by Mortlake, London, which I think puts an entirely new perspective on this other funky wisp from Revelations.
Honestly, if you could see just what was going on outside your realm of perception, it would blow your minds. That's the main reason I kept it back. If I were to give you an analogy, I'd describe it like this. When a duck swims on the water, you only see it glide, apparently effortlessly across the lake. But underneath, as in beneath the surface, it's a whole different story. Its legs are moving like he's pedaling a fucking bicycle up a mountain. Well, that's me right now. I am that duck!
He specifically mentions a lake in it. I think this was another little push in the right direction. I believe that thanks to the hard drive leak, we have bypassed what was supposed to be a cipher solve to find out the biggest mystery of the zombie storyline. Jason Blundell said that once we start solving the hard revelation ciphers, things will start to appear in-game.
I'm thinking that people might not get a single one in DLC 4.
Not get a single cipher?
It's possible.
You're going to make it that that hard.
I think there's people out there who, there's such passion in the community. I don't watch it close enough, but I am sure there are people who are still working on some of those ciphers.
Oh, of course there is, yeah.
And I love that, because there's other things that will appear.
That's because I think some of them will point in the direction of Monty being John Dee, as well as I believe the Eisendrache debug cipher or ciphers would have nudged us in the same direction, and we would have retroactively discovered all of the other clues in the game towards Monty being John Dee that I have been showing in this video upon their decryption had this not given us a head start. In fact, even in the very safe that's containing the Dee Resurrectionist book, there is another book, Griffin Mond Basis, which is simply German for moon base. On the surface, this would just be referencing 935's base. However, now knowing what Dee specializes in, hiding words in plain English, and knowing of Monas Hieroglyphica, this could very well be a sign of Mon Dee, aka John Dee, aka Monty. It would be a reach on its own, but when combined with everything else in this video, it becomes paramount. With this Man of Shadows, who you go on to meet in Shadows of Evil, not being John Dee, and instead being an evil envoy of the Apothicons, who was he then? If Monty really is John Dee, and he was once human but calls the Shadow Man his friend, surely he was too. In part 1, I threw out some vague guesses. Perhaps he knew him. Perhaps on his ascension, John Dee split into two, like Monty's dialogue has implied.
Something else I should probably clarify. This is it. The ether. The infinite. Otherwise known as Agartha. Or is it Agartha? Well, whatever way you slice it or spell it, it's the reality beyond. Beyond the world you know. Beyond your perception. Just so we're clear, I'm absolutely not talking about death. That's a whole other can of worms. Speaking of which, you know how people say when you cut a worm in half, both parts keep on living? Well, they do. Kind of, for a bit. But then one of them dies, not sure if it's the arse or the head. Well, that's the problem with worms. They're a bit short on distinguishing features. What was the point I was making?
However, upon our research, I think we've identified who the Shadow Man might just be. Edward Kelly. Edward Kelly was an English alchemist, occultist, and self-proclaimed medium, best known for his close association with the renowned mathematician, astrologer, and scholar, yes, you've guessed that right, John Dee. Their friendship, which began in 1582, was rooted in a shared fascination with the supernatural and alchemy. Kelly approached Dee, claiming he could communicate with angels through a crystal ball, acting as a scryer, an older term for a seer who interprets visions. Dee, eager to unlock divine secrets, saw Kelly as a key to his esoteric pursuits. Together, they conducted numerous seances, during which Kelly supposedly channeled angelic messages into a mysterious language later called Enochian. These sessions fueled Dee's ambitions to decipher cosmic truths, and the duo became inseparable, even traveling across Europe to seek patronage for their work. Their relationship, however, was complex and strained by Kelly's erratic behavior and questionable motives. Some historians suggest Kelly may have manipulated Dee for personal gain, exploiting Dee's trust and intellectual prestige. Despite tensions, their collaboration produced significant occult works, including diaries of their angelic conversations. They would use a crystal ball and conduct seances with beings they referred to as angels, likely the early keeper species still experiencing their culture split over usage of the dark ether, and a key part in inspiring the different outlooks on the ether that these men would end up having. This crystal ball connecting with the ether also seems to mirror Monty's later usage of the snow globe, and the way it seems to have power over Agartha and the ether itself, most famously seen with Samantha in the Zombies Chronicles Remember Forever music video, and is especially interesting considering that Janus Richthofen still possesses this globe. Kelly's life took a dramatic turn after he and Dee parted ways in 1589. Kelly gained favour with Emperor Rudolf II in Prague, who was obsessed with alchemy and hoped Kelly could turn these metals into gold. Appointed as an alchemist in Rudolf's court, Kelly enjoyed his wealth and status briefly, but his inability to deliver on grand promises led to suspicion. In the early 1590s, he was arrested on charges of fraud or possibly treason, imprisoned in Austria. His captivity ended in 1597 under murky circumstances. The official account states he died attempting to escape, injuring himself after falling from a window or makeshift rope. However, rumours persist, supported by some contemporary reports, that Kelly poisoned himself, a theory that aligns with his flair for the dramatic but lacks definitive evidence. And what gives further evidence for this is that the Shadow Man lures the Morgue City residents by poisoning them in the very same way, marking them as cursed, tying them to his realm. With Edward Kelly, there's a quite obvious connection right off the rip. His name, Edward. If Edward Kelly is the Shadow Man, this already explains why he took such a liking to Edward Richthofen. They shared the same first name.
You do know that Richthofen is a friend of mine. I say friend, but really he's so much more than that. At one point, I almost considered him my apprentice. I mean, he did stab my reporter friend and steal the summoning key. But at one point he did everything I told him to. I keep hoping he'll remember the promise he made to me so long ago.
To take this one step further, Edward and John Dee were both fond of gematria. Gematria is a traditional Jewish numerology system that aligns numerical values to letters of the Hebrew alphabet, e.g. Aleph equals 1, Bet equals 2. By calculating the sum of a word's letters, practitioners identify symbolic meanings or connections between words sharing the same value, often to explore deeper spiritual or mystical insights. And what two words are the same in gematria, suggesting this spiritual and mystical connection? Shadow Man in simple gematria equals 98. Richthofen in simple gematria equals 98. But how exactly would Kelly have become the Shadow Man? Depending on what reports of his death are true, we may have already been handed the key. We know that for Kelly to have become the Shadow Man, he must have been tempted by the Apothicans and somehow chose. And then there's that mysterious language that Kelly would supposedly channel and transcribe from the angels he spoke to, called Enochian. Once you view the Enochian alphabet, this connection becomes clear, as you can see from the symbols on screen. This text is eerily reminiscent of the Apothicon language, and it's likely that in the zombie storyline, Enochian is actually simply Edward Kelly's interpretation of the Apothicon language after somehow communicating with these entities. We have seen before that with people like the Warden of Alcatraz's conversations with the Shadow Man, or the schizophrenic voices inside the head of Ultimus Richthofen, or the entity communicating to Ava, that creatures inside the Dark Ether can reach out and communicate with certain chosen people. Additionally, during their partnership, Kelly, along with Dee, constructed what Dee referred to as the Seal of God, a ritual seal that was instrumental in their communications with the angels. This seal not only looks remarkably similar to what we see all over Shadows of Evil and in the secret ritual chamber possessed by the Warden of Alcatraz, but is equally identical in purpose, being required in order to communicate with entities beyond the veil of our realm. Not only do the Shadows of Evil ritual symbols resemble it, but the Pack-a-Punch does too. The literal stone seal of God. In Glitching Queen's video, she has inside knowledge and says that she knows that these symbols were in fact based on John Dee and Kelly's work.
There's rumors that the ritual circles on Shadows of Evil are related to the KN-44 blueprint Easter egg in some way. I personally know that the ritual circles on Shadows of Evil are based on John Dee's summoning circles from way back when. He would use them to summon angels and demons. This guy was wild, but he was also incredibly intelligent. He spoke like a ton of languages. He was an alchemist. He was a philosopher. He worked with Queen Elizabeth. Like, this guy was the guy to know. He was amazing. He would do occult rituals with a symbol on the left. He called it the Seal of God, and he said he could talk to angels and demons through it. And the angels actually told him about a language that they spoke called Enochian. Treyarch took that idea and made the ritual circles, and instead of using Enochian, they replaced it with Apothecon.
If we take a look back at the Dee Resurrectionist emblem, yes, that is right. The exact same star symbols can be seen here. This is the through line showing us that it's all connected. What's crazier is that Kelly's magical golden disc seems to resemble the front of the MPD and the Sophia robot, which would inspire the Forsaken's containment chamber / SAM AI and the Project Janus logo in the Dark Ether timeline too. And finally, there's the elephant in the room, the subject of Edward Kelly's death. If these reports that he actually poisoned himself and caused his own death intentionally were true, then this would perfectly line up with the only other way we've ever seen a human in our world move to the Dark Ether and gain power from the Apothecons.
The time has come. The sponge is wet on my crown. The cap screws tightened. The switch in my hand. Oh, I'm going to burn. Oh, the fools. They want justice for the toll I've extracted from this forsaken island.
Sir, there's some men from the Bureau here. I stalled them as long as I could, but they're on their way to your office now. What do you want me to tell them?
Justice? Ah! There is no such thing. There's only the will of the Dark One.
Okay. I'll just tell them you're not feeling so well then, yeah?
Do as you wish. Run, hide, beg for absolution, and perhaps he will be merciful, as he has been with me.
Shh. Do not weep, my dear Warden.
My lord, you're here.
Of course, more or less. The threshold awaits, my friend.
Yes. Yes, the threshold. One last flash of light, and the sun shall vanish into the sea.
And the darkness?
The darkness shall spread. Through every fiber of creation it shall spread.
Listen, I told you, he ain't here. He went to see some special doc on the mainland. You guys are wasting your time.
I shall be its instrument.
Oh, come on, guys, cut me a break.
I shall bleed the chosen few.
Better hurry.
The gateway will open, and paradise will fall. Ah!
Yeah. See there? What I tell you, nobody's home. Nothing here.
This potential for a self-inflicted death inside a ritual allowing someone to go to the Dark Ether and gain supernatural powers from the Apothecons would make perfect sense for a dark mystic like Edward Kelly. And his desperation in this time of need makes him the perfect target to approach for a deal with the devil, so to speak. A tradition that, if he was to become the Shadow Man, he would continue to perpetuate with many other worlds, tricking them into believing he is Satan himself. The Warden had to die by electric chair, the same as the inmates, as he had to bond with them in the very same way. This lines up with the fact that in order to be purged, you have to die in the same way, as the Shadow Man did with poison. This aligns exactly with what Monty tells us about the Shadow Man, an idea that always seems somewhat at odds with how the origins of the Shadow Man were described in the official timeline, which states the Dark Ether. Some keepers begin to experiment with the Dark Ether, which corrupts and erodes their souls. Among them is the Shadow Man. However, Monty's recount of this sounds different and has an extra stage.
Now here's the thing. I knew a bloke, and I'm talking way, way, way back. He was the sweetest, most charming individual you could ever wish to meet. He was funny too. We used to have such a good old laugh together. Honestly, my sides hurt thinking about it. He was my friend. He was my best friend. And then the Apothicons got hold of him. Since then, he's pretty much acted as their agent, zipping around the galaxy. Wait, I keep changing it, don't I? Which do you prefer? Universe? Multiverse? Omni-fucking-verse? Oh, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? Yeah, let's get on with it. Short version is, he's no longer sweet, charming, or funny. He's what brought them here, when he escaped the key.
Monty says that the Apothicons, already existing, convinced the Shadow Man to join them, whereas the official timeline acts as if he was there from the beginning. They got a hold of him. Monty's first-hand account of knowing him prior and willingness to sacrifice the multiverse if it meant rescuing his friend surely suggests the timeline entry is the correct one here, though. But wait. Monty and the Shadow Man were friends before each being chosen by their irrespective factions. If Monty was a keeper when friends with the Shadow Man, was the Shadow Man also a keeper, or was he human or otherwise first when they were friends, before being recruited as the Apothicons' agent? A Kronorium Cipher states, in the beginning there was only the keepers, but then corruption of the Dark Ether leached its way into the realm and twisted the minds of some of the keepers. These keepers turned to shadows of their former selves and eventually became the Apothicons. Yet another Kronorium Cipher states, Kronorium excerpt 34956-1223, the summoning key is one of the oldest artifacts in all creation. It was used by the first one to mix all the dimensions with life, giving each one its unique balance. So was the first one the original keeper? This is the only ever mention in canon about the first one. It's never explicitly stated or confirmed who they are. It's not even mentioned in the official timeline, or what they become or where they go. But considering the Kronorium states, in the beginning there was only the Ether and the Keepers, one as Monty, the other as the Shadow Man. This would suggest that the first one was a Keeper, and Monty and the Shadow Man were too. But the problem is, the Keepers are the creators of the Kronorium, and so, much like a government writing their own books, it would be propagandized in their favor, especially when they view themselves as the universe's protectors. They would want a story that would make them sound like its inherent guardian in their DNA, the reason for existence to begin with. This is impossible because they cannot have always been keepers from the very beginning, thanks to this Revelations wisp.
The Keepers, an ancient order who had been granted the wisdom to see beyond the limitations of their own realm. Even while the rest of mankind scrabbled around in the dirt, drinking their own piss, the Keepers took the mantle of benevolent watchers. Like the seers and sages of the old world, they could foresee how the actions of the Apothicons would lead to the destruction of life itself. The Keepers have always been here, much like your good selves. They too were scattered and fragmented across the multiverse. They may have acted erratically, but know this. Their actions were only ever concerned with the preservation of life itself. Remember what I said before about energy.
In this wisp, Monty states that the Keepers took the mantle as benevolent watchers. This would suggest that they were not always Keepers, but at some point chose to take on the mantle as Keepers of the universe, which would suggest the Kronorium is wrong, or at least just simplifying down how things played out. In the beginning, there were not only the Keepers, but there was potentially a first race spawned by the first one that would go on to see themselves as the Keepers. This passage also does suggest that the Keepers predated time and humanity, and they have always been there. And once humanity sprung about in their universes, thanks to the first one using the summoning key, giving the dimensions a unique mix of life, they oversaw us and other species with their expansive knowledge of all of time at once too. This all lines up perfectly with the theory of this video, that the Keepers were around before Monty, and he was one of those humans scrabbling around in the dirt before his ascension to the Keepers Legion, especially with the phrase like the seers and sages of the old world. Seers and sages are people endowed with profound moral and spiritual insight or knowledge, a wise person or sage who possesses intuitive powers, much like John Dee and Edward Kelly. In the real world, the Old World is a term for Afro-Eurasia coined by Europeans after 1493, when they became aware of its existence of the Americas, or it's often an adjective belonging to or associated with former times, especially when considered quaint and attractive, such as medieval towns which still retain Old World charm. However, what if in the zombie storyline it can be taken more literally?
Our ways are of old world. We will not be forgotten.
But the old world, as in the original timeline, the first cycle, the original universe when time was linear, when John Dee and Edward Kelly may have been human, before the fracturing of their universe. After all, ancient Dark Ether gods are often referred to as Old Ones, including some apothegms, which is a nice little tie with Old World. Remember, Monty largely serves as the narrator for the story, a powerful god to tell us things as they supposedly are. His very insertion in the story was a way for Treyarch to make sense of all of the prior canon. But is he to be believed? Ever since his introduction to the forefront of the story in Gorod Krovi, suddenly it seems like he was responsible for everything that shaped the narrative. The perks, war weapons, songs.
Ooh, don't get me started.
It seems very odd and jarring that a character we don't hear of once for 3 whole games is suddenly everything. But both Monty and the Shadow Man claim each other are liars.
You do realize that he's manipulated you? That's what he does. Dr. Monty is just one of the many names he's been known by. The Great Dragon, the Beast. Is this ringing any bells? Beelzebub? Lucifer? Satan? The devil?
We cannot trust their origin stories directly from them, especially when they often talk in cryptic tongues. It's also interesting to remember, as we mentioned earlier, H.P. Lovecraft wrote that John Dee translated the Necronomicon, the likely heavy piece of inspiration for the Kronorium / the timeline. And this, combined with the fact that the Kronorium is actually written in Apothecon and not Keeper, may imply that the book was originally translated by John Dee too, allowing him to essentially change any timeline entries without telling us. So, with all of this information about both of these men now under our belt, I believe we can begin to reassess the origins of the Ether story and its cycle, and the basis for how it all really began, as teased in the intro to this video. In the beginning, there was the first one. With their power, they created the summoning key, and the Keepers born in their image. The Keepers were higher dimensional beings, and the first one created Agartha, a dimension where the Ether, their higher plane, was made physical so they could manifest themselves, ascending above creation and reality, before then creating many universes and filling them with life. Eventually, the first one would disappear for unknown reasons, leaving only the Keepers to watch over their creation from above. But some Keepers would go on to discover the Dark Ether, a twisted version of the Ether, capable of great power, but also corrupting those who came into contact with it. Because of this discovery, Keeper society would split. Those who saw fit to use this dark energy for experimentation and power, and those who wished to lock it away and keep its corruption separate from the reality the first one had created. This split fractured their society. The Keepers using the Dark Ether were banished into it, trapped inside, corrupting and becoming the Apothecans over eons. The rest were fractured across the multiverse, without purpose, leaving the Apothecans to begin their schemes and experiments with the Dark Ether. Much later in time, during human history, born in 1527, Dee had established himself as one of Elizabethan England's most learned figures, a mathematician, astronomer, astrologer, and advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. By late 1570s, he was in his early 50s, living at his family home in Mortlake, a modest but book-filled estate west of London. His library, one of the largest in England, boasted over 3,000 volumes, reflecting his voracious appetite for knowledge across science and the occult. Dee's life was a mix of prestige and frustration. He had enjoyed royal patronage, casting horoscopes for Elizabeth's coronation in 1558, and advising on navigation for England's burgeoning maritime expansion. Yet, his interests were drifting beyond the practical. Dee was increasingly consumed by a desire to commune directly with the divine, believing that angels held the key to universal truths. He dabbled in scrying, using reflective surfaces like mirrors or crystal balls to see visions, but lacked the natural talent or patience for it. His experiments yielded little, leaving him restless. Financially, Dee was strained. Supporting a growing family, he married his third wife, Jane Fromond, in 1578 and had young children, and maintaining his library stretched his resources thin. He petitioned the crown for more support, but rewards were inconsistent. Socially, he faced skepticism. His blend of science and mysticism earned him both admiration and suspicion, with whispers of sorcery dogging his reputation. By 1581, Dee's diaries reveal a man doubling down on his spiritual quest. He began recording strange events, mysterious knocks at his home, dreams of celestial beings, interpreting them as signs he was close to a breakthrough. He prayed fervently for divine guidance, acquiring a polished obsidian mirror, later dubbed a spirit mirror, to aid his scrying attempts. Yet, without a skilled intermediary, his efforts faltered. In 1582, Dee met Edward Kelly, very much a kindred spirit in all things mystical, though with a somewhat suspicious past as a forger. Together, they began what became the most notorious part of their respective careers, their alleged summoning of angels. During these rituals, using a star-shaped seal, the pair would summon these entities, likely the Apothecans, and commune with them, with Dee and Kelly even reported to have received a new mystical language from them, the so-called Enochian alphabet, which in all actuality was the Proto-Keeper language, basically the Apothecan language, but before it became known as such. Considering the Kronorium is written in Apothecan and not Keeper, this heavily implies that this language existed first, and over time the Keeper's language evolved, whereas the Apothecans, due to their corruption, remained stuck in the past. Eventually, the two fell out over favour in Elizabeth's court and fled to continental Europe to continue their experiments in peace. Within 5 years, however, Dee decided to return to England, with Kelly staying behind in Europe in service to the European monarchs. It's also possible the angels they summoned could have been both Apothecans and Keepers, with either side trying to tempt them, or each person. In the dank cell of Kazivoklat Castle, just outside of Prague, in late 1597, Edward Kelly sat in chains, his spirit eroded by captivity. The alchemist's downfall had been stark, his boast of gold for Emperor Rudolph II proven empty, his body broken from a failed escape that left him barely alive. As the torchlight cast long, mocking shadows, Kelly chanted, pleaded with a desperately carved icon, the seal of God once devised by his old friend, his friend who had abandoned him. Anger gave way to despair, then hopelessness, then silence, then the voices, not of this world, whispered in his mind, familiar from his scrying days, though now tingled with menace. Kelly's head tilted. Listening, he'd once again called them angels, but these were the Apothicons, ancient entities from the dark ether. Years before, they'd guided him through the crystal ball, masquerading as divine beings. Now, in his hour of need, they returned, their presence unseen but undeniable. Their words pressed into his thoughts, offering escape and unimaginable power. They tempted him with a new role as their leader, the Shadow Man, a master in their dark realm, if he'd surrender his soul to their service. The price was his life, taken by his own hand. Kelly's mind reeled. The voices conjured visions of a world where he ruled through shadow, no longer a scorned fraud, but a figure of dread. His trembling fingers found a vial of poison, perhaps arsenic, a secret from his alchemical past. The unseen entities intensified their call, pushing him towards the act. With a last, defiant look at the worlds that had cast him aside, Kelly drank the poison. Its fire scorched his throat, and as his senses dimmed, the voices swelled, enveloping him. To the guards who found this lifeless form, it was a suicide. But in the dark ether, Kelly descended, plunging into the dark depths of reality, reborn as the Shadow Man, his soul forever bound to the Apothicons, his legacy twisted into a dark myth lying below creation. It's also possible the angels John Dee and Kelly conjured with before were in fact keepers before some split into the Apothicons, and some of them remembered Kelly and came for him, but didn't see Monty as manipulatable. At the end of the day, all of the Apothicons were once keepers, and they began experimenting with the dark ether. However, they didn't become the faction of Apothicons immediately. It took some time for them to further and further corrupt. Potentially it was only keepers contacting John Dee and Edward Kelly, but it was these corrupted keepers, not Apothicons yet, that would go on to choose Edward Kelly, and only after recruiting him do they fragment. A great war then ensues between the keepers and the Apothicons, with Monty and the Shadow Man now joining them. The Apothicons lose and are cast down below creation. Meanwhile, John Dee continued on with his old life, racked with guilt over feeling responsible for his friend's death and leaving him behind in Austria. Queen Elizabeth installed John Dee as the Warden of Christ College, Manchester. This coincides with the document I shared earlier. This means it was here where Dee performed his first experiments that would lead to the involvement in the Ether storyline, detecting the ripples cast through time and space by the first initial teleportation test at Der Riese. By 1600, the extreme energy given off by the destruction of the Earth during Richthofen's grand scheme reached Dee, and accidentally caused the reanimation of a corpse in his laboratory. Horrified, yet intrigued, he sought royal assent from Queen Elizabeth I to establish the esoteric Brotherhood of Dee Resurrectionists, with the sole purpose of studying the ether and protecting the world from whatever threats may come of it. Finally, in the winter of 1608, John Dee, now firmly at the helm of his Brotherhood, undertook his most intensive experiments so far. This just so happens to align with the first London Frost Festival, wherein, during the intense winter of 1608 to 1608, the Thames froze over completely. These experiments seem to have made John Dee, 81 at the time, immortal and incredibly powerful. And it's possible that the Frost Festival was a side effect of this, possibly a similar effect to the snow we see in the Giants intro cutscene caused by time stopping, the fracturing of the universe, which is made up of ice, the world ice theory. Once he ascended, John Dee began to take stock of the status of the world from his higher level of existence, whilst the humans believed he simply died. At this time, a zombie outbreak may have ensued. Potentially 115 was even deposited here, further tying into the freezing river. And why under Eisendrache there are newspaper reports of a zombie outbreak during a festival. Meanwhile, John Dee came into contact with other higher dimensional beings, but not the corrupted ones his old friend had come into contact with. Rather, he came into contact with the remnants of the Keepers, working together to learn to communicate with them. He helped them develop a language they could all speak together. This language was based on numerology, as Dee was a mathematician, perhaps through a misunderstanding when initially teaching them language, or perhaps to complete his rebirth into a new being. John Dee took on a new title, Doctor Monty, self-inserting the name as Doctor, one he was never officially able to be granted, but one he wished he held, potentially a nod to Doctor Who as well, with the circular symbols language we see in the Crazy Place pillars or the MPD, in the tomb and elsewhere, very much resembling the Time Lord's language. Together, John Dee helped them reform their separated society and taught them the ways of his Brotherhood of Dee Resurrectionists, protecting the worlds from the dangers of the ether and what it could do. They help him ascend to Agartha, essentially a heaven-like realm, and teach him of the dark ether and the apothegms. But this is not death, for that is a whole lot more complicated. He learns that while he had thought his friend dead, he had been wrong. His old friend Edward Kelly, now known as the Shadow Man, although he took on many names throughout history, had begun to work hand in hand with the apothegms after descending into the dark ether, when he supposedly died. The Shadow Man had become an envoy of the apothegms, helping them invade and devour universes across the multiverse. Dr. Monty's goal was now twofold: prevent the destruction of the multiverse at the hands of the apothegms, but also, and perhaps more important to him, right the greatest wrong of his life, solve his one regret, and save his old friend, the Shadow Man. This meant that the destruction of the apothegms outright was impossible, as it would mean losing his friend. However, as powerful as Monty had become, he could not simply snap his fingers and change his old friend as he could most facets of reality. Everyone still retained free will. And this is also because Edward's rebirth into the Shadow Man involved the one thing that Dr. Monty had no power over. The one thing in this world he had never experienced, and would never until the world itself was coming to an end: death. This puts a whole new meaning on this quote that I had already played for you nearer to the beginning of this video.
I'm absolutely not talking about death. That's a whole other can of worms. You know how people say when you cut a worm in half, both parts keep on living, but then one of them dies?
Monty contextualized himself and the Shadow Man's relationship as like worms. When cut in half, one dies, the other lives. But which one is it? Well, with this knowledge, it would imply that John Dee rose and ascended to Dr. Monty, but never died, whereas Edward Kelly died and fell below creation into the dark ether, with Agartha essentially being like heaven, the dark ether essentially being like hell. One was gifted immortal life, the other had to shed blood, the opposite of life. Monty never died, and that is why he says, I am not talking about death here, because Agartha, the ether, is not death. However, some who die do end up in the dark ether. However, with things as they are, the multiverse was quickly spiraling towards the end of everything. While Monty and the Keepers did their best to protect and preserve reality, the apothegms would still slowly consume worlds one by one. With no other option, Monty, not willing to lose the world or give up on his friend, chose the third option. He trapped reality within a cycle, creating a point where time both ended and began, restarting creation time and time again, with Revelations, which has so many biblical parallels, and considering he was a devout Christian, albeit adjacent to it in many regards, it explains that. But at the same time, he doomed all living beings in reality to potentially infinite cyclical suffering, and continued to break reality more and more each time. Monty hoped to eventually stall long enough to find a way to save his old friend. To do so, he reached out to find the start of those ripples across time he'd felt all those years ago, and found Dr. Edward Richtofen performing teleporter experiments at Der Riese. He found that Richtofen had used the elemental shard on himself and 3 test subjects, permanently intertwining their souls with the ether. This meant that he could not wipe Richtofen from existence, and instead needed to make sure he could not harm reality further, but stayed protected, as his soul no longer existing would mean the ether too would cease to exist, the whole universe, and Monty with it. Meanwhile, the Shadow Man too saw the importance of Richtofen, and sharing a first name with him took very special interest in Edward Richtofen. Once Edward had touched the MPD, a powerful creation of the apothegms from their initial experiments with the dark ether, the Shadow Man became able to speak to him directly, corrupting him, driving him insane, as he took him on as an apprentice. To prevent further destruction of reality, preserve his loop, and protect the essence of Richtofen and the others who were entwined with the ether, Monty created the plan for the House and the Great War. A place where the souls could survive the chaos during the reset of the cycle, and a way to put them at the beginning and end of time itself. This was far from a perfect solution. The Apothecans had his friend in their clutches and were unlikely to let go anytime soon. And worse still, with every cycle, more teleportation occurred. More Element 115 found its way deeper and deeper into the multiverse, and time became more and more fractured. But if nothing else, Monty now had time to perhaps devise a plan. The irony is, of course, this is the same logic held by Primus Richtofen in collecting the blood vials from Alcatraz. If he could just survive one more loop, if he could just put his death off for one more eternity, then perhaps he'd arrive at a solution. The sad truth is there was no solution here. It was a zero-sum game, and ultimately one that Monty never even intended to play. Perhaps this is why Monty continuously displays a hatred and distrust for Richtofen. He knows it was ultimately him to make the first mistake, the first teleportation that made everything else a certainty. And also, he probably hates himself too for perpetuating the cycle, and likens himself to that of Richtofen doing the same. Somewhere along the lines, Monty became corrupted by the Dark Ether too, whilst trying to save the Shadow Man. Or maybe the corruption wasn't from the Dark Ether directly, but it was merely the insanity that plagued his mind by endlessly perpetuating the cycle, because after all, repetition is the definition of insanity, and what more literal repetition than the very cycle of the universe that happened for millennia, and he was one of the most responsible for. He had to die, Richtofen had to die, they all had to die. It was always coming to what we saw on Tag der Toten. It just had to take one to realise it, on Blood of the Dead. We hear Dr. Monty also read a section of the Divine Comedy.
Midway, this way of life we're bound upon, I woke to find myself in a dark wood, where the right road was wholly lost and gone. Me, how hard to speak of it. That rude and rough and stubborn forest. The mere breath of memory stirs the old fear in the blood. But when, at last, I stood beneath the steep hillside, which closed that valley's wandering maze, whose dread had pierced me to the heart-root deep, then I looked up and saw the morning rays mantle its shoulder from that planet bright, which guides men's feet aright on all their ways.
Well, John Dee would have been quite old, so not exactly midway through his life, when he would become immortal, there's a bit of a deeper parallel to make here. At this point in Dante's Inferno, the section of the Divine Comedy this is from, Dante is in limbo. He is in endless forest, and the only way he ends up escaping limbo is by journeying into hell. This can perhaps be seen as John Dee/Monty using poetry to explain his situation to us. He is trapped in limbo, the cycle, stuck forever, but unable to move on because the only way forward for him is through hell, the dark ether / the breaking of the cycle and losing his friend. However, every time at the start of the cycle, he would look up and see the sunrise, see the lush trees, the wind breezing against his face, and he would have a glimmer of hope that this time it might be different. But as we know, it never was, and he never got to save his friend. But that ambition is what kept him going. When asked in Tag der Toten to explain Monty, the Shadow Man, the Apothecans, and so on to the rest of their compatriots, Nikolai gives an odd answer. He says they were legends contained within the Kronorium. After a probing remark by Richtofen, Nikolai very succinctly says that both Monty and the Shadow Man were more similar than anyone realised. Both were corrupted by the Dark Ether, the Shadow Man by his own ambition, and Monty by desperately trying to save his friend. Nikolai recognised the truth, that these two godlike entities were, in reality, victims to the actions of Primus and Ultimus, and vice versa, to be honest. Their corruption was not some sort of eternal cosmic evil, but one born of humanity. Perhaps we think that burning the house down and watching Monty writhe in pain and agony would be satisfying, but with all of this new information, Nikolai's perspective makes total sense. How could it be right to take revenge on someone who never even wanted to be in this situation in the first place? Although at the very same time you could argue, yes, they still all played a role in perpetuating perpetuating the cycle, regardless of who tipped the first domino. In this ending, we hear from Nikolai that he says that it is the journey itself that he and his companions have been on that is the start of all of the madness, not the influence of Monty and the Shadow Man. And given all of this, I finally think I agree with him.
Our journey is the very reason this madness exists. We are the ones who fractured the universe. This is the truth the Kronorium showed me. The truth Richtofen could no longer face.
From as far back as World at War, we were challenged by Treyarch to distrust the narration of this story. Be it Richtofen's outright lies in his dialogue in Der Riese, Teddy is a liar, and the ciphers and radios in that map that suggest his true agenda, to the grand scheme in Black Ops 1, to Maxis' betrayal in Black Ops 2, to the Origins ending being a deliberate misdirect, making us think it may have all just been a children's game. We were all aware that this was Treyarch's speciality. And yet, when we reached Black Ops 3, when we were given a brand new figure guiding the story, we were totally accepting of him. We may have viewed Monty with some skepticism, but not once did anyone in the community truly try and piece together the reasoning this mysterious character was here. We just took him at face value. We were all fooled for so long. The truth is, Monty and the Shadow Man may have been human all along. The Keepers and the Apothecans were already warring before they joined them and aided them. They were chosen by each faction, and their duality was the duality of their friendship that spanned before their ascension and ascension. And think about it, has it never felt strange to you that Monty and the Shadow Man have human and Keeper/Apothecan forms? Yet, as far as we know, we've never seen another Apothecan or another Keeper have a human form as well. Why would they be the only ones to have this ability? Well, that could be because that was their original form. This changes our perspective on literally everything. This is how the story began, in the very first cycle, the very first world, the very first linear timeline, as Monty put it, until everything changed once time travel got involved. The video made by Glitching Queen on the potential lead for the impossible Easter egg undoubtedly served as the starting point for this video. The links to John Dee seemed incredibly interesting, and when I found that developer document on the hard drive, I became certain that the lead involving the Eisendrache books was legitimate. However, let's ask ourselves, what could the impossible Easter egg truly be? If that cipher is indeed the starting point, what is the ending truly? John Dee's ciphers, particularly the ones that may relate to the impossible Easter egg, were designed to conceal the identity of another friend of his, a man who many people believe to be the true William Shakespeare. To those in the field of English literature, this revelation, if proven, would obviously change everything, forcing us to re-examine the entire corpus of Shakespeare and come to brand new conclusions. I believe that Treyarch took the idea and ran with it for their impossible Easter egg, and that the information contained within would lead players down the path of exploration that ends at Dr. Monty and John Dee. Just as John Dee in our world hid a secret that would shake all of literature to its foundations, I believe Treyarch wished to do the same with Dr. Monty's identity, and create a secret that, if found, would change everything. The impossible Easter egg, in essence, is understanding the zombie storyline to the fullest extent. And if we take a look back at Jason's 8 years comment in the actual context of his statement, what does he say?
I'm going to put that away in a vault and talk to you again about it in 8 years' time.
Okay. And what's inside the vault in the Eisendrache in the teleporter room? Yes, that is right, the very John Dee book. The core book that is central to the rest scattered around the map. Blundell said that the impossible Easter egg was supposed to be scattered across different arenas.
And they'll be hidden in different arenas, and you won't get this one.
But we've only been thinking in 2D and 3D. Something simple like things we need to find on a map or maps or a texture file, but we need to think bigger across the entire game. As we know that the ether is 4-dimensional, incomprehensible to our minds, we need to think in 4D, like the KN-44 Hypercube. The offhand dialogue of "Oh, before the U, he's not a real doctor," to the scattered books into Eisendrache, to out-of-game leaks, to Blundell's hints in interviews, the puzzle pieces to the impossible impossible Easter egg and Monty's true identity are literally scattered everywhere across arenas. Some almost seem coincidental, yet missing even just one of the vital pieces, and it's impossible, like it was always intended to be. Like the ether, this transcends across dimensions and many forms of space in and outside of our community. It is not just one solve, it's an unraveling of information and clues. There won't be one day where we can say the impossible Easter egg is done with, because that's not the point. It's a ball of string that as you pull and pull and pull, it never ends. It is timeless. It is impossible, because it cannot be fully solved. Think about it. Blundell would not say an Easter egg is impossible, that we cannot get, if actually it's just very, very, very difficult. That's not the definition of impossible. A criticism that many have levied against Black Ops 3 over the years is that it's fundamentally devalued the role of what many viewed as the golden age of the zombie story. At least those who were there from the beginning, in its origins days. People feel in the alien stuff and the bigger picture of it all took away a lot of the mysteries, especially when the timeline was released. They felt, well, that's that. The theories are over. We've now gotten away from the clandestine experiments, secret plots, and unreliable narrators, with many people laying this criticism squarely at the feet of Jason Blundell and Craig Houston. Although I think that's changed a lot now because people are not gelling with the Dark Ether story, but this was a criticism I saw, especially during the Black Ops 4 days. Now I think people look fondly on that era, Mob of the Dead to Tag der Toten. In hindsight, and many always did, but there was definitely some that felt like it got away from the more rough edges of the origins of the Nazi zombies narrative. If this impossible Easter egg that these two friends were so proud of is truly what we have discussed here, then it would seem their last act, their final magic trick, years after the story was over, was to retroactively make the early storyline that many of us cherish the single most important period of time in the entire saga. What an Easter egg that would be. Now, with this new understanding of how the Ether story may have began, and who Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man really may have been, all of the Ether storyline is painted in an entirely new context. As big as all of this is, I think its greatest potential is where we still have left to go with it. We can now go back to the impossible Easter egg with new perspective, and feel much more confident in the John Dee Cipher solution that Queen presented back in that old video. While I believe the core of the impossible Easter egg is solving the story of John Dee and Edward Kelly becoming Monty and the Shadow Man and seeing through the lies they tell us, I do believe there's real potential in this cipher method as hiding some sort of message or messages, considering John Dee ciphers can have multiple solutions, and what we've discussed in this video. And maybe Trek never expected us to put together the John Dee clues on our own because they definitely did not expect this hard drive leak. So I am wondering if potentially the solution to this cipher may be that key to lead us on the right track if this leak didn't occur. So maybe it won't actually tell us any new information, stuff that we haven't already sussed out. However, it would give us the in-game confirmation, something not through leaks. And I'm sure that even more Monty and the Shadow Man / the cycle related things in the storyline will be completely shifted by these revelations, pun intended, than what I've managed to find and mention in my research with the Codlore Facts team here. But with that being said, this is where we hand it off to you. We need your help to keep working at the possible ciphers and taking a second look at the Ether storyline with this context to find more hidden parts to these stories of Dee and Kelly. So research into these two real-life figures and try and find any parallels you can make towards the game or the canon. And definitely keep trying to crack at the John Dee cipher as well as any of the unsolved ciphers in Black Ops 3, especially on Revelations, because it really wouldn't surprise me, with that being the Shadow Man and Monty-centric map, that they may pertain to their origins and how it could relate to all of this. And be sure to check out Glitch and Queen's initial video on the cipher for more information on how to solve it. I'll leave a link to that in the description, as well as a link to Codlore Facts once again. And I'll also leave a link to part 1, of course, so definitely go ahead and check that out after you're done with this one. But with that being said, thank you for watching the video. This is one of my most exciting videos I've ever produced. I'm so proud of it, and I'm so looking forward to hopefully making a part 3. But I will only make that if there's actually new information that we discover. So let's get cracking. I'll see you on the next one. Bye. I am visiting where Dr. Monty, aka John Dee, died. This is a crazy follow-up to my impossible Easter egg video. So yeah, we're going to be visiting the place where this guy died, and it's absolutely insane because I live literally within walking distance, and I've only lived here for about a year. I lived completely far away pretty much through the majority of my life. So literally, if I didn't discover this now, if I discovered this pretty much any other point in my life, I would have completely been miles away. So I just figured because I'm so close, I have to visit the very place. And we have the Thames behind me as well. The very river that froze over when John Dee seemingly became immortal and then rose to God of the Keepers above creation. So yeah, I even bought this book. I haven't read it yet, but I will get to reading the full life of him very soon. Obviously, I did a lot of research for the video, but I didn't get a chance to properly understand his entire life.
That all works out perfectly.
In 1592, the mathematician, philosopher, and occultist to Queen Elizabeth I, the Dr. John Dee conducted a series of experiments in which he was surprised to discover a continuing series of small disturbances, or ripples in the fabric of the ether, the mysterious and encompassing medium in which the earth and the heavens hung. Although there's no way he could have known it at the time, these were the echoes of the first teleportation systems being used at Theresa, whose energy was propagating in time as well as in space. Determined to discover their source, he embarked on a series of experiments to monitor the ether with ever-increasing accuracy. Soon he would devise an apparatus of such incredible sensitivity, his ethereoscope, that would allow him to divine the subtlest of vibrations, some of which, when the device was connected to a cone for moving the air, would sound like human voices. He determined two names that were repeated over and over again, which he interpreted as Sem and Richtovar. He began to understand that the ether was a source of power that these mysterious entities were drawing sustenance from. To what ends, he could not be sure. As 1599 gave way to 1600, the etheric bow wave created by the vril-infused destruction of the earth ripped through the equipment in his laboratory, allowing etheric energy to push through the veil between worlds. The corpses he was dissecting in order to discover the function of their anatomy were raised as zombies. Zombies who spoke the words that he had been hearing before the Royal Guard were able to put them down.
Okay, so I just got here and you're never going to believe this. The time is literally dead on 1:15. Now it's because of the angle it's a bit difficult to see on the clock, it's just slightly off, but on my phone it literally says 1:15, and that's just one of literally like a million weird coincidences that have happened whilst making this video, and it's just complete random luck. There's just so many weird things that have happened. So I'm basically just going to talk you through the production of this video, all of the weird things that happened whilst we explore this beautiful place, and as well as find where John Dee is, which I actually want to talk about once I get there. But yeah, it's a very beautiful place, as you can see, and I will have a little glance inside as well. I'm not even exactly sure where his pillar is, so we're just going to have to look and see if I can find it. I've seen a picture of it online, obviously, but I don't know precisely where it is. But yeah, graves are just kind of morbidly beautiful. They're always lovely places and they're great for wildlife. It's a bit loud here since it's right next to a school, but yeah, let me see. There's a lot of Johns I've noticed. I've literally been looking past the graves and I've seen so many Johns. I guess it was, or even still is, quite a common name in England, but it was especially common, I think, back when John Dee was around. But yeah, as you can see, it's a very beautiful place. Now, this video is very different to the usual content that I do on the channel, obviously. So I apologize if it's a little bit scuffed. Look, there's another John here. Almost every single grave I've looked at has been a guy called John. But yeah, honestly, making that impossible Easter egg video has been the most fun I've ever had making a video ever. Apologies, there's some drilling in the background. You know, I've been making zombies content for over 10 years now, which is wild to even say. And because of that, you know, it's hard for me to get really pumped up and excited about a video because I've done it so many times. But making this video was just so different. I had so much fun and I was so excited to post it. I had lots of technical errors whilst making it, but even then, it was all completely worth it. And yeah, it was so fun to make. So I'm kind of just stumbling along the place here, trying to find where exactly it is. It's got to be around here somewhere, I would assume. Okay, so I figured out what the confusion was. I already knew this, but basically John Dee does not have an official gravestone here. it's been missing. In fact, they don't even have records of his death, which actually ties completely into the zombies lore that I talked about in that Impossible Easter egg video, which, by the way, if you're completely confused by this video, check that out. There will be a link in the description. That will completely blow your mind. One of the best videos I have ever made. But basically, it seems like Dr. Monty was never always a keeper. He used to be a human in the very first cycle before ripples through the ether caused by Richtofen experimenting with teleportation for the very first time at Der Riese fractured the universe. At that point, he started communicating with angels with his best friend Edward Kelly, who I believe is the inspiration for the Shadow Man. And essentially, I think that Edward Kelly was then taken by the corrupted keepers before they then went on to become the Apothecans, and he poisoned himself to basically kill himself and enter the Dark Ether and join their legion. And I think in response to that, what happened was the keepers needed his best friend to join them in their armies, and so recruited John Dee, who then went on to become Dr. Monty. And he was communicating with angels. I think when the universe is fractured, the Thames completely froze over because his death date, which is not the official one, but the one in the game canon, is when the Thames completely froze over, which I think was when the universe fractured, similar to when time freezes in the Giants intro. And the thing is, they literally don't even have an official gravestone. They have a plaque for him inside the church itself, which I'll go into in a second once I'm done recording this, but they have no official record of his death. They don't have the certificate, they don't have the actual gravestone. Obviously, records were a lot looser back then, so it makes sense, and it was such a long time ago. He was an occultist to Queen Elizabeth I, and he's supposedly buried here in St. Virgin Mary's Church, which is exactly where I am. But no one knows where he is. He could be under any piece of this dirt here. No one actually knows, and that's because he became Monty, I guess. And that, I think, ties perfectly into the zombie storyline. And basically, I believe that him and Edward Kelly were communicating with angels, which probably either were just the regular keepers or in fact the corrupted keepers, and he didn't know it. Or maybe they were communicating with both, and then each side basically fell out, probably because Edward Kelly was communicating with the corrupted ones, and he ended up falling out with John Dee, eventually ended up dying in prison, which I believe is when the Apothecans basically lured him in, and he joined them as their leader. Now, I want to talk about all of the weird coincidences whilst making this video, whilst I'm here. So basically, this video completely should have not happened. It literally is impossible. The fact that this happened, there are so many weird coincidences whilst making it that if literally one slight thing happened differently, the video would have not been made. So first of all, regarding the part 1 of the video, Cod Lawfax contacted me and he let me know, obviously there's been a massive hard drive leak for Call of Duty recently, and he found a document talking about the ranking system for Black Ops 3 Zombies and about a guy called John Dee, who was described as a man of shadows, who didn't actually die. He was believed to die in the real world, but he actually ascended to become immortal when the Thames froze. And I believe that is because he is Dr. Monty. And initially, when I was talking with him about this, I was like, yeah, we can do a video just talking about the potential inspirations for Dr. Monty. That would be a cool video. And we started working on that. And then, somewhere along the lines, I remembered, wait a second. Glitch and Queen posted a video about 6 months ago talking about all of these random books scattered around the Eisendrache that seem to form a cipher, and it's a John Dee cipher, which are extremely hard to crack. John Dee was into cryptography, and he has very quirky ciphers, and we think that this is the Impossible Easter egg because it matches all of Jason Blundell's clues, saying that it's scattered across arenas. These books are scattered across the Eisendrache. He said that it would be locked in a vault for 8 years, and guess what? The main John Dee book is found within Gross Vault on the map, and it's been 8 years since he posted that interview, which I think is a coincidence, but that's just one of the many coincidences whilst making it. So then we were like, wait a second, I think this is the Impossible Easter egg. So I started working on part 1 saying, maybe this is the Impossible Easter egg, and if we solve this book's ciphers, it's going to reveal, or at least heavily imply, that Dr. Monty is in fact John Dee. But then whilst we were making part 1, we quickly started stumbling along way more clues inside Black Ops 3 Zombies Zombies itself that pretty much outright confirm that John Dee is Monty. Now, I go over all of that evidence in that video, but it was wild whilst we were figuring it out, such as his coat of arms being red with the lion emblem, just like the Gobblegum machine. Monty reads a passage from the Tempest by Shakespeare, which many people believe is in fact based on John Dee. In fact, there's theories that Shakespeare is in fact John Dee himself, or at least John Dee was his ghostwriter, and those theories have floated about for ages, and I'm sure Jason Blundell and Craig Houston and the other writers probably saw those theories and they thought, wait, we can do this in the game itself. Let's run with this theory and let's say the main character, the god of the game, is actually John Dee, similar to how people think Shakespeare is John Dee, or at least he was writing his works. And that's a really, really interesting concept. So basically we started stumbling along a million different inklings in the game that seemed to point towards Monty being John Dee, and we realized, yeah, this probably is the impossible Easter egg that Jason was on about, and we basically just figured it out before actually solving the cipher, because Jason Blundell also said that once we start solving all of the hard revelation ciphers, when there's literally 10 unsolved, and it's been almost 10 years now, that clues will start to appear in game, and I believe all of those clues are pointing towards Monty being John Dee. And I think when we solve the revelation ciphers, they're going to give way more details about how Monty became a god and immortal itself, as well as the Shadow Man joined the Apothecans. I think it would give more details about that. I think we just sort of solved the clues first, which is very, very interesting. But yeah, I absolutely was mind blown whilst discovering all of this stuff. Absolutely wild stuff. And in fact, since posting the initial video, so many more clues have been found by the community, because obviously the video at this point in time has 100,000 views, so way more eyes have gotten on it. So people have started scraping through Black Ops 3 and even older games, and they found way more clues. So I'm actually going to have a follow-up video soon going over way more evidence for this, as well as how the KM44 may be tying into the John Dee books, as well as how it may not be. I have evidence for and against. That could literally just be nothing. It's really hard to say right now. So yeah, I'm gonna have that video coming out, and then I'm gonna make the other video, which will be part 4 now, about the early cycles of COD Zombies. So basically I'm turning this into a whole series. I didn't really mean for it to be the case. Anyways, I'm rambling a bit now. There has been so many weird things whilst making the video. So basically we started discovering all of these clues. We wrote a huge document, like a massive script. The video is 115 minutes long, which I'll come on to in a second. And yeah, it took a lot of effort to put together that script. Anyways, eventually we finished the script and I got to recording it. Then after I finished recording, the audio was literally corrupted. And I was like, what the hell? I just spent all of this time. It took me, you know, a few hours recording all of that, and then it all corrupted. Now, luckily, it took me a few hours working with COD Law Facts, and we managed to fix the audio, but it completely wasted loads of my time. There were still some errors in it. We managed to fix it, but I had to re-record some segments. So yeah, immediately it was as if there was some sort of higher power trying to stop me from releasing the video, but it only got worse and worse. So after I had recorded it and it corrupted, I managed to restore it. Then suddenly, my hard drive corrupted, one of my hard drives, and literally a week before I had started working on this video, I had said to another person whose hard drive corrupted, I don't want to jinx it, but I've never had a hard drive corrupt, and that's pretty impressive considering I've been making content for so long. And literally then a week later, my hard drive corrupted, so I've lost loads of files and stuff like that, but I removed the hard drive from my computer because it was basically leaching into my PC and causing it to lag so much. So yeah, my PC was having loads of problems for a couple of days. After I removed it, then it didn't seem to be a hard drive issue, but loads of files just randomly started disappearing from one of my hard drives. And in fact, I recorded a whole separate commentary, the Shadowsmiths one that I recently posted, and the file just disappeared from my PC. I finished editing the audio, I saved it. Not just that, the project file disappeared, as well as the audio file that I just exported. They both vanished. So then I ended up having to re-record it like a week later and edit it all over again. It was just such a hassle. So that was one weird thing that happened. And then I was just having so many technical issues and problems. And then I eventually got to editing the video, and it's so long, I grinded it out pretty much in a couple of days. And literally, the second the video was done editing, Jason Blundell mysteriously appears out of nowhere and releases a new interview. And we have not heard from him in a long, long time. So what are the odds that literally the very second I finish, he posts this interview? Well, not him himself, but You know what I mean? The interview gets released literally the mere second, and not only that, he mentions the impossible Easter egg in the video. So yeah, I have to then insert a clip from that interview where he's mentioning the impossible Easter egg at the start to help hook viewers. And I noticed before I actually inserted that, the video is coincidentally 1 hour and 15 minutes long by mere luck. I never intended that to be the case, that is pure coincidence. And then I inserted the Jason Blundell clip at the start, and I just had to adjust a couple things because it messed up the timeline. So it changed the length, essentially. And when it changed the length, it not only was 1 hour 15 minutes long, but backwards it spelled 935. Literally the two most important numbers in Zombies history, coincidentally, was what the video's length was. And I didn't even realize this. I just tweeted a screenshot when I eventually got to uploading it unlisted. And someone on Twitter, which I can't remember their name, I apologize, but noticed that it was 935 backwards as well. What are the odds of that? That is absolutely wild. But anyways, before I actually rendered the video, I went to try and render it, and for some reason it was saying it was taking over 8 hours to render, which is not normal at all. I know it's over an hour long, but it should not be taking that long. And I restarted my computer, I tried rendering other video files, and everything was rendering normal speed, but for some reason this project was just taking a million years to render. So yeah, I then tried rendering it and it crashed like 3 times. So I wasted pretty much a few days trying to render it, and it just kept crashing. It felt like everything in the world was trying to stop this video from getting out. Like John Dee was haunting me and trying to stop this information from getting out. But eventually I managed to get it rendered, and then I was going to post it, and then I started watching the video just to make sure everything's okay, and I realized I made a really stupid mistake. So then I basically had to fix that mistake and render it all over again. And yeah, then that took a whole other day to render, and eventually I got it done. There was one slight minor mistake in the video, but I just decided to leave it because it wasn't worth rendering it all again when it was taking that long. And I don't know why it was taking that long. Still to this day, I haven't figured it out. I don't know why it was taking so long, but eventually I got it out, and then people seem to be loving the video. Everyone in the comments is saying, you know, it's one of the best Zombies videos they've seen, one of the best videos I've made, and personally I definitely think it's one of the best videos I've made. I got so excited making that, and you know, when we've heard of the impossible Easter egg from Jason Blundell, I always thought it was going to be a nothing burger. It was just going to be some sort of simple message in the game that wouldn't really tell us much, you know, and maybe a message from Treyarch thanking us for solving this thing, or maybe it would give us a slight bit of new story information, but not that crazy. But no, this actually completely changes the zombie storyline and its origins entirely. It means Monty and the Shadow Man were probably not always apothecons/keepers. They were once humans, and the zombie storyline really begins thanks to Group 935 and thanks to Richtofen teleporting the walnut at Der Riese. That's really what sparked everything, and that changes the origins of the zombie story completely. And I've seen a few people in the comments saying this changes nothing, this isn't a big deal, this can't be the impossible Easter egg. I really do think it is, even regardless of the evidence I discussed earlier. The fact this completely changes the foundations of what Zombies is and how it began, it has to be the impossible Easter egg. Not only that, but Der Riese was Jason Blundell's very first Zombies map he worked on. He was the one doing a lot of the story work for that, so it makes sense when he becomes the head of Zombies that he would route the storyline back to the map he started Zombies on. It just makes complete sense, and that way the story, even though it went wild with all of the alien stuff in Black Ops 3, it's still very much rooted in the foundations of World at War with Der Riese and the Nazi Zombies experiments. So yeah, I really think this is the impossible Easter egg. It's groundbreaking information, and I really think when we solve the books on the Eisendrache, which I honestly don't think will be solved anytime soon because John Dee ciphers are very, very hard, and the same with the Revelation ciphers. I think at least some of them will be about John Dee and Edward Kelly and how John Dee really became Monty. You know, that's the big question right now. Everything kind of makes sense. We don't really know about the first one, but the big thing that doesn't make sense is how they actually became these people. Now, I've got a theory, which I'll be talking about in a video, that they both drank liquid divinium, but it killed one and caused the other one to become immortal. Different effects for each of them. It caused one to ascend above reality, one to descend and become corrupted by the dark ether. So I'll be talking about that in the Cycles video that I have coming up. But yeah, there's been so many weird coincidences whilst making this video. All of the clues that we found in game just happened by mere luck. Mere luck. And all of these weird things that I've just mentioned to you, completely weird. And you know, the video was literally 1 hour and 15 minutes. I just got here at 1:15. That was complete luck as well. Like, I literally never even planned that. I was actually meant to set off way earlier in the day, but I was just, you know, getting flustered and procrastinating before leaving. What are the odds of that? That is just wild. And there's also been some weird personal coincidences whilst making the video, which I won't get into, but there's been some other weird things literally whilst making the video. I heard something bang in my bathroom, and then the next day we realized there's a massive rip now in our shower curtain, so we've had to bin that. and there's no sign of anything falling or anything causing the rip, so I don't know how that happened. Is John Dee haunting us? I do not know. And was he trying to prevent the video getting out? I have no idea. Now, I do not believe in this sort of higher dimension stuff, but it really makes this video feel like it was destined to happen and there was divine intervention, because what are the odds I even live close to here is absolutely wild. I do think these things are probably just a coincidence, but it definitely has been really weird to experience. It's felt very otherworldly, very supernatural, but my logic is telling me, obviously, it's probably all just coincidence, but it's just a wild coincidence if that, because like I say, if one thing happened differently, I wouldn't be sat here right now in this graveyard, in this churchyard. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't have made the video. Literally, if Codlorfax never told me about this document, I wouldn't have realized Monty was John Dee. Gotta love the plane going up. And literally how we discovered all of the evidence, like I say, was just weird luck. We really shouldn't have found all of this out. Now, honestly, I would have liked for part 1 and part 2 to not be separate and it just be one video, but part 1 was already deep into production when we started discovering all of the clues. That's pretty much undeniable evidence that Monty is John Dee, and it was too late to cancel that video and then sort of rework it into the second one, because I think the first part doesn't really hit hard. It makes you think, you know, maybe this is the impossible Easter egg, but it's not hard hitting enough. Part 2 is where the real strong evidence is. Part 1's mainly just about the leak. So yeah, I would have liked for it all to be one video, but I think it turned out better this way and it feels more organic. And what's even crazier is literally whilst part 1 was in production, I stepped foot in this churchyard by pure coincidence, pure luck. I was just walking across the river. I've walked past here about 5 times in my life. I've lived here, like I said, for about a year and never once stepped foot in. For some reason, whilst that video was being worked on, I decided, you know what, I'm gonna go in because it's pretty. And I was walking in and we realized there was a funeral going on. So who I was with just said, you know, we probably shouldn't go in, and then we walked out. But what's the odds, whilst I was making this video, is the one time after the whole year I've lived here to feel compelled to go in. It's just so weird. And what's even crazier, in 2016, there was actually some secret skulls discovered on one of Queen Elizabeth I's art, because obviously John Dee was an occultist for her. And obviously that was when the Eisendrache released and when Black Ops 3 Zombies' DLC was releasing, and it makes me think Blundell probably saw that. If he was interested in John Dee, he probably saw this, and Black Ops 3 Zombies' DLC was heavy into production. So it makes me think, are there any images hiding certain things in a similar fashion in the game? That's one other possible idea for how it could tie into the impossible Easter egg, because I think the impossible Easter egg isn't just the book's cipher on the Eisendrache. I think it's all of the clues that I've discovered in the game towards Monty being John Dee. I think there's way more clues in the game, and the books are the main one. The book cipher is definitely the main one. However, I think it's scattered throughout arenas, just as Blundell said, and there's not ever really going to be a day where we can say the Easter egg is fully solved, because there's probably always going to be way more clues to discover. We still have, 10 Revelation ciphers to discover. We still have one on Garod Krovi, I think maybe one on the Giant, and there's some others as well. I can't remember them all off the top of my head. And we have the book cipher to solve, and I think there's probably way more secret ciphers in the game similar to the book's one that are not obvious ciphers. They're not just a scrap of paper that you find on the map and it's an obvious cipher. There's probably other ones hidden in the menus, hidden in the art for the game, hidden in the actual maps themselves, if you piece them together, similar to how you can piece together the books to try and form something. Now, a criticism that I have seen of the video, and I can understand it, is that it's a shame that this Easter egg got solved through a leak, and people think, well, we wouldn't have solved it any other way if it wasn't for a leak. And honestly, that might be true. We may have never, or we may never, solve the John Dee cipher on Der Eisendrache. I personally think we will. I don't think anytime soon, but I think we will solve it eventually, especially now there's a lot more eyes on it thanks to the leak. However, I think that the criticism is only rooted partially in truth. For one, obviously I didn't leak it myself. It was posted by Nanakos over on Twitter, and many different people have then been looking into the files. And two, I think that this video just came about by pure coincidence. Like I said, Codlorfax let me know about this document mentioning the story of John Dee in Treyarch's files, and we were going to work on a completely different video, a much more basic video. And then it just started spiraling out of control. We started discovering all of these clues in the game, and it was so much fun. It felt like a normal Easter egg hunt. It felt like we were discovering all of this stuff on our own in a crazy way. Yes, the leak pointed us in the right direction, but we still found all of the clues in the game and the parallels towards John Dee's real life on our own accord. None of that was in the leak. The leak does not even spell out that Monty is John Dee. It's not even said in the leak. However, we just sort of sussed it out through all of the evidence that we figured out. And in that way, I think that the revelation of Monty being John Dee comes across just as shockingly as a Cipher solve, if not more shockingly, because you have to think about it. Let's say we solve the Eisendrache book Cipher and it just outright says Monty is John Dee, or at least words to that effect. I personally think that wouldn't be that shocking. We would look at that and we'd be like, oh, that's cool information, and then we would start retroactively looking in the game for all of the clues. However, I think it's actually more interesting to discover this the other way around, where we don't know for sure Monty is John Dee. We think he might be, and then we start looking in the game for clues, because as we were uncovering all of these clues, it became very obvious and we were just mind blown, absolutely mind blown. I think everyone watching the video, at first in the video I have a narration of the document, so people are like, okay, this is interesting, but then I start going into the clues and then the penny drops and that becomes mind blowing. And I think if the Cipher was solved first, it wouldn't be as shocking in my personal opinion, or at the very least it would come across just as shocking. So personally, I think that the revelation for the community is still just as wild, regardless of whether this was done by a leak or not. And at the same time, there's still so much left to discover. Like I said, we still have all of the other ciphers in the game, especially on Revelations, which I think will give more information about how all of this makes sense and give us probably a true perspective of the zombies timeline, which I think is somewhat misleading. I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I'll talk about this in the next video, the cycles video, but I think that the Kronorium isn't necessarily wrong. It's just mitigating information, important information. And I'll explain how it can all still make sense and still mean that the Kronorium is right. It's just a much simpler explanation of reality, which I think the Kronorium simplifies things in general throughout the entire timeline, so it makes sense. So yeah, personally, I think that regardless of whether this was a leak or not, I think this is an amazing thing for the community and so fun for the community. And I'm not just saying that because I made it, but just judging from the feedback in the comments for the video and just my own personal opinions of how excited it made me discovering all of this stuff. It was so much fun, and it really makes me appreciate Black Ops 3 Zombies so much more. You know, with the hard drive leak, I've been going back to Black Ops 3 Zombies and looking through all of these developer documents, and it's brought so much new life to the game. And you know, this is a rare scenario where I think the leaks are actually helping somewhat in understanding the lore and sort of reinvigorating a game that released literally almost 10 years ago now. And I love that people still care so much about Black Ops 3 Zombies. It really holds a special place in my heart, and discovering this impossible Easter egg and discovering all of the other stuff from the hard drive makes me really appreciate it so much more, so much more. And you guys seem to be loving it in the comments, as well as the reception for the video seems to be so much higher than Black Ops 3. So I really think Black Ops 3 Zombies we'll still be talking about it in 10, 20 years now, because it's already been a decade and we're still so invested in the game, not just because of custom zombies, but still regarding the storyline and, you know, the old secrets and cut content that we've been finding. People are still very excited for this game, and I think it holds a special place in the zombies community, and I don't think any other game will get near this level. I think there's still Easter eggs left in Black Ops 4 Zombies, maybe not in the latter maps because they were rushing them out due to problems and them having to work on Cold War Zombies as well last second. So I think Black Ops 4 still has some stuff to find, but honestly, I don't think any other game, there might be one or two little things, but I don't think any other game has that much depth as Black Ops 3, where, you know, we're still able to discover mind-blowing things that completely change the perspective of the game all these years later, like we're doing with Black Ops 3. I don't think the same can be said. You know, maybe Black Ops 4, like I said, the early maps, Blood of the Dead, Classified, I think might have more to them, but I don't know about the rest. And I just find this whole situation absolutely bonkers. The fact that we were researching into this occultist who spoke to angels, and throughout the video there's been so many weird things, as if someone's been trying to prevent the video from getting released, as well as there's been weird coincidences that make it seem like the video was always meant to happen, such as me living so close, make it seem like there was opposing forces. You know, one force, the Apothecans trying to stop the video from getting out, one force, maybe the Keepers, trying to actually get the video going out. So yeah, it's been such an odd thing, and it's felt very weird discovering all of these clues, but it's been so exciting. And honestly, it has been getting a little bit boring making the same old generic zombies videos over and over again, and this video has felt so fresh to me and brought so much new life. And I have way more Black Ops 3 videos coming up, so I can't wait for you to see all of them, and way more parts from this one as well. For those of you who are thinking that the impossible Easter egg is done with, it absolutely is not. Like I said, there's still so many more ciphers in the game. We still have to solve the Eisendrache book cipher itself. There's probably way more secret ciphers that we need to find. Whilst we might know the impossible Easter egg is about John Dee and Monty, we still do not know the bigger picture. There's still some holes and plot holes in the storyline that we need to figure out by discovering the parallels between Monty and John Dee's real life, and we need to figure them out on our own, and we need to solve all of these other ciphers in game to hopefully make better sense of everything, and there's probably way more to discover. So this isn't the end. Like I said in the Impossible Easter egg video, I believe that it's an unraveling of information. It's like pulling a ball of string that never ends, because the Impossible Easter egg is timeless. It is impossible, as Jason said. We're not ever supposed to solve it, although I said in the title it's solved. That's because this is the big revelation. I mean, that's the best way to title it, to get the maximum views, obviously. And I do think it's, partially solved, but I think that there's still so much left to discover that it can never be truly solved. We'll always be finding out more information about how this all makes sense, and hopefully that makes sense to you. Anyways, I've been rambling for a very long time, so I think I'm going to actually go in the church and find the plaque of John Dee. Like I said, he doesn't have an official grave here because it's literally missing, as well as the record. But I'm just going to go in. I won't actually talk whilst I'm in there, obviously, to be respectful, but I'll have a little peek inside, and yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed this video. I know it's been very rambly, but it just gives a bit of insight towards the behind the scenes of actually making this video and explains my perspective a little bit better, a bit different, so it might be a bit scuffed. Probably if you watch other vloggers, they probably do a much better job, but yeah, it's very hard for me to stay focused.
Dee realized that these forces exploiting the ether were perverting the course of nature, and with royal decree, he established the esoteric brotherhood of Dee Resurrectionists in order to study the ether and to guard against any future horrors that might emerge from it. The Society has made great strides in its research, able to harness the energy of the ether to its own ends, even if rumor is to be trusted, able to harness it for travel to remote times and places unseen by human eyes. Under the watchful care of the mysterious Man of Shadows, who may in fact be John Dee, made immortal by experiments carried out by the Order in London in the winter of 1608, the Brotherhood seek to safeguard all of creation from the monsters unleashed upon neighboring realities by the incessant warring of the powerful entities within the void.
Okay, so I just went in, and as you saw, I went to John Dee's plaque. It is a shame that they don't disclose, or at least they don't know where John Dee actually is buried, but somewhere in and amidst this grounds. But yeah, it's been pleasant coming here. I think it's been very interesting. Honestly, apart from arriving at 115, with how many weird things have happened throughout this video, I was expecting something crazy to either go wrong or some sort of weird heavenly coincidence to occur, but we'll have to see if I can actually even get this video out, and if I ever need to return here for any reason, considering you know, I'm going to be making lots more videos about the impossible Easter egg and Monty and John Dee. I can always easily come back, which is wild. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed watching this video. Let me know in the comments if you want to see any more in real life videos in the future. I've thought about going to real life zombies map locations in the past, but for the most part, most people have already done them all. There are some that people haven't done, so I want to do something that's original, you know? And there's never really been much of a need, apart from when I went to actually visit the real life inspiration for Dr. Monty's house all those years ago, which I think ties a bow nicely towards discovering his true identity. I'm just crossing the road now, let's hope I don't die. But yeah, what are the odds that the only one time I actually visited something in real life to do with zombies, it was literally where Monty supposedly lives. In terms of when John Dee's house, we don't know. It's somewhere, he lives somewhere around here, but we don't actually know, and probably the remnants of his house no longer even exist, since obviously he lived during Queen Elizabeth I's time, so it's a very long time ago. But yeah, the royals were into some funky stuff back then. John Dee even tried predicting how long her reign would be, which is why she kept him on, and he got accused of witchcraft and you know, working for the devil and all of these things, which kind of explains why the Shadow Man says Monty's been known by many names, such as Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, etc., because that's probably what all of his dissenters would call him or accuse him of. And in fact, even the Grod Krovi Easter egg song says he's been known by many names, but only one is real. And that's one of the pieces of new evidence that I'm going to go into in this future video. There's been a lot found. Not that we needed any more, because I think the evidence presented in my initial video was already enough evidence, but it just further solidifies it for the very, very few people who are not believers. And yeah, I think that this was such a fun Easter egg for Jason Blundell and whoever else was involved to implement in the game. I think that this is the best possible thing the impossible Easter egg could have been, because, you know, he even said in an interview it's not going to be groundbreaking. Now, I don't know if that was just sort of teasing regarding a hint towards what it would be. For example, the Panzers or the Magwas shaking when they come in, or whether it was teasing the fact that when the universe is fractured, I assume the ground probably shook whilst the Thames froze, and maybe that was a hint towards the fractures. We don't know what he was thinking when he said that, but if you take it at face value, you would think the impossible Easter egg wouldn't be any major new information, but it really is. From what we've discovered, it seems like it changes everything, literally everything. And when people make entire zombie storyline videos in the future, I don't know whether they're going to include this or whether they're going to exclude this, because technically it's not official, even though it's heavily implied. So I don't know if they're just going to stick to what's official. And when I make my updated entire zombie storyline video, which is, you know, obviously the last one I did is almost 10 hours, so when I do that, I don't know if I'm going to include this or not. It's really hard to say, because probably for a new viewer who hasn't seen these videos, when they watch it, they're just going to be confused as to what I'm on about. So it's a hard one. There's been all of these canoe races on the Thames whilst coming here, which, yeah, it's crazy how this all connects. And like I said, there's still some puzzle pieces missing. We still don't know how the London newspapers, for example, tie into things, because I speculated there might have been a zombie outbreak when the Thames froze and Monty ascended to God of the Keepers. However, newspapers weren't around when he supposedly died. They were around only decades later, so it's still in the right century, but they also didn't have the ability to take photographs either. Now, this could just be a mistake on Treyarch's part, maybe, Maybe they were planning a London map that got cut, or maybe even turned into Dead of the Night. We don't really know. So there's definitely some things that don't make sense that we're still gonna have to suss out. But yeah, I think that's going to conclude this video, and part 3 and 4 coming out very soon. Like I said, a huge series basically I'm gonna make of this, and if I don't ever need to go back, I can easily do so. I think that would be so wild if the Impossible Easter egg made you actually hunt things in real life. Obviously, I don't think Jason Blundell has planned anything like that, especially not all of these years later. Maybe if he was still director at Treyarch, he could have some sort of real life Easter egg set up to make the community hunt for, but considering it's been all of these years later, there's no way he could have established that. But I think it would be so fun. Like, imagine if I just turned up at the church today and Blundell's waiting there, or there's some sort of other Easter egg to discover in real life that then sends me to another location or something. Kind of similar to what Mr. Offwaffles has been doing with the stuff leading up to Black Ops 6's release with I remember the name of it, but yeah, something similar to that Easter egg hunt he was doing in real life, which eventually led him to go into Harper's Ferry, the real life location of Liberty Falls. I think if Treyarch did something like that themselves, it would be so much fun. But yeah, I guess I'll conclude it now at the very place where the zombie storyline began, basically. And the fact that I live so close is just wild. Like I said, this video is quite literally impossible. Okay, so I'm just walking back as I pass another church here, and I just realized I completely forgot to mention something in the video, but John Dee and Kelly's stone seal of God, which are what the Apothicon rituals are based on, is actually held in the British Museum, obviously here in London as well. Now, I did think about traveling into the centre to just film that for a video, but I figured what would be the point? It would literally only be a couple minutes of the video, and I have been to the British Museum many times, so I probably looked at it without even realising. But yeah, it is interesting that it's there. I have seen a few people in the comments, mention that they have seen it and they just didn't realise. And there's other little artefacts and objects of John Dee and Kelly scattered across various different museums, not in London, other places of the world. I think there's like some in France and stuff. Obviously they did travel across Europe during a point in time. But yeah, that's interesting.
274, go!
Did you know that Dr. Monty's factory was planned to be much more than just a simple menu in Black Ops 3 Zombies? Leaked developer files reveal multiple Easter eggs ending in a playable location being concepted. Yes, that's right, we were literally going to play inside of Dr. Monty's factory itself. This is absolutely wild. All of that and more will be unveiled in this video, so stay tuned until the very end. Once again, we're taking a closer look at some of the leaked developer files for Black Ops 3 Zombies that surfaced on Twitter some time ago. There are tons and tons and tons of files in each folder, and sometimes each of these files contains multiple videos worth of information. So expect sporadic content on these leaks to continue for the foreseeable future. Honestly, I'm expecting to be covering this stuff for even a year, maybe even longer down the line. There is boatloads of information, and honestly, it's so exciting. So this time we're going to be taking a look at files from a couple of different maps to follow the trail of Easter eggs that I think not only shifts how I feel about the KN-44 Hypercube drawing that many have speculated to be a part of the impossible Easter egg, but also would have led to a much better understanding of Dr. Monty had we gotten it. It begins in Eisendrache. Checking out the file called Concept Forecast for DE, we can see various art concepts that Treyarch had in mind for things in the map, and where they were in the level of production. But if we make our way to the bottom of the list, we can see a few red items, one of which is Dr. Monty's factory blueprint, listed as a minor Easter egg. It seems as though originally they planned to continue with the KN-44 Hypercube style blueprints as image scraps hidden across the map, able to be put together to see the full picture. This actually started with Mob of the Dead, where Albert Arlington's comic strip was scattered across the map and we had to piece it together. The community loved that so much it returned on Origins, where the premise will fail, scraps of paper were scattered around the map, which then came full circle come the ending on Revelations. And then we only saw this once in Black Ops 3 Zombies with the Giants. But Treyarch wanted to continue this on future maps, it just never seemed to go beyond the Giants, unfortunately. All of these blueprints would have been used to continually explain more and more concepts of Dr. Monty's powers and abilities, and the various means he would use to make it all work. The blueprint nature of them shows us they were for inventions, and essentially Monty still had to do things to make stuff like war weapons or the factory for Gobblegums or Perks work. This actually lines up extremely well with my prior video theorizing that Dr. Monty is actually originally John Dee, the real-life occultist to Queen Elizabeth I, which I believe is part of the solution to the impossible Easter egg I found taking inspiration from these files, which I would highly recommend to check out the whole video series on the impossible Easter egg linked on screen and in the description, by far the best video I've made. This video is very much related to that, but not directly. Anyways, for whatever reason, ultimately this blueprint did not make the cut. There are many reasons things are cut in development, but we can use some context here to make a few guesses of the most likely ones. One, it could have been cut for time. The Easter egg, according to this tracker, never left the concept stage. This means no in-game implementation was ever even started, and it's likely that they hadn't even settled on a final version of what the blueprint would look like yet. It may be that the art on the blueprint, for whatever reason, was not finished in time to make it into the map, and then as the time began to run short, they decided to use those resources to finish something more important. This is a relatively common concept in game development, and it happens dozens of times in these developer documents in Black Ops 3 alone. Two, as I posed in my prior John Dee videos, it may also be the case that the Easter egg never left the concept stage because it was declined by the leads of the map or mode at the time. It could be that Jason Blundell and co, or whoever, saw the way we had already elevated the KN-44 Hypercube document into something big in our minds, considering as a community we were really latching onto the mystery and intrigue of it, and the developers could have believed that continuing this blueprint Easter egg trend would have quickly undone that, because maybe the mystery of the KN-44 Hypercube would have been nullified had it been done again and again and again. Sometimes things are better left as a one-off, and overdoing them can remove the potency. While this would have given us a tad more details on Dr. Monty and how the factory works, you would end up quickly killing the interest and discussion around the Hypercube image, which this mystery and interest in getting discussion sparked is something Jason stated multiple times in interviews he strived to get with zombies. It could simply be that he decided the small amount of learning we would get was not worth the major loss in discussion around something in the mode. The third and final possible option I've come up with is that, as a potential extension to that, it's possible the Easter egg was declined from concepting due to them potentially making the KN-44 Hypercube document part of the impossible Easter egg in some way. While we can't be 100% sure, and this is certainly the least likely of the solutions I've presented, the fact that the impossible Easter egg was seemingly implemented into Eisendrache, judging by when Jason started talking about it, does indicate that it's a possibility. If I'm right in saying that the main part of the impossible Easter egg is solving the cipher of the titles of all of the John Dee books and the collection it comes along with. Blundell, in an interview with Mr. Dollar JD, did say that we should be paying attention to these random KN-44s that were showing up in cutscenes and around the maps.
Right, the next one, there's probably a very minute amount of people that would even get this, and this could just be a funny question.
Sure.
But there's a lot of weird KN-44 appearances.
Yes.
And I was wondering, is that anything that we need to look into, or is that just weird?
Feel free to look into it.
Okay. Because, like, when Dempsey crashes down,
so you go
there's
to the
one.
bush, yeah.
There's even one instance of when you're doing the wolf bow, the wolf takes a specific path through the spawn, and then it doesn't quite, it just sort of floats in midair with a KN-44, and I'm like,
it's strange that, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. And then you're forgetting also you got the picture as well.
What, on the giant?
With the Hypercube.
With the KN-44. It's all coming together.
Wow.
Because to me it looked very much like a witch, but
yeah,
maybe it's not. I don't know. Just reading the face.
A lot of KN-44s.
Yeah, a lot of KN-44s.
Whilst I believe these were just a developer fun nod, and it was just a placeholder to stop the maps from crashing, maybe when Blundell saw all of the community discussion around the KN-44, he retroactively made it important and might have added other Easter eggs in the game to go alongside it, even if there was never an initial plan with the KN-44 being part of anything larger, as was indicated by the interviews with the Treyarch developers and Glitching Queen. They said they were never tasked to do this specifically, they were never told anything about it being part of an impossible Easter egg, but it doesn't mean it couldn't have been retroactively tied in. And I do actually have a video coming up very soon, either before or after this video has already gone live, talking about how the KN-44 Hypercube might actually tie in to the John Dee stuff. I've got some evidence that can kind of lean into the idea and also potentially debunk the idea. I have for and against, but let's continue. But what's fascinating here is how this single cut Easter egg could have set off a domino effect across the entire DLC season. Imagine if the Eisendrache blueprint had made it in, players might have started hunting for similar scraps in every subsequent map, turning it into a season-long scavenger hunt for Dr. Monty related images and slowly uncovering more about him until he finally appeared to us directly on Gorod Krovi. The KN-44 Hypercube already had us buzzing with theories, and adding more fuel to the fire could have elevated the mystery even further. On the flip side, though, it might have oversaturated the concept, making each new blueprint feel less special. Maybe that's another reason it stayed in the concept phase. Keeping the rarity of the Hypercube intact was more valuable than flooding us with extras. But even then, that's only a blueprint. The real meat and potatoes of this discussion begins on Revelations. If we check out the document entitled Rev Ideation Summary, we can see a giant list of ideas for Revelations that Treyarch had in the early stages of development. I'm going to save most of these for a future video on Revelations cut content, since if we discussed everything, we'd be here for hours, and obviously today's topic is just about Dr. Monty. It's here in this document that we get a preview into something incredibly interesting related to him that didn't make the cut. Down towards the bottom of the miscellaneous section, we see the plans for a fully playable Dr. Monty's factory location. Yes, that is right. They wanted to allow us to enter and explore the location as one of the floating islands in Revelations, and plan to pull from the front end they already had of the factory for aesthetics. That just means they wanted to make it look like the factory in the menu, which upon closer inspection seems to be inside Der Riese itself. Particularly, it looks like Teleporter C. So as you know, there were planned to be many different more locations and islands on Revelations, many other maps that didn't make it, such as Ascension and Shadows of Evil, but there was even going to be a Monty's Factory section, which I guess would have been a section of Der Riese / the Giants. Stuff got cut either due to constraints, or maybe they just felt like they were doing too much, having too many areas. So in terms of the lore, what does this tell us? Well, it just seems that Dr. Monty came in afterward and set up his factory there, perhaps sometime after the Der Riese massacre, once the facility is abandoned. This would make sense in Revelations, as it reuses set pieces from lots of maps in the game, such as the Eisendrache and a lot of the Chronicles maps, but Der Riese / the Giant is mostly passed over. This could be because they never planned to make a Der Riese themed area, since it would just be the factory, one and the same. There is actually a document in this drive explaining the planned layout of Revelations that I'll be covering later. It's quite interesting, as many pieces or aspects of it still exist in the current Revelations that just kind of stick out and don't make much sense. But in this, you can see there was never a planned Der Riese area. Anyways, I'll be covering the layout in a different video, so I won't keep wasting your time on this subject here. And I find this especially interesting because, as you know from my John Dee video, it seems like the entirety of the zombie storyline essentially spawned from the backstory of Der Riese and Richthofen teleporting the walnut for the very first time, time started fracturing, and the universe was no longer linear. This is the event that led to John Dee essentially ascending to leader of the Keepers, Dr. Monty. And if this was the very site where the zombie storyline truly first began, then it would make sense for Monty to set up his workshop here and his factory, going to the place it all began, and in a spiritual sense it makes a lot of sense when this was also Jason Blundell's very first zombies map he worked on. And he was the one, of course, in charge of concepting a lot of these initial story beats in the map and making it a lot more narrative driven. This was the most narrative driven zombies map at the time, and is really where the story began propelling forward. I assume Blundell did a lot of the legwork in implementing that, and as well the little ciphers, as well as the little message removing the brick on the map. It really makes a lot of sense, especially if Monty is partially some sort of self-insert character of Blundell. Then what better way to plant his very factory in the very first map he worked on? There's also the possibility to consider that it is not Der Riese directly and isn't meant to be. They just use very similar aesthetics, as they built the factory menu out of many reused assets as they could for non-important parts, just to put less stress progressed on the game. They'd already have been busy working on the steampunk machinery that is the set piece of the user interface in the menu. If the background needed to be a factory/warehouse style location, the easiest thing to do would be to use a very darkened image and reuse Dee Ree's window and lighting assets to make it, especially considering that it is the exact aesthetic Dee Ree's already has, a factory/warehouse. Now, let's dig a little deeper into what this playable factory could have meant for the gameplay experience. Imagine stepping onto that floating island in Revelations surrounded by the chaotic mashup of past maps, and suddenly you're in this steampunk-inspired hub of Dr. Monty's operations. Maybe it could have been a safe zone, like a hub where you could interact with his inventions, like a working version of the perk machines or gobblegum dispensers we see in the menu. Or perhaps it could have been a gameplay zone with the zombies pouring out of malfunctioning machinery as a nod to Monty's imperfect control over his creations while at war with the Shadow Man. It's also possible we could have somehow used this location to acquire 3 Mega Gobblegums, as that was the planned reward for the super Easter egg in the game, which I have already done a video on, which will be linked on screen and in the description, and this got cut unfortunately. Either way, this location was going to be somewhere we could either see or explore in Revelations, but didn't seem to make the final cut. They also say that it would have been a nice payoff to the Dr. Monty storyline, seemingly suggesting that we'd get some real payoff and conclusion to Dr. Monty's arc across Black Ops 3 here. This means we would have likely seen much deeper information and lore on him here than anywhere else, maybe some specific radios or ciphers or messages from Monty here, perhaps even enough to have accurately drawn the conclusions about John Dee back during the game's life cycle and not 8 years later. Moreover, we may have seen more of those blueprints like the KM44 Hypercube or the one cut from the Eisendrache. Maybe we could have actually seen them here, just scattered in this area. Of course, we do see in the comic book strips him drawing it directly. Maybe this could have been concepted initially to even be in the factory itself. Perhaps had both of these Easter eggs not been cut, we may have continued to see blueprints all throughout the DLC season, explaining more aspects of Dr. Monty and his magical technology. If the Eisendrache had gotten its image, and us the community reacted well to it like we did with the Giants one, it's possible that Zetsubou Radios and Kronorium would have too. All of these culminating in the visible factory in Revelations. Or maybe only Zetsubou would, since maybe it wouldn't have been so necessary on Kronorium with us hearing from him directly.
Okay, Nikolai, Dempsey, Takeo, I'm only talking to you right now. Rixhoven, you can't hear me, see?
However, for whatever reason, this content was left on the cutting room floor, leaving Dr. Monty as quite the enigma, even by the end of Black Ops 3 Zombies, with his potential origins potentially never even being realized until recently. I think it's so interesting to find this out because a large part of what makes Dr. Monty so interesting and worthy of discussion even now is how little we know about him, and has been why these recent videos I've been making have been so fun. The only reason we are talking about any of this is because it gives us insight into him that we just didn't have before. All of these documents seem to suggest that a lot of that cryptic, enigmatic energy that Dr. Monty has was essentially by accident. They had plans to further expand on his lore and character, and most of them simply never came to fruition, maybe intentionally or unintentionally, leaving us with a character who is mysterious, perhaps to a fault. Many people dislike the end of Black Ops 3 and 4's plot because of how little sense Dr. Monty's actions really seem to make, and how little insight we have into what it was he really wants or is trying to do. Now personally, I think it's great. The level of ambiguity with Monty's character is just right. There's enough we don't know and enough we do know. And even without knowing his full character, just from a human perspective of perpetuating the cycle because he didn't want to die, everyone can relate to that. And him wanting an idyllic view on the world that is just unattainable. Again, everyone can relate to that to some extent. And anything we do learn about Monty's character or motivations in Black Ops 4 is essentially just Nikolai spouting exposition to us right before we cross the finish line in Tag de Toten. We never even fight him or confront him directly. The most we see is him devouring Maxis. It's wild to think had a lot of this happened, we'd likely have a far different understanding of Dr. Monty and exactly how he was influencing aspects of zombies. But as a result, probably be far less interested in discussing it. There were once pages of forum posts of people discussing how the teleporters might work and what the walk chalk about return through ether could mean to that on Dee Rees. Or salvation lies above, there's a depiction of going through above to Agatha in the house, even on Shino Numa. But now that we've had had that thoroughly explained in later games, the idea that shooting through the ether is how teleporting works is something that's rarely discussed at all. But like I said earlier, Jason has mentioned that he strived to encourage that air of mystery and discussion, so maybe, as much as I wish I had seen this, or as cool as it would have been, cutting this could have ultimately been the right call. It's not for me to say, I suppose, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. I guess now that we've had these hard drive leaks, it's completely changed the perspective of everything. To me though, it's only added to the discussion, especially because it is so long later. I feel if this came out obviously during the closer release of Black Ops 3, then it probably would have ruined a lot of what that game had, but because it's literally almost a decade later, it feels like it's now fair game, and it's reigniting new life in the game and the discussion surrounding it, I suppose. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Would you have preferred Black Ops 3 have all of this stuff and more detail on Dr. Monty as a result, or do you think leaving him as such a mysterious character and thus platforming discussion like this and the John Dee videos about him nearly 10 years into the future was the right call? Let me know your thoughts down below, and let me know if you have a specific request for maps to look at the design documents for to find more content for future videos. There's even stuff on the Nightmares mode, for example, but I'm not sure how many people would want to learn about that. But anyways, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not here for the latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye. I'm at the very place that Dr. Monty died, bringing you part 3 of the Impossible Easter egg. Welcome to the next part of the Impossible Easter egg. I'm so excited to bring you this once again. So much has been found since the last John Dee video, both by us and by you lot in the comments and on Twitter. If you thought the last video was crazy, it's about to get even crazier. And I think we may have even found the connection to the KN-44 Hypercube blueprints from the Giant and its connection to John Dee. Dee was hiding in plain sight from the very beginning. There's tons of stuff I actually cut from the last video to keep the discussion tighter and crunch on time since the video was already so long. Literally 1 hour and 15 minutes. So I already had a few things ready for this sequel. Since then though, I've discovered tons more interesting connections on my own, as well as the community has found a boatload of interesting tidbits now that more eyes have gotten on it. So thank you for all of your comments and messages you've left. It's great trying to put this together as a community. I try to read them all, so if you ever discover anything more about the Impossible Easter egg or anything else interesting, whether it be Easter egg, lore, or theory related, be sure to let me know because I could definitely cover them in a future video. I don't always get the time to respond to all because I get so many comments, but I am always actively reading. We have so much additional evidence to go over now and finally address the elephant in the room of the KN-44 Hypercube. Lots of people have long said it's a part of the Impossible Easter egg, and I've suspected so myself in the past, yet it didn't really seem to fit into the last video I made until now. All of that and more in this video, so stay tuned until the very end so you don't miss anything. I think the best place to start with this video is those books from the Eisendrache. I think each may actually give us a clue into John Dee and his life status from within the ether. And I also think they may relate to a potential Hypercube solve. Let's start with the books by name. Now, many of the books are actually teasing Black Ops 4 Zombies maps, both the Ether and Chaos maps, and I think they were teasing the cancelled second season pass for the game with remakes of Transit, Die, Rise, and Buried. For example, Tunguska Unmasked was probably a tease towards Call of the Dead returning with Tag to Toten. Lost Ghost Towns from the Old West was probably teasing a Buried remake that we never saw, unfortunately. However, it did make its way into Blackout, suggesting it was probably planned for zombies as well. It Came from the Cornfield was probably teasing a Transit remake that again never made the light of day, although there was lots of assets for it again in Blackout, even in the Remnant multiplayer map, so that was probably definitely planned. And whilst these names I believe were teasing Black Ops 4, let's talk about what they mean lore-wise to do with Dr. Monty. Each book is a specific colour, and there are 6 colour groups of 4. We will go through each group. The first collection is Tunguska Unmasked, Mysteries of the Vril, the most important one, John Dee Illuminated Dee Resurrectionist, and finally Hidden Rulers of the World. Each of these books seem to tell some aspect of the history of Earth and John Dee's ascension. Him discovering the mysteries of the Vril, aka the Keepers, him ascending to God of the Keepers, and meeting the hidden rulers of the world, said Keepers. The next collection of books are Principles of Spaceflight, Leaving Earth's Cradle, Alchemical Framework of the Luminiferous, Ether, Elements 115, Powering the Future. These sets of books are all about outer space / off-Earth elements of the storyline, the Ether, Space, and Element 115. Leaving Earth's Cradle is probably regarding John Dee's ascension. Through learning the power of Element 115 and the alchemical framework of the ether, and he had to learn the core principles of spaceflight in order to ascend. Whilst on the surface, probably just referring to the rockets from the Eisendrache heading to the moon base. The next collection are mystical significance of the super heavy elements, orbital mechanics, Fafnir and Sigurd, the effects of the vacuum. There isn't really too much to say about these, it's sort of probably just about the mechanics of the universe and the elements. Now we have, I believe, to be the most interesting collection, which are occultism in the court of Queen Elizabeth I, explorations of Grail mythos, lost ghost towns from the Old West, it came from the cornfield. Now obviously occultism in the court of Elizabeth here is worth special note because John Dee was the court wizard for Elizabeth I, so this book was either written about him or by him, and is probably the most important indication here. The others discuss various important historical events, like I said, I believe teasing a Zombies Chronicles 2/second season pass for Black Ops 4, probably teasing the denizens within the cornfield. Furthermore, the following collection of books we have are Wilson's Transuranic Nuclear Physics Handbook, Sage, Wisdom for the Ages, German Military Zombie Manual, The Evil Archon. Wilson's book, I believe there isn't really too much to say about that, but let me know your theories you have. Sage, Wisdom for the Ages is interesting because the seers and sages of the old world that Monty references are probably referring to people like Edward Kelly and John Dee that he were, the spiritual alchemical people of the time. German Military Zombie Manual probably doesn't mean too much. Obviously Group 935 were trying to create an undead army to help in the war, so could that be something to do with that? Could this be a teaser towards Undead Richtofen? I'm not exactly sure, but the one I want to harp on, and I believe is the most interesting, is The Evil Archon, as I believe this book is used multiple times to represent rulers over the multiverse, Dr. Monty and or the Shadow Man depending on the context. And obviously come Vanguard Zombies we were introduced to the concept of the Construct, which would designate entities in the Dark Ether as Archons, granting them their wishes and essentially infinite power. So we know the Archon is now a canon thing in the zombie storyline, and maybe it was even concepted all the way back during Black Ops 3, and Monty and or the Shadow Man could have been the very first Archons. We do learn that the very first Archon eradicated a parasitic race. I wonder if that could be Monty eradicating the Apothecans each time the cycle would repeat, and this could explain why each gains so much power. However, Transuranic Nuclear Physics Handbook is interesting because Transuranic physics is the study of elements with an atomic number above 92, almost certainly meaning 115 here. And finally, we have the last collection of books, which are Spirits and Hauntings of Ancient Places, Teal, Emotions in Color, Draco, Myth versus Fact, the spiritual side of teleportation. Here we get to see a hint to the future coming of dragons, with Draco, Myth versus Fact, but also something very interesting, the spiritual side of teleportation. This seems to hint at the nature of teleporting taking you through the ether, and this having some effects on your soul, which we have seen in the ether storyline prior. And the spiritual side could also be more in line with John Dee and Edward Kelly's view of the ether. The ripples they saw through space-time they saw as more of a spiritual thing, communicating with these angels, the Apothecans/corrupted keepers / the regular keepers, or both. And finally we have Artifacts of Legend. Now this book I wanted to include because it's featured on the texture and in the game's data, however it actually never appears inside of Der Eisendrache. Though, judging by the developer files in the leaked hard drive about the book, it was intended to, and instead seems to be accidentally replaced by a duplicate of John Dee, Illuminated Dee Resurrectionist. I suspect that is because originally this book was not in the vault, but Jason asked for it to be moved there to match his vault comment.
I'm going to put that away in a vault and talk to you again about it in 8 years' time.
Okay.
But that was the original location of Artifacts of Legend, and they forgot to move it to the place that the John Dee book was originally, thus leaving 2 of the John Dee books and no Artifacts of Legend. And this could be a missing piece of the puzzle to actually put this cipher together. What's more is that Samantha's drawing of Groff's vault is even circled, creating a cube with a circle inside, similar to the KN-44 Hypercube blueprint. And it has big writing, secrets, written within, and underneath Samantha has written saying Dr. Groff has secrets. Another clue that this is it. And now let's dive into the most interesting subject, how I think those relate to the Hypercube. During my research on John Dee for part 2 of this series, I stumbled along an image, and I did actually show this briefly in part 2, however I think most people actually missed it. This is a cube diagram within a hodgepodge of John Dee related imagery. It stuck with me because I went back to look closer once I was done with the video I saw it in, and this kept making me think of the KN-44 Hypercube diagram, because now we know that the Shadows of Evil / Apothecon rituals are based on John Dee and Edward Kelly's rituals and the Steel of God. There's been many theories that maybe we have to align the ritual with the Hypercube inside the summoning key to put some sort of cipher together, and this seems to be exactly like that theory. However, this didn't seem to be a Hypercube, just a regular cube with additional lines to form the six-pointed star, so I did some further research. Upon finding the full image, I managed to learn exactly what this was. I'll show you the full image now, but to explain it to you in simpler terms, the image represents a symbolic structure called the Cube of Space, a concept from esoteric teachings that connect tarot cards to a three-dimensional framework, one like our reality. The diagram maps specific tarot keys or cards onto different positions within the cube, aligning them with cardinal directions, elements, and spiritual principles. The idea is that movement through the cube symbolizes a journey of understanding, linking different archetypal forces found in the tarot deck to one's personal or mystical growth. At its core, this cube serves as a metaphysical map that organizes the tarot's knowledge spatially, allowing a traveler, whether literal or symbolic, to navigate through different dimensions of experience. The handwritten notes explain how various paths within the cube connect key ideas, such as transformation, aka death, balance, justice, and enlightenment, the Fool. It's essentially a tool for interpreting life's journey through tarot, using geometry and sacred symbolism to show how different energies interact. The reason this cube originally interested me was the ability to map the books onto the lines in a similar fashion. I originally suspected that we might map the book titles onto a cube similar to this somehow, as a cube has 6 faces with 4 sides each, and with the books that are in game we have 6 color groups with 4 books each. Essentially, one color group could go along each side of every face, allowing for an exact match. I just couldn't figure out how you determine where to go from there, even if you did that.
All I got was a brain. Anyway, the key thing, as in the thing that is key.
Then, upon researching the cube a tad more and learning about its purpose as a map, a cube of space, I really felt a connection to the Hypercube mystery. But the biggest piece for me, so far, I almost looked over entirely. Down at the bottom of the handwritten notes, it is suggested for more information to check out Tarot, The Wisdom of the Ages, a book. Upon some research, I found that the Tarot, A Key to the Wisdom of the Ages by Paul Foster Case, is a foundational work on the deeper, esoteric meaning of tarot cards. Unlike fortune-telling approaches, this book explores tarot as a system of spiritual wisdom, tying it to ancient traditions like Kabbalah, alchemy, and numerology. Case explains how each card, especially the 22 major arcana, represents universal forces and life lessons, acting as keys to personal growth and enlightenment. The book also introduces the idea that tarot is not just a tool for divination, but a key to understanding the structure of reality itself. Sounds kind of a lot like the summoning key. The key, as in the thing that is key. Case breaks down the symbolism of each card, explaining its connection to astrology, color theory, and sacred geometry. His teachings emphasize that by studying tarot deeply, one can unlock hidden knowledge, develop intuition, and align with higher spiritual truths. This lines up interestingly well with John Dee's personal esoteric Christianity beliefs that we discussed in part 2, and how he believes the universe holds deeper mathematical and geometry knowledge, and he believed that through sheer study of maths and geometry that you could unlock the gates to the universe and become closer to God. But did you notice something wrong there? At first, I didn't either. The book is The Tarot, A Key to the Wisdom of the Ages. However, that's not what it's referred to as in this image. In this image, the book title is shortened, a likely decision of the handwriter of these notes. What is so interesting about this, though, what makes this small shortening of the book's title on this specific image so important, I believe that, because of this unique way of expressing the name of this book in this image, we can almost prove that the team behind the books in Eisendrache, and thus the possible Easter egg, were looking directly at this image. Why? One of the books, the one in the telephone table in Spawn, is titled Sage, Wisdom for the Ages, an almost exact replica of the shortened version of the title in this image. This, to me, suggests that they were attempting to tie in the books as a clue to lead us back to this drawing, but we're looking at the exact same drawing and explanation of the cube we are now, thus leading them to mistitle the source book a bit. Or perhaps they chose this shortened title from this image specifically to lead us to it, or to better fit the cipher or solution to this puzzle. No matter which outcome is true, them using a title that is very specific to this image and not the actual source text almost certainly proves they were looking over this cube, and so it's likely relevant to some degree in the larger picture of things. However, past the fact that you can map the book names to the faces, I don't have much to go on from here, so I will hand off my finds to you, and hopefully someone can take this a step further. So hopefully someone can assist in figuring out why Treyarch had such interest in this diagram when making the Impossible Easter egg books. I do have a bit more to say on the Hypercube, but I think that discussion is going to be a bit long, so I'll save it nearer to the end of this video, and in the meantime go over some of the smaller pieces of evidence towards Dee and Monty I've seen along the way. One of the craziest things about this Easter egg is how far back certain clues might have been hiding in plain sight. After my last video, David Glatfelter pointed out something really interesting in the comments. There have been JD markings scattered across zombies maps for years. And in fact, he wasn't the only one. I've had so many comments and tweets to me pointing this out. You can find it in Kino de Toten twice, once near the Samantha Amelia Abigail writing that we still don't have an answer to, and again on the very eye projector itself. It's also in Der Ries and even appears on Ted in Transit. These markings have been around for a very long time, but they never really seem to mean much until now. Now let's be real, these were probably just references to John Delgado, a Treyarch developer. He probably intentionally added these as signatures for his work on the maps. But with this new information about the Impossible Easter egg, it's wild to look back and reconsider. Could these scattered JD markings have played a role in retrofitting John Dee into the story later? Probably not directly, but it's not out of the question that they inspired the connection. If nothing else, it makes revisiting these old maps way more interesting, because maybe, just maybe, the truth was hiding there all along. And even if the original intention was just a reference to the developer, it could be that Treyarch/Blundell saw all of the speculation around the JD markings within the community about what it could mean, and they decided to retrofit it into the storyline. Is something that seems completely in line with what Blundell would usually do, and this is a lot of how the zombie storyline has sparked. They take the fan theories and canonize them. Long before anyone ever connected John Dee to Dr. Monty, there was an old theory buried in the depths of the Call of Duty Zombies forums that actually mentioned Dee and related to the storyline. A post titled Jack Parsons, The Babylon Working, Antichrist Superstar, explored deep occult influences in zombies, touching on Enochian magic, Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons, all figures heavily influenced by Dee's work. And this was posted literally in 2012. It's insane to think that over a decade ago, someone was already speculating about the same historical figures that Treyarch would eventually weave into their own narrative. Now, was this just a coincidence? Maybe, but considering how Treyarch have always pulled from real-world esotericism, it's entirely possible that old fan theories like this helped shape the storyline in subtle ways. If nothing else, it shows how ahead of the curve the zombies community has always been, piecing together connections years before they became canon. And just like the JD references, it could also be that Blundell stumbled along this forum post, as 2012 was around the time he was taking over zombies with Mob of the Dead and Origins. And he could have seen the idea and really liked it and decided to run with it when he became lead for Black Ops 3 Zombies. Especially if he remembered about the JD markings on the map and the speculation surrounding them. He could have said, well, you know, this developer's put all of these JD signatures around the map and people have been talking about it, seen the post and realized, wait, the initials are the same, and then the crazy cryptic ideas started sparking in his mind how he could link it all together. Treyarch has always hidden deep lore in background details, and some of the most overlooked clues might be hiding in Revelations and Zombies Chronicles Verrucht, specifically in the reused Eisendrache books scattered throughout the maps. One of the most striking finds is in Revelations' Der Eisendrache section, where 2 copies of the evil Archon are placed at mirroring angles on what looks to be a study table. This positioning likely isn't random. It suggests that both the Shadowman and Dr. Monty are evil Archons, meaning powerful, deceptive rulers over existence itself. itself, although good and bad is very blurred with the two of them, as even Nikolai explained on Tag the Totem, and Monty isn't necessarily evil. But regardless, morality is subjective for everyone, and the stuff Monty has done could definitely be regarded as evil by many, even if understandable. Then on Chronicles Verrucht, there's the very John Dee book, Illuminated Dee Resurrectionist, appears on a bookshelf, but it's not alone. Right before it, we see Leaving Earth's Cradle and Principles of Spaceflight, possibly hinting at the ascension, rebirth, or even escape from earthly limitations. These books are stacked in sequence, almost like Treyarch is telling us outright he rose. And maybe because we didn't get the Dee connections initially under Eisendrache, come a year later, Treyarch were trying to get us back on this subject once again. And just above them is the Hidden Rulers of the World, and it came from the Cornfield books. Once again a nod to Transit, but also a possible hint that John Dee's influence extended into Agatha's farmfields. Now we don't see cornfields directly, but in, for example, the GIF music video, we do see Monty walking through the long grass, and considering that he had farmlands here, there would probably definitely be cornfields in his perfect world, considering it's based on Sheffield's fields, and there are cornfields there. Nearby to it, there's a painting of a snowy mountain, which could be another nudge towards the Eisendrache, reinforcing the idea that we should be looking back at these locations for more answers. There's another painting which looks to be the skybox of light shining through clouds, which eerily resembles the Revelations intro cutscene and the GIF music video. But if this really was the impossible Easter egg, why would the books be reused again and again?
When you're developing a map, with Black Ops 3, your approach is very different to Black Ops 2, or at least it certainly seems like from our point of view, because you're developing stuff simultaneously, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
And so I sort of wonder with that, does it come with a kind of awkwardness that you're sort of sitting there going, have we given them that bit of information yet about like the Kronorium or whatever it might be?
Yeah.
Is there ever a sort of time where you give us something and you didn't mean to give it to us at that point, and then maybe we go, oh, right, that's cool information, but we don't sort of latch in, or does that happen?
There's never like I'm giving you something and oops, that slipped out.
Okay.
That doesn't happen.
They're too careful.
No, in that type of way. What sometimes does happen is, let's say we put something in, and I see the community, or my guys tell me that the community is going to grab hold of this angle, and maybe it's not resonating enough, or maybe they've taken it and they're going a certain way. They'll give me a shout, and I'll say, okay, well maybe we're going to hit that beat again, later down the line.
Right.
Or don't worry, that's only kind of, let's say, one DLC out, so it's okay, because by the time we get to the next one, it'll then connect up. If it's a main one, then sure, I've hit things multiple times from different angles. I never want to repeat myself. I never want to be like, here's the same thing again, but that's happened a couple of times.
Okay.
I think at this point, by Revelations DLC 4 and Zombies Chronicles DLC 5, Jason knew we were at the end of the road with Black Ops 3 and began requesting the reuse of these books a lot to keep throwing our attention at them. What's interesting is, when they are loaded, all the names are loaded in on a single texture and thrown onto the books as decals rather than each book being a specific texture. And the thing is, you can find these similar books scattered all over the maps, campaign, multiplayer, and zombies. However, they're all just plain books without the titles on them, meaning that these titles were intentionally placed on these maps for a reason. This, combined with the fact that Jason has said he suspected people would data mine scripts and textures from the game, and that would not solve the Easter egg for you, could mean that the inclusion of this texture again and again was in hopes we would data mine it and find all of the book titles already ordered correctly for us. And like I said, these bugs appear in other places of the game too. However, for the most part, the titles are not on them, aside from a couple other instances in the other modes, I think. Now, these are the only ones that I have managed to find. It's possible that there are, in fact, more. I've been checking all of the multiplayer maps and zombies maps in the game, trying to look for the bugs, and I've not been able to find any. So it is possible there are more locations, so definitely get hunting in the game and let me know if you find anything in the comments, and I can potentially cover it in a future video. But a great place to start is the Black Ops 3 multiplayer map, Citadel. This map has long intrigued zombies fans as something that seemed to hold secrets just below the surface, just out of our reach of understanding. It depicts what at first seems to be a medieval battle in a fantasy landscape, with the different animal kings at war. On closer inspection, with the context of our John Dee research, something of value comes to life. The map is not actually as medieval as it seems. The suits of armor and weapons left over seem almost like a high-tech fantasy / high magic world's weaponry, glowing and clearly more advanced in some respects than traditional armor. And with a closer look, we can find various things of interest. There are books from the Impossible Easter egg here. We have the Element 115 Powering the Future book and Sage Wisdom for the Ages, seemingly existing to hint at the origins of the interesting technology here. 115 and Sage / magic power. And we can also find the Kronorium sitting in the study area of the castle right by these bookshelves. And once again, there are loads of books here, and there's only a couple instances where there's actually the ones from the Eisendrache here. So again, it feels like they were intentional, because why add the ones with the naming when the rest of them don't? And the fact these books are on Citadel, but I've not managed to find them on any of the other Black Ops 3 multiplayer maps, and this is one of the few that is very much zombies inspired, makes me think they have to have been placed here intentionally for some sort of storyline / Easter egg reason, for it to be this map that was chosen. All of these seem to indicate some kind of major connection, but what? Once we take a better look at the battle, it becomes obvious. This battle is a siege. The Lion King is invading the castle of the Snake King, likely to take the Kronorium away from him. And considering there is only one Kronorium in the entire multiverse, this makes this conflict even more important. And the animals spell it out for us, if it hasn't clicked by now. The Lion King is of course John Dee. His family crest, granted by the crown, is a lion, and is of course the symbol depicted on the Gobblegum machines. And so the connection here is obvious. This would put the Snake King as one of his enemies, perhaps Edward Kelly, maybe him even being a snake IRL, metaphorically speaking, with them falling out and him going against Dee, and someone he was fighting hard to take the Kronorium from. This makes sense as well with the Shadow Man being a tentacle-like creature with Monty as well. The Shadow Man could be the snake in this instance. This could be the moment he translates it and explains why the outside of the Kronorium is in Apothicon, but the inside is written in Keeper. Dee invaded his castle, owned by Kelly or someone else serving the Apothicons, and took this artifact from them to use it for his own purposes, translating the inside into Keeper and his handwriting. Because we see on the outside of the book there's Apothicon language, in the inside on the outer edges is Keeper, which I found very interesting, as if it has been retroactively changed. We've speculated before that the Apothicon language is the original Keeper language, and after they split apart, the Keeper's language then changed over time, whilst the Apothicon stayed the same. I find this so interesting. This map is so wonderful. I really like when they do zombies-inspired multiplayer maps. It's such an epic map, and it really makes me think of what this could have been narratively, zombies-wise, because I think it is important. And there's the snake eggs all over the map, which are using the exact same texture as the eggs for the dragons we see on Gorod Krovi and Zetsubou Radios, which of course were Apothicons. In the depictions of the Great War, we do actually see the dragons fighting for the Apothicons far in the distance. They were ancient beasts, and the dragons are still around today even, which maybe suggests that the Apothicons conquered them and took them as a part of their own faction, which they did with many other species if you've seen my recent video about the cut upgraded Easter egg for the Apothicon servants on Shadows of Evil. This map's so cool though. It literally has these alive trees, which to me really remind me of the Thrashers and Zetsubou Radios. They should have even added stuff like this on the map to make it feel more mystical and fantasy-like. Infection, another one of Black Ops 3's multiplayer maps, might hold more significance to the zombie storyline than it initially seems as well. While the setting is labelled as a French village, the presence of a specific statue actually places it in Belgium, a contradiction the game itself acknowledges by describing the simulation as warped and distorted, which it literally is. I mean, they literally have a vertical ground propelling into the sky. And of course, this map is based on the Demon Within mission from the campaign. But what really makes this map stand out is its direct connections to zombies. A Dury's sign and a map of the Dury's facility are both present, tying this location to the events of the Ether storyline, and the location of Dr. Monty's factory, which seems to be in Dury's, which I do have a video coming out soon before or after this video goes live talking just about that. Even stranger is an obscure reference from the Black Ops 3 campaign terminal, which mentions a man in a red scarf who can be found in Belgium. This detail is never expanded upon, but considering Infection's odd placement and its zombies-related imagery, it raises the possibility that this location was important to Dr. Monty, the man in the red scarf. Could this have been a place he once visited, or even held some greater secret that we've yet to uncover? John Dee in real life did spend some time in university in Belgium. It wouldn't be the first time Trek buried clues in this Black Ops 3 campaign/multiplayer map. This very location was also featured in Nikolai's Memories trailer, reinforcing its potential significance, especially considering the fact that our latest video we discussed how this John Dee story elevated the events at Dury's to the most important events in the storyline. And the fact that Jason said Dury's was his first map to really work on, this to me suggests these Easter eggs definitely mean something. He tied back to the story where it really all began, and where he began to first start fleshing out the narrative depth of the zombie storyline, being a story guy as he often calls himself as. And if Monty is in part a self-insert character for Blundell shaping the narrative from above, then it makes sense to plant his origins where he also began with zombies. Not only that, but this map is also where Dr. Monty's house was first being teased to us to then head towards on Revelations, because of course the Shadows of Evil scraps of paper showed his house that we first saw in Kino de Toten when going in the teleporter. And this can be seen floating on one of the islands in the distance. And this depiction of the house matches a lot closer towards the depiction on the Shadows of Evil scraps of paper, as opposed to how it looks on Revelations where it's a lot longer in shape. This one's a lot closer to a cube shape. Again, this is showing Dee and Monty's influence here. Maybe this could have been where he lived in the real world for a period of time, and this is what it's supposed to represent. As to how he ended up living in a house replica of Sheffield, I'm not sure. Whether it could have been a place where Blundell lived or was fond of during early periods of his life. I mean, Sheffield is in the north of England, where Blundell is from as well. But here's where things get even weirder. When I personally visited John Dee's burial site in real life, I couldn't help but noticing something. The church there bears an uncanny resemblance to the church in the Black Ops 3 campaign level that Infection is based on, Demon Within. This is also the very level where zombies appear in the little house, which was then reused as the Pack-a-Punch area in Gorod Krovi. This is also the mission as well where there's dire wolves showing up, apparently fighting in World War II, and the dire wolves are of course the Wolf King's Legion, again that we see their spirits of in the Eisendrache's Easter egg, so there does seem to be a potential link here, especially when Blundell headed the campaign, not just zombies for this game. And dire wolves are being kind of resurrected in real life, although not properly, which is a weird parallel right now that I'm making this video. Whether this is just a coincidence or an intentional visual cue, it's hard to ignore the possibility that Treyarch subtly linked this location to John Dee, Monty, and the greater mysteries of the Ether storyline. While we are on the topic of the Red Scarf, though, it brings me back to The Tempest, the Shakespeare play that Monty reads in Revelations from the perspective of Prospero. In the last video, I discussed a bit on the themes from the story that show us Prospero was a metaphor for John Dee, and how that meant Monty was outing himself as John Dee here. I'm going to have another separate video just on The Tempest that I'm currently in the process of writing, as there is quite a lot to talk about, as I believe it's really key in uncovering Monty's initial story, and the early cycles in the zombies universe. In the play, Prospero wears a red magical robe that grants him control over supernatural forces. This robe is a symbol of his wisdom, power, and ability to manipulate reality. Just like Monty, who is always seen as wearing his signature red scarf. If Prospero's gown represents his dominion over magic, could Monty's scarf serve as a visual cue for the same thing? And of course we saw the red scarf initially show up on one of the fence posts on Origins. And of course Origins takes place in France, and France and Belgium share a border, so it's not too far out of the reach, and John Dee did visit France in his real life as well. Makes me wonder if upon his ascension he visited many of the common places that were special to him in his real life. In fact, even the island that Prospero was on kind of looks somewhat similar to the Citadel map, but I'll explore this more in that next video. Given that Trek loves weaving historical and literary references into zombies, it's not far-fetched to think that this was an intentional parallel. If Prospero's red garment signifies his mastery over the unseen world, then Monty's red scarf could be reinforcing his role as an all-powerful, manipulative figure. One who, just like Prospero, might ultimately step away from the world he helped shape. This only strengthens the theory that Monty is, in some way, based on John Dee, and it makes us wonder just how deep does this connection go. As I said, I've got a video coming soon on the full interpretation of The Tempest as a part 4 for this series, because it simply became far too long to serve as a section of this video.
As for the songs, don't get me started.
Another thing I'd like to touch on lightly, that would end up far too long to go into detail on as well, is how this changes the interpretation of past songs, almost to a point that I'd think at least Dead Ended is certainly about Dee and Kelly, and some of the others I believe too, if you really dig into them. Let's take another listen to the first verse of Dead Ended again and break down why I think so. so many names but only one is real is so obvious it almost sticks out, and many people have actually pointed out this reference to me in the comments and on Twitter. We talk time and time again about Monty and the Shadow Man both going by different names, and the one that's real is telling us they each have a real name, John Dee and Edward Kelly. Before, I was speculating that the Shadow Man's line was a reference to Monty's real name being John Dee, but this seems to confirm it to be true. For him to only have one true name, his biggest secret, this must be it. Treyarch are telling us there's only one name that matters, meaning it's something we're supposed to uncover, which I believe we have. Whereas the Shadow Man's verbiage is not as direct, he's just saying he went by many names. This is telling us he had one name. He only has one true name, his human one. Can you hear the panicked wings above coming from somewhere else? Is this my own end they tell me of? Well, the fact that this song is in Gorod Krovi would immediately make you associate the wings terminology to dragons. I think we should actually take a closer inspection here. And the fact it's Gorod Krovi's song, the very map we hear from Monty for the first time directly, makes it especially important. Asking if what they're telling him of is his own end implies they are somehow communicating with him, something the dragons certainly wouldn't do. The dragons certainly aren't panicked, they are angry if anything, and the somewhere else seems to imply they didn't just fly down from the sky as a dragon would. Whilst I do think it's meant to be a double entendre and make you think of both, I think these lines become much more clear when you see them as describing John Dee's first visit from the Angels, aka the Keepers. Dee specifically called them Angels, and using the terminology of panicked wings calls back to most depictions of angels showing their wings as a key feature, and the panicked comes from the fact that the Keepers were in shambles when they came to John Dee, and he would organize them as he became Monty. And the "is this my own end they tell me of" is actually describing the day John Dee would ascend and become immortal, the day of his death in real life history. It seems their warning of these events may even be a part in John Dee's immortality. And then the loop of "where did we go wrong? Did we know that we are dead ending?" is telling us that John Dee already sees that everything is doomed, and he is asking where he and his old friend went wrong to end up in this awful situation, doomed together for eternity in the cycle, unable to escape. The destroy and create even makes much more sense with this John Dee interpretation. It represents the Shadow Man and the Apothecans going throughout the universe, destroying worlds as Monty recreates them cyclically over and over again, always leading to revelations. Now, there's way more inferences that can be made from Dead Ended and Dead Again, and some of the other songs in Black Ops 3 about Monty and John Dee, so I think I'll do a whole separate video analysing the songs in their entirety to do with this subject. There are so many other passages in these songs that now seem to be about Monty in this context. I won't deep dive them all here to save for that video, but here are a few of my favourite. Take a listen and think of Monty and Dee in mind as you do so.
I don't have a friend. Something strange far beyond is haunting all my dreams. Everything looks inside out, not quite as it seems.
So yeah, I'm really going to be turning the Impossible Easter Egg series into an entire series. I didn't intend for this, but like I said in my part 2, I believe the Impossible Easter Egg is a series of events and discoveries that never ends. We keep peeling it back, going deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. So that's why it's turning into such a huge series. I'm not meaning to milk it, there really just is so much more information being found, to my surprise. And now that we've wrapped up the other things I wanted to discuss, let's finally get to what I'm sure everyone's waited for, the KN44 Hypercube. I want to approach this discussion delicately because I've seen the sheer amount of community effort and interest that's gone into the image. That is certainly going to translate to passion from many people, believers and disbelievers. Before we talk about the recent developer documents leak, let's flash back to that interview Glitching Queen posted with none other than the developer who drew the KN44 Hypercube drawing itself.
Hi. Me and one of my hunting buddies are working hard behind the scenes to try and help solve the mysteries around the KN44 blueprint on the Giant. We never found any meaning to this image of the KN44 assault rifle that can be assembled from bits of scrap paper on the Giant. The KN44 also appears in mini maps hidden throughout the Easter egg main quests. Is there any significance to this image or Easter egg Cipher related to the KN44 in general? The developer responded with some personal stuff, so I blurted out, but they responded saying, but I don't think there was any real meaning behind it. More of a gag because people latched onto it. I replied, I'm not understanding the gag part, but I might have missed something that the community was talking about. They responded, I mean, people were wondering what the KN44 meant. So we kept using it in Easter eggs with no real meaning. More like a developer in-joke than a public-facing one. So that was a big oh shit moment for me. That hit me in the gut because I was doing a lot of work on this KN44 like a lot of us. You know, I was wondering like what's going on here. So to find out that like this is all it was, they kept using it in Easter eggs with no real meaning. The KN44 has no meaning and it was some kind of joke. We latched onto it and they kept putting it in to join the community trend. Was it your idea to put the KN44 in there?
I forget. I think I may have just put an AK-47 in there at first, and then somebody told me, hey, use whatever it is within the game. I know there's all this talk back and forth about, and I can't confirm or deny any of that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so you could have used a different weapon, but you were told to use something in game and not something more generic.
It's very similar, right, as far as the silhouettes go, because of the curved magazine. So yeah, I think I was told, use something that's within the game, right?
Okay, so you could have used like an SMG or an LMG, but you're like, we'll go, AR, put the K in. But I think it was originally called like the ARAC at the time. And
I mean, the good part about that rifle is it's instantly recognizable, right, as a weapon. If I had put in like a pistol or something, it might have, first off, it would have looked underwhelming. And then, so you would want something a little bit, more substantial, I would say.
I think that, because this comes off as essentially writing off the Hypercube entirely, there was not enough attention on this interview from the community. However, I think the truth is a tad more nuanced. I think this certainly deconfirms any importance with the KN-44 specifically, at least initially. While I do believe it's true that the name was changed for zombies very close to release, as Skite mentioned in his video on the topic, I think this tells us that if there is an Easter egg to do with the name of the KN-44, it at least isn't related to the Hypercube or the impossible Easter egg. If it was, then Blundell would surely have requested the KN-44 specifically for the Hypercube, and he did not. The developer initially just had an AK-47 as it being one of the most popular and recognizable weapons, but was asked to change it to a gun that is actually from the game, and of course the KN-44 makes sense with it being the futuristic version of the AK. But that does leave the cube itself open for discussion. The most obvious possibility for this drawing, first of all, is that it's meant to depict how Dr. Monty made the warbuys for us to use and how they work, essentially pulling matter four-dimensionally to the wall chalk to create the gun. This is made more likely by the depiction of Dr. Monty drawing this blueprint in the changed Ascension comic book panels, and something the recent developer hard drive leaks clued us into. A cut blueprint for Dr. Monty's factory from the Eisendrache in the same vein as the pieces of the blueprint that forms the KN-44 image that I've talked about in a recent video. However, it didn't make the shipped version of the map, never leaving the concept stage according to this document. Well, this shows that originally it seemed these blueprints were intended to show us how various things Dr. Monty was doing functioned. This one was cut. I think it's possible that this happened because they saw the importance the community was giving the Hypercube image and so attempted instead to retrofit it into something more important. Perhaps it was planned to be a part of the impossible Easter egg like the cube diagram we discussed earlier, fitting the book titles exactly. But if you feel that's a bit of a reach for you, there's something far more concrete in those developer documents that I think is almost undeniably what this Hypercube was planned to result in. Grodkrovi cut a feature called the Vril Strom Würfel, roughly translating into Vril Energy / Electricity Cube. I did actually talk about this in a recent video on cut Grodkrovi content. The synopsis reads, several of the power-reliant traps and features in the map will additionally require the player to place a Vril Strom Würfel in them to fully enable them. There are fewer than there are places to put them. The goal of this system is to allow players to explore different strategies as determined by what traps / features they choose to activate in each play session. This was a powerful cube of real technology planned to spawn in with every player in Grodkrovi, totaling up to 4 in a game. They would have to be carefully used to choose what traps and features you wanted to power in the map with them, with more things needing the cubes existing than there were total cubes. We see depictions of it in the developer documents as a bright blue cube with a zoomed in concept picture roughly showing gold and copper looking steampunk technology on the map. As you can see from the image, this is exactly how Skite depicted it in his thumbnail image about the KN-44 Hypercube. Its design, and this also being specifically set for Grodkrovi, the map where Dr. Monty was set to make his real first appearance in the story, makes it seem almost certain that this Dr. Monty cube blueprint was changed instead to be an item we get to use in Grodkrovi and perhaps Revelations, playing into their quests as well, I'm sure. However, with all that being said, it does leave us with an unfortunate conclusion to draw. Unless the book titles somehow relate to the cube like I speculated before, i.e. laying them out on it as we described earlier, it seems that it's pretty unlikely the KN-44 or the Hypercube, much less the image featuring them both, plays any real part in the impossible Easter egg. Unless the reason it was cut is because they had some sort of greater idea in mind and they thought this ruined the mystery of the Hypercube blueprint and they could have retrofitted it into, for example, the books or maybe some other difficult cipher or Easter egg in the game that somehow relates to it that we still aren't privy to. But I would definitely recommend watching the full interview with the developers on Glitch and Queen channel. It's quite interesting, and after hearing the developer talk about it, I genuinely find it difficult to imagine it was conceptualized as part of anything larger. I won't discount the idea it was somehow retrofitted into the impossible Easter egg or something else later, especially considering what I brought up earlier regarding the fact that all of the books into Eisendrache seem to align, and Jason Blundell didn't really discuss it until post-launch marketing.
There's a lot of weird KN44 appearances.
Yes.
And I was wondering, is that anything that we need to look into, or is that just weird?
Feel free to look into it.
Okay. Because, like, when Dempsey crashes down, there's
to the
one.
bush, yeah.
There's even one instance of when you're doing the wolf bow, the wolf takes a specific path through the spawn, and then it doesn't quite, it just sort of floats in midair with a KN44, and I'm like...
It's strange, though, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. And then you forget also you got the picture as well.
What, on the giant?
With the Hypercube.
Mm-hmm. With the KN44. It's all coming together.
Wow.
Because to me it looked very much like a witch, but
yeah,
maybe it's not. I don't know. Just really in the face.
A lot of KN44.
Yeah.
But we know that the impossible Easter egg itself likely wasn't even a completed concept at launch, if the main thing for it is in fact under Eisendrache, although Eisendrache would have been heavy into production with the launch of the game, so they probably already had an idea for it in mind, but it wasn't solidified, which is probably why Blundell teased it being hidden across arenas, like the books being scattered all over Eisendrache.
And I'm going to really put one in that you guys can't break, and they'll be hidden in different arenas, and you won't get this one.
I assume they were already putting this into development at the time of that interview. But that's all for now. That's all I've got to bring for you in this video, so keep an eye out for 2 more parts coming for this series. This video is just already way too long, and they would have really made it so much longer. Like I said, 1 will be on the story of the Tempest, breaking it down and what it could mean for Dr. Monty's life story, and some of the insane revelations it could actually give us, as well as describing the very first cycles playing out before the loop had ever begun, when John Dee became Dr. Monty, and then try and figure out how each subsequent cycle changed and distorted time more and more, and I'll also do a video breaking down the songs as well. But anyways, thank you for watching the video. This has been so much fun to produce this other part, so make sure you stay subscribed with more awesome zombies content on the way for the latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye. Thank you for watching. This has been by far the most fun series I've ever made since making COD Zombies videos, and yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to bring all of this information to you. I really appreciate all of the feedback on part 2. Definitely one of my favorite videos I've ever made, and I really do think it's one of the best Zombies videos ever made, especially if you're into the storyline. To me, this has been such a revelation and completely reinvigorates my love in Black Ops 3 Zombies and the storyline overall, and I can't wait to discover so much more about these secrets that Treyarch and Blundell have laid dormant for years. Skite recently posted a fantastic video about the impossible Easter egg, in which the main big reveal is that his community found one of the constellations from the infamous, the giant KN44 Hypercube blueprint on the computer screens in the church area of Eisendrache. These screens cycle through a few different shots, but the one that has the constellations in is the Maxis projector room. This is especially significant considering this is the very spot where there's the alchemical framework of the Luminiferous Ether book, part of the collection of the 24 coloured books, which is our best bet for making up some kind of Cipher for the impossible Easter egg. And it's also the room that contains a KN44 wall-by. Now, I really do not know what this could possibly mean, and it is so shocking that after all of these years, no one has stumbled along it. But it is a very small section of the screen that's hardly noticeable, so I guess it is understandable, but we have rinsed these maps dry through the years. In fact, I have the texture file for the image on screen now, so you can see it even better. There is one constellation in the top right on the wall, which is the main one because it really resembles the one on the KN44 blueprint, but inverted / at a rotation, which does make sense since this is surveillance footage, so it should be inverted. And then there is one on the floor as well that doesn't seem to match any of the ones on the blueprint. The fact that there is 2 and not just one, I think gives this further credence. To further solidify its importance, I've checked the last gen version of the map, which if you're unaware often includes Easter egg or story important things as bare minimums to be able to view due to the hardware constraints, and this is how Glitching Queen also thought the books are important, since they all appear on Last Gen 2, even in rooms where there's barely any other props. But unfortunately, the constellations do not appear on the Last Gen versions of the monitors, which may suggest that it may not be that important and might just be a cool reference or the developers messing with us. Regardless, what's interesting as well is that neither of these constellations are specifically on the area of the map that the surveillance camera is showing footage of, but are instead exclusive to the monitor image. It's weird as well because checking the room, the surveillance camera is actually above the shot where the footage is coming from itself, meaning that the camera should actually be showing the opposite side of the room to this one, but I think this is most likely just a mistake, unless this is supposed to show some sort of alternative reality where things are just slightly warped from this iteration, since it is a fracture. There are numerous possibilities for what this could mean. One, this could be part of a cut Easter egg and the surveillance footage was taken of the outdated version of the map. For example, in the recently leaked developer documents, we know there was planned to be another Dr. Monty's scraps of paper Easter egg on the map, but it never made it into the release version. Maybe this had something to do with it. 2. Maybe that Easter egg was cut because they saw how much the community was latching on to the KN-44 Hypercube, and so wanted to do a more elaborate Easter egg than just hiding scraps once again, and so may have used different methods to hide things across the game, such as in this computer screen, and maybe there are other screens, textures, paintings, etc., hiding little snippets in other areas of the map/game that we need to find. 3. Maybe this is just a troll. We know the developers told Glitching Queen that the KN-44 was just an inside joke, as they put it, and they kept using it repeatedly because we, the community, latched onto it so much so. Maybe a developer just decided to be cheeky and randomly slotted this in without it having any meaning beyond that. 4th and finally, this isn't meant to be part of a collection of similar instances we need to find, but is instead just a hint towards this being the book location, of which its name, alchemical framework of the luminiferous ether, would tie directly into the constellations being shown. Let me know which idea you are most on board with, or if you have any of your own ideas or suggestions in the comment section down below. In fact, the wormholes and constellations we see on the Giant's blueprint, which were just recreations from stock images, do really remind me of the symbol for the wall running under Eisendrache / various of the imagery on the computers or the scraps of papers. Beyond this, I don't really have any other ideas for what this could mean. I really feel it could either be everything or nothing and no in between. It's so hard to say, but I think the best thing we can do for now is to keep trying to look for similar things across the maps in the game. If more are found, this is definitely something important. Skite also mentions in his video that he wasn't initially sure if the Eisendrache books are part of any cipher because all of the ciphers are clearly written out for each map in the documents. That's just not true though. These are all of the obvious ciphers around the maps. There are many instances of Morse codes or hidden messages around the maps that the documents do not clearly spell out. An example of this is looking at the World at War biography message that we only solved because Blundell gave it away to Dalek before Black Ops 3 released, probably to clue us in on the kind of idea he has or had in mind for the impossible Easter egg, and there are no documents for this either. Also, without spelling out the specific person whose hard drive was seemingly stolen and where the leaks are coming from, this person would not have access to all of the zombies' documents. Besides, the impossible Easter egg is not going to be something clearly spelled out in the documents, when it's so secretive and Blundell didn't want it to leak out. A cipher is really the only thing it could be even, something that cannot be data mined, because a message hidden in a much less obvious way than the blatant cipher papers around the maps is the only way Blundell could have gotten around data mining, and it not be something as simple as a regular cipher. Even just the books themselves and their deliberate placing screams importance. There are so many of them, and they are all placed at such obvious positions to me that you naturally stumble along them when you are interacting with the map. I'm so surprised that it took us all of these years to really begin discussing these books with just how much they seem to stick out to me on the maps now with hindsight. And if it is not part of some sort of cipher, then I don't think they would just be there for some sort of storyline teaser. Some of them are teasing Black Ops 4 Zombies maps / cut maps probably for Zombies Chronicles 2, such as Transit, Buried, or Tagged a Totem, but the ones that are teasing Black Ops 4 are only a small part of what the books represent. Most of them you can't really gauge much from them unless it is part of something larger. Why go through all of the effort of creating 24 names if it wasn't to be a part of a cipher or something along those lines? Especially when John Dee is famously known for his incredibly difficult ciphers. And this is the best thing that matches all of Blundell's comments about it being hidden across arenas. This is literally hidden across arenas along the map, and all of the other Dee clues that I discussed in the last video once again match Blundell's clues of being hidden across the arenas. It's not just hidden across a map, it's hidden across the entire game and its narrative branches. The next thing that I want to discuss regarding Skite's video is about a few other things that we simultaneously discovered. Basically, both of our videos were in production at the exact same time, but mine ended up coming out a day earlier than his by pure coincidence. I had recorded it before Shadowvale release, but due to my lengthy coverage of that map, it obviously pushed back my ability to get it finished. The first thing we both latch onto is regarding John Dee's own supposed first interpretations of a 4D space or hypercube, although it was never officially called as such. In essence, the concept of 4D geometry did not exist by Dee's time, as he was an occultist to Queen Elizabeth I living in the 15 to 1600s. However, his concept of Monas Hieroglyphica, which I discussed in more depth in my previous videos, is a glyph that combines mathematics, alchemy, Kabbalah, and Neoplatonism to explain the geometric and numerological significance of the universe, portraying it as a key to understanding the unity of the cosmos. Dee explores the Monas as a universal symbol, linking planetary, elemental, and spiritual concepts through intricate diagrams and theorems, blending rigorous geometry with esoteric philosophy. In my last video, I discovered an image online that looks eerily similar to said KN44 Hypercube, although it's never officially called as such and not meant to be one, but could be interpreted as such through a modern lens of 4-dimensional spaces, which is what some believe the glyph from Monas Hieroglyphica to represent now. But it's essentially the same as what Skite discusses using different verbiage. I had actually read all of or similar resources Skite discusses in his video, but couldn't find a way to articulate it as clearly as he does. From my own research though about this map specifically, the paramount key is that it's essentially a map of tarot cards with 6 different colours, and the 24 books under Eisendrache are similarly a collection of 6 different colours, each with 4. The notes on the image also advise checking out a book called Tarot, The Wisdom of the Ages by Dr. Paul Foster Case. This is especially significant because it's similar to one of the book titles, Sage Wisdom for the Ages. And it gets even crazier when we look up the suggested book itself, because its official title is Tarot, A Key to the Wisdom of the Ages. This means that this is a shortened version of the book name, which Treyarch seems to have copied for the Der Eisendrache book. The fact they put a similar title to this in the shortened version and not the actual name suggests to me that they were looking at this very image when designing it, or use the shortened version because it ties into how you actually solve the cipher. The longer version wouldn't fit in. I discussed this more in detail in the prior video, so I would really urge you to check that out, but essentially, I'm not sure where to go from here, but I propose that maybe we have to align the book titles by specific colours along the quote-unquote hypercube, although it's not one, similar to this image to help solve the cipher. The following thing I want to talk about is Skite's dismissal of a lot of the current community speculation around the impossible Easter egg. To boil it down, in short, he doesn't think that Blundell's hidden in the vault comment means anything. That Glitching Queen initially discussed in her first video on the John Dee books, and I'm fully on board with this being a teaser as well.
You can ask me all you want. I'm going to put that away in a vault and talk to you again about it in 8 years' time.
Okay, and by then we'll be old and growing beards.
Yeah, exactly.
He thinks that Blundell says a lot of odd phrasing in interviews sometimes, and because we are all so hyper-obsessed with trying to solve this thing, and due to his intentionally cryptic nature in interviews, it leads us to trying to find things from nothing in a lot of instances. For example, he believes Blundell's recent dead and buried quote doesn't mean anything.
And Jeff, to be honest, if I have my way, I'll be dead and buried and there'll still be stuff in there, and I'll be quite happy.
I agree with this for his recent interview, that is. When people saw that clip, they immediately thought he must be referencing the map buried. Blundell obviously is not teasing things in every sentence, and it is impossible to truly know when he's teasing something or not, for sure. I did use this specific clip in the intro for part 2, overlaying a John Dee grave on the quote, not because I thought he was actually teasing that, but I just thought it was a cool introduction, and the interview was posted literally the very second I finished editing the video, so the timing just seemed to align perfectly, that I had to include that clip. As Skite points out, there are times when Blundell is very obviously teasing something, such as this one.
The only thing I would say, because you said you don't want any hints, Sure, you know, I don't want to cause a rumble.
But there are so many instances when he is not being obvious. Even, for example, the instance he brings up of an obvious one is when Blundell was blinking like crazy in an old interview with Mr. Waffles, which then people translated into Morse code and thought that they could actually get something from it. But even that alone I don't think is an obvious thing. People were joking about it in the comments at the time, but most people just thought it was completely crazy. And even still to this day, people think it's completely crazy or coincidental. Most people are not on board with it, at least as far as I'm aware. And to be honest, this craziness is the magic of Call of Duty Zombies. I mean, even looking at the Call of Duty Zombies timeline itself, so much of that is made up of our own theories. A big one is that the documents do actually confirm the painting that we now know to be Arthur, aka Leroy from Buried, under Eisendrache was actually meant to be the Wolf King's wife. However, when we saw this, a lot of the community started thinking it is actually Leroy, and I was one of those people. I made a video on it at the time. It actually has the most views out of any of the videos on that topic. There were some people saying it's clearly a woman, and I was just looking at that painting for so long, and I just could not see it in my head. To me, it just looked exactly like Arthur, and still, even when I'm looking at that image, I still cannot not see Arthur. But then, when Treyarch released the Kronorium, they officially canonized it as being Arthur, but that was never the intention, so it shows that even our own craziness can end up being important because we are part of the ether. We are shaping the storyline as much as the writers are, and all playing such an integral role in it. And that's why I think even if we're completely off the mark with all of these storyline theories, it doesn't matter. It's fun having the discussions, and Treyarch, if they like the idea enough and it fits in with what they are doing, will take it and run with it. And I don't think there's many other games that function like this, that are so community driven. I don't think we should be so dismissive of this phrasing when the very John Dee book is hidden within a vault. I really do think this was a teaser for it, and it's just pointless saying it isn't when we don't know. And he was talking about the impossible Easter egg specifically in this section, so surely would have been cautious of his phrasing. Especially when this is the very same quote where he teases hiding it away for 8 years. And this is something that Skite has latched onto. He very much believes that the 8 years comment is going to prove to be something important, and we are nearing closer to the 8-year anniversary of that interview. So is Blundell about to tease something for this Easter egg? Perhaps. But at the same time, perhaps not. But how can we know for sure which things to take from this sentence as having meaning and which things to not? There's no real way, unless when it's a very obvious instance, when he directly looks at the camera or winks or narrows his eyebrows or whatever. I 100% agree with Skite that all of us are definitely looking too deeply into some things. Skite is, I am, literally every single person I guarantee has relayed some complete bullshit in their videos. But there's probably been some truth hidden amongst it as well. That's inevitable when we are searching for something famously referred to as being impossible. We need to throw out as many suggestions out there as possible for the greatest chance that some of them are actually something. I mean, for all we know, the KN-44 is absolutely nothing. We have no way of saying for sure. All we can do is speculate based on the leaks as well as the in-game evidence, and that increases our odds of actually landing something genuine. That's what I tried to do with my part 2 1-hour 15-minute video. There was so much evidence of Monty and John Dee contained within. I am well aware that some is definitely reaching, but there is so much stacked in there that I believe it becomes undeniable that Monty is John Dee, with his reading from the perspective of Prospero from Shakespeare's The Tempest, a character who many believe to be an interpretation or defense of John Dee, the very Dee referenced in these books. Other things I discussed, such as Monas Hieroglyphica's symbol looking like the Keeper Staff, the Griffin Mombasis books, especially considering they are all over the map and not just in the vault, or Monty's Duck Lake quote hinting at Mort Lake, I definitely think all of these instances are massive reaches. Like I said, I was just trying to combine as many connections as possible, knowing full well that some are mere coincidence, unintentional, or I'm looking way too deep into things for answers where or when there aren't any. But the big ones I revealed, and sheer quantity of them, is what makes it so compelling. I think without the Tempest reading, the whole theory falls apart, but that's by far the biggest connection. And this is where I want to bring up the second thing both Skite and I discovered on our own accord and discussed in both the videos, the missing book artifacts of legend. As Skite and I both bring up, in the leaked document there is the full list of all of the Dee Eisendrache book names. However, there is one that is absent on the actual release version, artifacts of legend. Skite uses this as evidence to say that things get cut all of the time, and uses this as evidence to say that the ranking document that I found and discussed that talks about John Dee in the in-game story, discovering ripples in the ether, communicating with angels, founding the Order of Dee Resurrectionists, and then ascending to immortality instead of dying, is actually probably just a cut story idea that never made it. I vehemently disagree with this assertion. Firstly, like I talked about in my video, and context that Skite is missing, is that there are 2 John Dee Resurrectionist books on the Eisendrache. One in Groff's vault, and one in the very same vault room when not teleporting. This is especially important because it could hint at this being a mistake. It could be that Treyarch wanted to place the Dee book in the vault because it's the most important one out of the collection, so they wanted to highlight that by hiding it away and have us directly look at it when doing the main quest. And the Artifacts of Legend book was originally going to be placed here. Perhaps when they changed it for the Dee book, they could have forgotten to then swap the other Dee book with the Artifacts of Legend, leading to duplicates. This may be why we've not been able to solve it thus far, because Treyarch might have made a mistake. You might say, well, if this really is the impossible Easter egg, they would have surely been thorough enough to not make this mistake, but Treyarch make mistakes all of the time. They are only human after all. E.g., the spork knife on Blood of the Dead wasn't actually in the game and working until a couple months after release because it wasn't properly coded in. Or even a more recent example in Black Ops 6, they messed up the date of the inversion warheads being sent to the Pacific in Outbreak as putting the date of Firebase C. You have to understand, it's very clear that little to no people at Treyarch actually know what the impossible Easter egg is, and maybe just Blundell himself, or just his inner circle, actually knew what he was up to. He would have been tasking people to do things for it without cluing them in on what it's for, meaning that whoever was tasked to put the book's names in could have easily accidentally put a duplicate. I mean, even some of the Black Ops 3 ciphers themselves have had some mistakes in them that have made them harder to solve, and it's speculated that there may be some mistakes in some of the unsolved ones, making them harder to crack as well. Lastly, I still very much believe that Dr. Monty is meant to be John Dee himself. I actually believe it's more of a reach to say that he isn't, or there isn't enough evidence than otherwise. Even Skite thinking Dee created the first concept of a hypercube is more evidence that he's Monty, since Monty is the very one who created that blueprint and is seemingly how he manifests war weapons and other items through the Veil. To put it plainly, I strongly disagree with Skite's assertion that the late John Dee document is just a cut concept, just an early idea or one that didn't make it, because it literally did make it into the release version of the game. It's literally right there, slap bang in the ranking system. The calling card literally shows the crown granting the order for the Dee Resurrectionists. The Eisendrache books literally reference occultism in the court of Queen Elizabeth, and the main book is John Dee's Dee Resurrectionists. It's right there in the game. This is not at all cut, and I don't know how anyone can look at this and say it is cut. All of the ranks in the document as well are exactly the same as the release version. I could see the exact passage not being verbatim, as is what's supposed to be the canon in the launch version of the game. However, I think some of that idea at least has made it into the release version, considering the fact that all of this is literally referenced there directly in the game. Yes, the documents contain a ton of cut content or ideas that never made it, but this I believe is not one of them. I've been unpacking many of those cut ideas in other videos, and it's very clear when something is still meant to be considered canon or not. E.g., all of the new Eisendrache Revelations match everything in the game canon, proving that's not cut stuff but just content not fully expanded on in the map itself, and the documents help serving as the connective tissue. It was even something hinted at by Blundell in again a Mr. Waffles interview.
Does the Maxis of the Der Eisendrache universe know about the moon base in Der Eisendrache?
Yes.
So there's a distinction there between that Maxis' knowledge and the Maxis in the Black Ops 1 story arc.
Pass.
Okay.
This, I believe, is a similar scenario. A good example of something that is obviously cut is the grandfathers of Ultimus that Primus initially were concepted as on Origins. Initially, we were not going to see alternative versions of the crew. Instead, we would see their lineage, and there would be backstory of their great ancestors having fought in the Great War. That obviously never made it into the release version of the game. Skite also says Monty being John Dee before joining the Keepers doesn't align with the Kronorium, but that that's the very point I explored in part 2. Dr. Monty's comments of time being linear until the characters teleported for the first time completely contradicts the Kronorium, or at the very least, the Kronorium does not properly expand on it / negates important details, which happens a lot within it as it often serves as a summary as opposed to an extensive retelling of all events. Monty's comments about teleportation fracturing the universe completely aligns with the leaked Dee ranking documents concept. It's the very same thing. These ripples through the ether from the first teleportation experiments are the very reason why Dee, I believe, eventually was then taken by the Keepers. The Kronorium also only depicts one version of the cycle, the very one we see play out in Black Ops 3. But we do not know how many cycles there have been. There could have been hundreds, thousands, near infinite. We just don't know. We see many of them in the music trailers, or Ultimus instead of Primus Richtofen on Revelations in the comic books, or Nikolai saying he's killed many Richtofens on the Giant. In every case of these cycles, events play out slightly or even radically differently each time, but always leading to a similar reset. The Kronorium does not tell us about those. With Monty's comments about time once being linear, this proves to us that there must have been a very first cycle, a time before the fracturing of the universes for the very first time. The cycle is a paradox, and the cycle cannot have ever occurred without a time when time was once linear to set up events. This is the most hidden part of the COD zombie storyline, the vaguest part that we know the least officially about. So it makes sense that this would make up the impossible Easter egg, the most shocking revelation that changes our perspective on the story's origins. And I saw this really good interpretation by the Golden Blood Initiate, and this was posted last year before all of the recent John Dee stuff has started to be discovered, and I 100% agree with this hypothesis because he said, let's stop and think for a second. Once we find the impossible Easter egg, how will we get confirmation that what we are looking at is actually the impossible Easter egg? Jason said it himself, there is no in-game coding that you will trigger or change anything. So let me ask you again, how will we know? What will change? If you ask me, it'll be our perception of the game. And this leads me back to the idea of John Dee and is why I became so compelled with it, because there's got to be some big revelation that'll let us know that this is it. And this completely changes our perception of the game and the storyline as a whole if it is in fact true. I can't imagine what else the impossible Easter egg could be that wouldn't just be underwhelming. And this completely aligns with what Jason said about the Revelation ciphers being solved, allowing stuff to appear in the game.
I am sure there are people who are still working on some of those ciphers.
Oh, of course there is, yeah.
And I love that because there's other things that will appear.
Somehow when these things are solved, it'll change our perception. I'm sorry, but I don't mean to come across as condescending, but what are the odds that Treyarch have a document detailing an occultist who became immortal not being Monty?
The minute you people teleported for the first time, you changed the rules. But nonetheless, here we are. Bloody teleporters.
This really feels like an extension of that story. The document is referenced in the game with the Dee Resurrectionists being mentioned not just once in the ranking system, but also the Eisendrache books, and Monty is the immortal god of the storyline. And he literally reads a passage from the perspective of a character many believe to be John Dee, and then it turns out that this is just not all connected. How are we supposed to believe that? I just find it so hard to believe. To me, this really is undeniable evidence. Skite talks about not latching onto things too deeply, and whilst I agree that's true for both of us and everyone looking into this in many ways, I think here is a case of the opposite. I think the obvious is lying here in plain sight and it's going over some people's heads. The reception of my last video is so great. I really do think it's one of the best videos I've ever made, and so many people in the comments think it's one of the best zombies videos they've ever watched as well, and I'm so proud of it. It was so much fun to produce, and most people understood it and were so shooketh by this revelation, I included. I cannot believe this Easter egg could ever have actually ended up being something so important to the story itself and not just a nothing burger, which to be honest I thought for years. I thought if the impossible Easter egg was actually real, that if it's ever solved it would end up being nothing more than a simple message from Treyarch thanking us or something not that important or that we already knew, similar to when the final Dee Eisendrache cipher was solved years later but told us what we already knew by that point. This is more exciting than any of our wildest dreams in my opinion. Whilst obviously yes, the hunt is supposed to to be the funnest part of the impossible Easter egg, and not the solve itself. It would be extremely underwhelming if one day, even if it's hundreds of years in the future, someone finally cracks it and it doesn't actually mean anything. Surely Blundell would have foresight that he doesn't want to leave people disappointed. Obviously, there's always going to be a percentage of people that are disappointed, even if it's the absolute best revelation. But I think this is as close as possible you are going to get to a perfect scenario with the impossible Easter egg, where it changes the foundations of the story itself. So it isn't just a load of work which might have been fun along the way but ends up leading to nothing. I really think this is a litmus test for the community. You either get it completely and think it's the craziest thing ever and it brings you so much joy and excitement, or it's just unfathomable and you think it just can't possibly be it. Sometimes we can be looking at the most obvious things and it's still so hard for it to click. I hope that this video can help that click for you so you can feel that same excitement that myself and a lot of others in the community have been getting recently from this revelation. Even Dead Ended says, he has many names but only one is real, as highlighted in my last video. The very map Monty talks to us for the first time. What's more is that the leaked documents actually confirm the Shadowman's rituals were indeed, pun intended, based on Dee and Kelly's summoning circles, / the Pack-a-Punch rock was based on their seal of God. This is something I didn't actually realise until just after posting the video, but I speculated this to be the case anyways. And in the Lovecraftian mythos, Dee was actually the one who transcribed the Necronomicon, which is largely the inspiration for the Kronorium. And something I completely didn't realise, but when I was making my recent videos on Zetsubou no Shima, it turns out through all of these years, John Dee was staring us in the face, because many of us in the community have made videos on the inspiration for the Apothegms, because such entities as the Magwas, the Parasites, and even the Shadowman himself have taken many inspirations from the Cthulhu mythos, and it turns out many of the images that we have been using in our videos that look very similar to what the creatures actually look like in the game isn't the actual version of the Necronomicon, but is this fictional John Dee Enochian translation of the Necronomicon, which both Dee and Edward Kelly worked on. I have seen many images of many of the creatures that people believe have inspired the Apothegms, but for the most part, most of the images do not look that similar, but all of the ones within Dee's version of the Necronomicon look eerily similar. This shows that Treyarch were looking at Dee's version of the Necronomicon specifically to help them come up with concepts, and shape the storyline for the Apothegms and the Shadowman specifically, with the Enochian language being what the Apothegm language is based on. This to me gives a lot of credence that Edward Kelly is in fact the Shadowman. I mean, even just the obvious parallel, he's always seen wearing a hat, always, even though it doesn't match the Shadowman's at all. Also, Skite brings up in the video how Monty and the Shadowman are largely inspired by many other characters. E.g., Monty is inspired by H.G. Wells from the 1979 movie Time After Time, based on the Time Bandits novel. H.G. Wells is even played by Malcolm McDowell too, interestingly enough, who plays Monty too, so it's probably where they got the idea for the casting. He's essentially the omnipotent god of the universe and is only revealed near the end, similar to Monty suddenly and even jarringly first talking to us on Gorod Krovi, and suddenly being responsible for most of Zombies' nudging along with mystical items like the war weapons, perks, etc. And the KM44 Hypercube seems to be based on the map that holds the secrets of the universe granted to them at the end of the movie. As Skite highlights, the Shadowman is inspired by G-Man from Half-Life as well. I also know he's inspired by the manipulative shapeshifter Nyarlathotep from the Cthulhu mythos and some others. This is stuff we already knew though. The Witching Queen has talked about a lot of this in prior videos, and I had some people pointing it out in the comments of my videos too. The big difference is though, whilst these inspirations helped shape their characters, I believe that's not supposed to be as simple of a case with Monty and the Shadowman and Dee and Kelly. I believe that they are meant to actually be them in the story, and that's what the impossible Easter egg will eventually tell us if we ever get to cracking this thing. We just skipped a few steps and got to the end first and are now backtracking through it, which would align with Blundell's quote about things, as in these clues I've been finding, then becoming obvious in game once some of the Revelation ciphers or the Dee Cipher or ciphers are solved, because I think at least some of them will be about this. Also, Dee ciphers are extremely hard and can hide numerous messages at once. Even if we get one message, there could theoretically be even more hidden within the same text, meaning that they could actually spell out much more than just what a simple, singular message could on its own, and help put together the pieces of the story that are not currently making sense in a way that a singular cipher just could not. Maybe the way in which you get a message out of this is not exactly the way that Queen theorized, but I feel like there is definitely something there. Whether it be my colours idea or something else. And I think that's the really fun thing with Call of Duty Zombies theories. Even if this Monty D theory ends up being false, I think that it's such a compelling idea that people are getting on board with, so much so that it's something that could even be made retroactively a part of the storyline, even if never originally intended, like so many of the things that have happened in the past. That, I believe, is one of the core pillars of what makes zombies so fun and mysterious. This is the magic embedded in its DNA, how the zombie storyline even first began with taking the fan idea of Sam. To close out this video, I have a few more leads I'm currently working on, but it's not enough / I can't make sense of it fully to make a proper video on, and I'm still working on the cycles video, but that would be more of a storyline video than an evidence-based one. In the meantime, I'm going to be speaking with Skite sometime soon, and I really want us all as a community to combine our collective brainpower to try to get this thing solved. Skite and I will be brainstorming, and I really hope we make more progress. I will also leave a link to his Discord down in this video's description where you can drop any clues, leads, or your theories you have about this. Let's do this. Both of us have put an insane amount of work into this, and I'm sure there's many other people in the community that have been doing so as well. It requires all of our efforts, but that's where I'll leave you for now. I still firmly believe the big thing with this Easter egg is the D books, and that they will form a cipher or ciphers that will unveil Monty's true origins, which aligns with Blundel's Hidden Across Arenas quote.
And they'll be hidden in different arenas, and you won't get this one.
And it's also probably why Blundell said we were close to the impossible Easter egg after Der Eisendrache released.
Has that Easter egg been found?
It has not.
It has not. So there is still something in Shadows of Evil.
It would be too simple for me to say it's in Shadows of Evil, but I would say there is an Easter egg. There has not been found. There's actually lots. Right. That's info, but the one
there's a significant one.
The one I was specifically talking about has not.
We've got this unsolvable Easter egg, which I'm sort of guessing there might be more than one of.
There might be.
There might be, right? Is it something we've come at all close to? Even just in the right sort of zone in Black Ops 3 so far?
Yes.
We have. Wow.
Before Black Ops 3, and you're like, I'm going to put an unsolvable Easter egg.
Yes.
What I will ask, because obviously I don't want it like straight cut.
Sure.
Has anyone gotten even remotely close? I think you answered this like during Zetsubou.
I've seen people get close. Yeah.
You've seen people get close.
I've seen people get close on a couple of things.
I don't think close as in close to solving it, but close as in we were literally standing right by the books, even opening the vault in the quest, without understanding the significance at the time. I will see you with more impossible Easter egg videos to come once there is enough tangible evidence. Bye. Welcome back. You are not going to believe this. The John D. Book cipher under Eisendrache is cracked. After years of chasing shadows, dead ends, and mind-bending theories, we have done it. The impossible Easter egg, the one Trek swore we'd never ever crack, has been solved, and we were dead right with its solution in spite of some disbelievers. Thanks to a document discovered on the leaked developer hard drive from Nanakos on Twitter, the brilliance and aid of my viewers, collabs with fellow creators like Ducky, Amelia Romanova, and the lore wizards at Chorological, we are at the end game. This isn't just a solution, it's a revelation that flips the entire Ether storyline upside down. Since this has been such a long series with many getting confused or lost along the way, before I jump into the cipher solve itself, I feel it's necessary to recap how we got here. Revisit the John D mystery from my previous videos, highlight the evidence still in Black Ops 3, explain how we settled on the cipher method that cracked the puzzle, and then finally reveal what the cipher says and what it means for Dr. Monty and the zombie saga as a whole. This is the biggest discovery in Call of Duty Zombies history, so let's dive in and completely shatter your understanding of the story to its core. In my previous videos, we uncovered something massive, a leaked developer hard drive that gave us a glimpse into Treyarch's deepest secrets of Black Ops 3 zombies. Among the files was a document detailing John Dee, the 16th century mathematician, alchemist, and occultist who advised Queen Elizabeth I. This wasn't just a lore fluff, it was a clue to the origins of Dr. Monty and the Ether storyline. Let's break down what we found, why it pointed towards the impossible Easter egg, and the evidence you can still find in-game. The document described John Dee in 1592 detecting ripples in the ether caused by Group 935's first teleportation experiments at Dee Res. Using his ethereoscope, he heard voices whispering Sem and Richtovar. By 1600, an etheric shockwave from the Moon DLC's Earth of Destruction reanimated corpses in his lab, prompting Dee to found the esoteric brotherhood of Dee Resurrectionists who study the ether and protect reality. The document mentioned a Man of Shadows, which seemed to point to the Shadow Man, but, as we theorized, was more likely Dee himself, possibly immortalized by experiments in 1608. We proposed that Dr. Monty, the godlike narrator of Black Ops 3, could be John Dee ascended to a higher plane, thus joining the Keepers. The most striking evidence, still in game and absolutely critical, comes from a Revelations radio in the Kino de Toten area, when Monty recites Act 4, Scene 1 from Shakespeare's The Tempest.
Our rebels are now ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, for all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself. Yea, all which it inherits shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, and our little lives are rounded with a sleep.
This is no random quote. Prospero, the character Monty channels, is widely recognized by scholars as directly inspired by John Dee, a nod to his mystical reputation. Some even argue the Tempest was written to defend Dee against accusations of witchcraft. Monty reciting these lines is a blatant wink to the audience, screaming that he is Prospero, he is John Dee. This connection is the cornerstone of our theory, tying Monty's identity to Dee with undeniable clarity. Other in-game clues backed this up. Monty's British mannerisms, like spelling rumour with a U as explained in a Revelations Wisp, reflect Elizabethan English, as heard in another radio where he emphasises this spelling.
By the way, I spell rumors with a U, after the O before the R. That's a nice little Easter egg.
The house area in Revelations, resembling pre-industrial Sheffield, mirrors the England Dee knew, untouched by the Industrial Revolution. A new finding since the previous video is that Dr. Monty describes to Syndicate in the Revelations teasers that he's been to Manchester before. Guess who has also been to Manchester? Yes, that's right, John Dee. Not only that, but Manchester was a very important place in his life, where he was appointed Warden of Christ College by Queen Elizabeth I in 1595. It is also the place of great family loss. Many believe Dee to still hold a demonic influence over the city. Why else tell us he's been to Manchester before, unless it's just yet another clue to him being Dee? It's such a random and odd thing to say otherwise. Why would some magical god have been there specifically? His name, Monty, could be a homophonic cipher for John Dee, aligning with Dee's love for cryptic wordplay, a hint reinforced by his mathematical background.
Dr. Monty is just one of the many names he's been known by.
The Kronorium, a book of infinite knowledge, parallels Dee's legendary library, once England's largest, a detail echoed in the game's lore. In another Revelations Wisp, the Shadowman claims Monty isn't even a real doctor.
He's not even a real doctor. I would know.
which fits Dee perfectly. He never officially earned a doctorate in real life, yet might have claimed the title upon ascending to god-like power. We argued the Man of Shadows was Monty, not the Shadow Man. The Esoteric Brotherhood's mission to preserve reality, as outlined in the document, aligns with Monty's actions and the Keeper's goals, not the Shadow Man's Apothicon-driven destruction. The document's vague phrasing, calling the figure Man of Shadows, who may in fact be John Dee, sets up a narrative twist, mirroring Shadows of Evil's marketing, where the Shadow Man poses as an ally before betraying you at the Pack-a-Punch. This suggests Monty, as Dee, is the true protector, while the Shadow Man is likely his best friend, Edward Kelly, Dee's real-life occultist partner. A theory supported by Monty and the Shadow Man's shared history and Kelly's Apothicon-like Enochian language. A new finding in the hard drive as well gives us further evidence for this. We have discovered a passage describing who the Shadow Man is that depicts him as a servant/slave of the Apothicons. He is from another dimension that was conquered by said Apothicons and has the ability to briefly project into other dimensions. This is much like the Apothicon servant, which, if you've seen my video on the cut upgrade process, you will know it was a different race enslaved by the Apothicons. This confirms that the Shadow Man was from a different species entirely that was then taken a hold of by the Apothicons, which matches Monty's line on Revelation saying the Apothicons got a hold of him.
I knew a bloke, and I'm talking way, way, way back. He was the sweetest, most charming individual you could ever wish to meet. He was my friend. He was my best friend. And then the Apothicons got hold of him.
This seems quite different from him being a keeper who was taken, as they resided in Agartha and not a regular dimension. They did not conquer the dimension they lived in, despite them corrupting some keepers and enslaving them along the way, aside from the initial ones that were corrupted, and suggests that the Shadow Man was tricked into becoming their lord. This better explains the contradictions between Monty's lines and the simpler, summarized explanations for the early story given within the Kronorium that doesn't expand on much.
In the beginning, and believe me, there was a beginning, everything was in its proper place. Time was linear, just as it should be. The minute you people teleported for the first time, you changed the rules. But nonetheless, here we are. Bloody teleporters.
More in-game evidence ties Dee to the story. The Eisendrache book, John Dee, illuminated Dee Resurrectionist in the teleporter room safe is a direct nod, still visible in-game today, with it even featuring a duplicate of the exact same book in the very same room. A cipher in Eisendrache decoded to read, "I cannot appear directly to you, I can only help you on your way. You guys are really making hard work of this." M marks Monty's first direct contact with the characters, coinciding with Dee's mention. The Gobblegum machine being red featuring lion iconography matches Dee's coat of arms, granted to him by the crown. The calling card for the max rank, Dee Resurrectionist, and references to the Special Forces Brotherhood in-game confirm the Brotherhood's canonical status, not one of the many cut plots in the documents. Even Monty's Revelations Wisps, where he credits Group 935's teleportation for breaking time that was previously linear, echo Dee's detection of those ripples, tying his story to the game's mechanics. That is the main gist of the strongest arguments, but my part 2 video explains this a lot more in depth. After we discovered the story stuff fits so incredibly well, and many connections I'm either skimming over for time or not discussing here continue to align Monty and John Dee, I ended those videos guessing the answer to the cipher was likely simply a confirmation of this story beat we'd managed to put together by accidentally skipping in discovering the parallels to the leaked document, and boy were we right. There was definitely a lot of far-fetched evidence in the videos too, as I tried to stack it with as much as possible, but ultimately the main thing we were bang on with. Now let's talk about how we arrived at the cipher method that cracked this puzzle. The idea of using a specific John Dee cipher with the Eisendrache book titles first came from Glitching Queen. When speaking with former Trek developers, the only solid lead she got was a hint towards John Dee's influence, specifically tied to the art of the rituals in Shadows of Evil, matching Dee and Kelly's summoning circles. This is something else also confirmed within the documents as their inspiration too. This led her to the 24 book titles scattered across the Eisendrache, originally pointed out by Rich Killer on the Call of Duty Zombies Reddit way back when, before Black Ops 4 Zombies released, theorizing the books hinted at some sort of connection between the Ether and Chaos stories, with their alchemical similarities. These book titles vary a lot in naming, and we have broken them down before, but the key one, and the one that Glitching Queen latched onto, was the book John Dee Illuminated Dee Resurrectionist. From there, her and her team got to work, examining possible leads, and came across the work of the late Alexander Waugh, who was the chairman of the De Vere Society, a group who believed that William Shakespeare was a pen name for Edward de Vere, the 17th Earl of Oxford. In the video Queen used, titled The Incalculable Genius of John Dee, Alexander Waugh presents several incredibly complex hidden messages across the work of John Dee and Edward de Vere, who was a protege of Dee's, as well as messages hidden by Sir Francis Bacon, who was well known to those in the cryptography community and was a contemporary of Dee. It's especially interesting because his ciphers, Baconian ciphers, are used in Zombies, showing us Treyarch and Blundell were definitely looking at their work. Equally, all of these people were involved with certain esoteric movements that today we would regard as Rosicrucian. Without delving too deep into the mathematics, all of which Alexander justifies in his video, the video goes on to showcase how the odd poem, written as a dedication at the beginning of a collection of Shakespeare's sonnets, which possess odd punctuation, wording, and structure, can become a cryptographic grid in which several hidden messages are contained, which Alexander alleges were hints left to prove the true identity of William Shakespeare. As we discussed, one of the mysterious Monty wisps in Revelations was him reading a speech by the character Prospero in Shakespeare's The Tempest, with Prospero being widely believed to have been based on John Dee, and the play being a metaphor for his unfair treatment by the religious authorities at the time, who were suspicious of mystical practices. We made the connection to Shakespeare via Queen's initial video, but perhaps this was backwards, and the intended way we were originally meant to perceive this connection was Shakespeare's The Tempest to John Dee, then making us re-examine the Eisendrache books, which obviously mention him by name directly. Now, we've been referring to this as the John Dee cipher, but I want to point out that it's not strictly correct to call it that. It's not really a cipher, instead it's a steganography. I still refer to it as a cipher in the title and nearer to the beginning of this video because it's easier verbiage that people understand, less people know what a steganograph is. This was the form of cryptography extremely popular at the time, and involves hiding messages effectively in plain sight, within an otherwise ordinary text. This is different to a cipher, where, as we know from a case like the Mob of the Dead ADFGX cipher, we can see a block of gibberish that obviously is a cipher text, that will decode to a plain text, but we need to figure out how to do that. As a result, steganography can often employ methods of encryption that are far simpler than some ciphers, but be far harder to solve, as it might not even be obvious that what you are looking at even has a hidden message within it to begin with. In fact, John Dee is believed to have used the principles written in the first ever book on steganography, called the Steganographia, to hide his secret communications with Queen Elizabeth I. With that in mind, let's go back to the topic. The video Queen suggested by Alexander Waugh was a great starting point on this research. It pointed us in the direction of John Dee, which became all the more significant with the discovery of the developer documents, and even gave us some initial methods to try and decode, using the so-called triple tau method of finding 3 T's within the text grid, as done by Alexander in the video. Some have pointed out that Alexander's video was uploaded in 2017, 2 years after Black Ops 3 launched. This is true, but it should be noted that he was giving lectures privately at the De Vere Foundation for years prior to this, and contributing to their newsletter too. Furthermore, a research deep dive done for this video has shown that there are instances going back as far as 2005 that show the importance of the triple tau as a metaphysical symbol that should be used in the analyses of the Shakespeare sonnet dedication. And that's just for that specific case. There is a veritable incredible mountain of work on the Triple Tau itself, and its mystical significance, which I'll recite the sources in the description. Because of this, we can't rule out its relevance solely because Alexander's earliest YouTube video was from 2017, as he was involved in the debates for far longer than his YouTube channel was active, and he is just one voice of the colossal arena of debate about this piece of text, and the wider Shakespeare authorship question. We can't therefore rule out that Jason Blundell, who professed to have an immense admiration for classical cryptography, wouldn't have been aware of it to some degree. So what exactly is this Triple Tau? Well, without really derailing this video too much further, I'll briefly go over what it is and why it is important. John Dee, as an alchemist, scientist, mystic, and deeply religious man, was of the belief that all of the material world could be traced back to God. Not just that he created the material world, but as a result, everything in the material world had a connection back to the divine. God, in a Christian sense, is understood as being one God of three parts: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. A ternary. The material world at the time was believed to be made up, at the base level, of four elements: fire, air, water, and earth. A quaternary. John Dee was known to explain this relationship as the quaternary hidden within the ternary, the material world hidden within God. In his various hidden messages, such as within his famous book, The Monas Hieroglyphica, where this phrase comes from, he was known to implement this in a visual way, with 3 T's. T being a cross, as in that which Christ was crucified upon, with a 4th somehow concealed nearby, often more visual than literal. In addition, John Dee would find the number of his own name, a mystical practice to try and use mathematics to define the essence of yourself. And he did this by counting the letters in his name, John aka 4, Dee aka 3, again showing this quaternary within the ternary. Ultimately, this Triple Tau serves as a marker to help point to an area wherein a hidden message lies. And if you are still inclined to be skeptical, you can consider it like cipher padding, a commonly used tactic in ciphers where, if a message ends up being too short for the intended key space, letters are used to pad out the plain text. At this point, when I published my previous video on the topic, I asked for help from you lot. The book title seems like the obvious starting point, but we weren't exactly sure how to lay them out. So I figured the best thing to do was to put the question to the community and see if anything could be discovered. Since the last video, you, the community, stepped up big time, with the Ducky, Codlorfax, Amelia Romanova, and many of you commenting and messaging your ideas. We've come to the answer. So let's start with the basics so you don't lose track. Under Eisendrache, we have 6 groups of books, made distinct by a different colour book cover. Within each group, we then have 4 books, each one having a unique title. So that results in 6 groups of 4 colours, or 24 books total. Through examining the game files as well as the leaked hard drive documents, we actually have an additional 5th book in the final group, Artifacts of Legend, which would make 25 books total, which we speculated before could have been the missing link we required, as there are duplicate John Dee books. However, it doesn't seem to align with the other books, all being in collections of 4. Various attempts were made to incorporate this additional missing book, but nothing promising arose, so it was ultimately excluded, and as far as I'm aware, is unimportant. As is the basic structure of this method of steganography, we are essentially looking for any visual pattern that might indicate the presence of a message. It's important whilst trying to discover the hidden meaning of these types of cryptograms that you don't intentionally shift things around too much, as if you don't limit yourself, you can effectively get it to spell any message you want it to. For example, if I just pick the letters that spell out Edward Richtofen at random from any row without any regard, I can probably get something that approximately spells it. So when trying to decrypt this, it was vital that the basic integrity of the book titles was maintained. Initially, we laid them out in the order that they appeared on the game's texture sheet, as did Glitching Queen in her initial video. This was Tunguska Unmasked, Mysteries of the Vril, John Dee, Illuminated Dee Resurrectionist, Hidden Rulers of the World. The second group was Principles of Spaceflight, Leaving Earth's Cradle, Alchemical Framework of the Luminiferous Ether, Element 115, Powering the Future, Mystical Significance of the Super Heavy Elements, Orbital Mechanics, Fafnir and Sigurd, The Effects of the Vacuum, Occultism in the Court of Elizabeth I, Explorations of Grail Mythos, Lost Ghost Towns of the Old West, It Came from the Cornfield, Wilson's Transuranic Nuclear Physics Handbook, Sage, Wisdom for the Ages, German Military Zombie Manual, The Evil Archon, Spirits and Hauntings of Ancient Places, Teal, Emotions in Colour, Draco, Myth vs. Fact, and finally, the spiritual side of teleportation. Initially, when Glitching Queen put together the titles, she mitigated the punctuation like dashes and full stops, but still got a triple T. This was quickly realised to be a mistake, along with a couple others, but we amended those. This was interesting, as when laid out in a grid with the spaces removed, but still maintaining the punctuation, the triple tau was immediately still apparent, as was mentioned in Queen's video. Now, as we said earlier, we can't say that the triple tau is an immediate sign, or anything close to a solution, as we can't be 100% sure that Blundell considered it of high importance. However, it does show us that something odd is going on. It could indicate that this is some sort of padding for a longer phrase. We can't be sure, but it helps to point the way and suggests we should look into it. But that's really where we left off. Since that last video, we noticed a few odd things. Where we see 115 in one of the book titles, and look nearby, we can see the letters A, E, forming a T. This is really strange, as AAE is the first, and fifth letters of the alphabet, aka, you guessed that right, 115. If it was just the triple tau / padding, perhaps we could ignore it, but the fact we have this double 115 T pattern beginning on the same row tells us something is definitely going on, and that this row, the 9th row, perhaps hides a secret. And we were then stuck on that for a while. That was up until recently. I'd like to specifically give a massive shout out to Amelia Romanova for messaging me on Twitter, as she and her friend found a potential phrase hidden in part of the cryptogram. Her message to me read, "Hi, not sure if this is a known thing, but I've not seen it being mentioned before, so I'd like to share this discovery. If you take the seemingly random letters between 115 and the triple T, SEIT, MIT, OT, DLRN, they can be rearranged to form Dr. Monty's title, but with an I in his name instead of a Y, which sounds like an ending of a sentence. That got me looking for more. This might be a stretch, but the letters between the 115 and the double A, a sign of Dee's messages, USILE, can form Liu is, where Liu is another word for Leo / lion. Now, upon further researching that, I think that's incorrect, but that's a bit tangential. So, assuming Blundell didn't bother correcting the I in Monty or the U in Leo, alongside with not using the articles, we get the lion is a Dr. Monty's title, or there might be something else I'm not noticing. Nonetheless, I think there's a lot more in these books than meets the eye, and I will continue digging. Although the sentence makes sense, it doesn't bear a lot of meaning. I think it's just here to make us look for more clues in the books. As soon as I saw this, alarm bells were ringing off. This was, without a doubt, the most shocking thing I had seen during the Impossible Easter egg hunt thus far, and was the concrete evidence we needed to suggest that the books were actually the end goal. Before, it was technically just speculation that this contained a hidden message. I will leave a link to her Twitter and channel in the description. I want to give the biggest thank you to her for this lead, because without this, I wouldn't be talking to you today, and I truly believe this intuition has been the most crucial element in this hunt thus far. Because of this, we took another big look at the books. You see, what Amelia spotted was what was possibly the beginnings of a message in this 9th row. By placing the 115/AAE T at the top and the 3 padding T's at the bottom, we get a set of letters from which we can construct a few different messages. But most prominently, we get the words title and Dr. Mont, with some missing letters. This is obviously really close and almost certainly the revelation, but not quite tangible enough to say it's major definitively. Now, I want to preface the solution by saying that I personally have little to no clue when it comes to ciphers or cryptography, etc., and I've had to consult a lot with people much more familiar than I to put together this video and help explain all of the previously aforementioned details. One person in particular that I've been speaking with is fellow Zombies community member Ducky, especially fitting here given Monty's Duck quote. He has been hard at work this entire time, silently working in the background, trying to piece it together ever since Glitch and Queen first brought it to the forefront of the community. Since Amelia made this discovery, I shared her findings with him because I couldn't make enough sense of it on my own, and he got to work and really came through, piecing together what I think might be the final breakthrough on this entire thing. Drumroll please. The final solve. The title is Dr. Monty. Short, sweet, and to the point, using Dee's popular method of hiding messages with similar sounding homophones. As a part of John Dee's collection, it confirms our prior idea that the impossible Easter egg solution would be that Dr. Monty is John Dee, and that is his true title. His original form. There was some controversy with me titling my prior video as Solved, but I truly believed we had found the solution before the solve itself, and now we know that to be true, so I was never incorrect. In fact, this is exactly how I described it would be previously, but I truly didn't think it would be quite as simple and obviously written as this. As you can see from the spreadsheet on screen, very much in the style of the other John Dee cryptograms we've discussed in this video and previously, we use the sound of the T to form the whole rest of the word, specifically to form this T. It's the aforementioned 115 T. Furthermore, in this solution, if we look directly below, we can find 3 books. German Military Zombie Manual, obviously extremely appropriate for element 115, and below that we find Tunguska Unmasked. Clearly about one of the very earliest fundamental pieces of the zombie storyline. Mystical Significance of the Super Heavy Elements, a book delving into the mystic properties of elements like 115, which is in the classification of super heavy elements. And finally, John Dee illuminated Dee Resurrectionist, about which the significance here is obvious, but especially when we consider that it is placed among such key concepts to the zombie storyline. This is a telltale sign that this is the solve and the correct ordering of the books, as the 4 specifically not needed for the solution are all zombie specific, and so they did not have to be as weird with their titling to try and make the message fit into the solution, and potentially the ordering from the files and in the documents was chosen at random to conceal the identity, or title, in this case. The answer in isolation, just saying Dr. Monty is a title and not his name, wouldn't mean a ton on its own. But in this specific context, it's probably the single biggest cryptography solution in zombies. In terms of the answer, it being inside a steganography like this, that was at the time the cutting edge in cryptography, being solved in lectures at university by people studying it for decades, would mean us, as Zombies fans, would have had to learn to solve it as well, and in the process had to learn about John Dee and have extensively studied these books, most of which parallel events of his life. This means that, even if we hadn't started with that paragraph from the hard drive leak back in the first video that had a little story about John Dee, we would still end up looking at his life. Then we'd likely notice the nods in game, the calling card, the ranks, the books, and even the Tempest radio in Revelations. We would have already noticed the parallels of he and Dr. Monty, and this final answer would be a confirmation that what we suspected was true. Dr. Monty was a fake name that John Dee had given himself. This changes the story more than any cipher in history, because it changes the entire interpretation of the plot thus far, and gives us explanations for elements of the story that we had previously thought never had an answer, like the initial timeline, pre-cycles, pre-fractures, or exactly how Monty and the Shadow Man were related and had history together as best friends, and what makes them distinct with human forms compared to their keeper and apothecary brethren, that are much less individualized. In essence, this means this cipher would basically require us to solve the hardest work we'd ever do, and in exchange give us an entirely new and objective look into the story of the game's biggest mysteries. The Tempest radio being in Revelations is extra evidence of this, if anything. If the parallel to John Dee is somehow not the intended point, it is a radio about almost nothing beyond trying to draw parallels between Monty and Prospero's perspective, which would be an odd use of Zombies' most expensive voice actor at the time, given the fact Treyarch never asked Malcolm McDowell to return in Black Ops 4, and we know the game faced heavy budget cuts post-launch. However, if it's not just meant to be as simple as this, but it is about that connection, I believe it is because of how obvious it makes it. The radio was intended to be Jason's last and most concrete extra hint towards the impossible Easter egg before moving on to Zombies Chronicles and Black Ops 4. And that is why this collection of books appears again on Revelations and at Zombies Chronicles Verrupt as well, as reminders and further nudges to us. For those of you who have skipped the methodology section or found it too difficult to understand or comprehend, I'm going to try and simplify it here so that hopefully as many people as possible can grasp the sheer significance. Essentially, the triple T, AAE, lettered 115, and 115 itself serves as brackets to the message. Important phrases or padding we recognize as immediately significant to us. The triple T points us in the right direction, telling us that this is it. In de-encryptions, the more telltale signs there are, the more this suggests this isn't just coincidence. It's basically just decreasing the probability of it being luck to almost non-existence, making the decibels smaller and smaller and smaller the more indicators there are, which is similar to Dee's belief in understanding and unlocking the mass of the universe, allowing you to discover the true nature of it in relation to God, and to become closer to Him. Basically, the multiple instances of triple Taus and other signals of Prime Zombie's importance show a divine creator in the message, that it was made by design. In this case by Blundell or whoever helped him, not just the lottery. As Dee believes is the same for the universe we live in too. Some of you may be confused by the on-the-surface simplicity and odd phrasing of the message, but this is totally in line with the methodology because they are hiding words within words. It's not like a traditional cipher we are used to, where they have more wiggle room to flesh out a more coherent message. They needed to title the books in a very strange and specific way so as to be able to cram the message in, which is why it's short and jarring. But regardless, serves its purpose in the sense that it gets the point across. It doesn't need to be any more complex, like other ciphers in the game. Whilst the methodology itself is not precisely as they are supposed to be, and we are only looking for those indicators, this makes sense when the message in relation to Shakespeare was only cracked in 2017, and was more of an underground concept back then, one of which all eyes were peeled on within the cryptography-obsessed world, but one that was lesser known to the general population, and a work in progress. So much so, to the point where no one knew how to precisely do it. They were literally trying to learn how to do it, and Blundell tried to emulate the idea with a very good effort, which anyone fond of cryptography was doing at the time. He would have been very aware of the Triple Tau due to him being an avid follower of cryptography in his spare time. This was like watching the first humans land on the moon for this community, and there's no doubt he was one of the observers. Brace yourselves. Breaking news for this video, I am interrupting mid-edit because as I was stitching this video together, the community just detonated a revelation that sent shockwaves through everything we are discussing and essentially proves this video correct. A heavily guarded, password-protected file from the leaked documents that leaked was finally pried open, and it's hiding an absolute game changer. Basically, there were a number of files password protected, but software has improved so much since when Treyarch put it together in 2015 to 2016. and so people have finally been able to break into these hidden files. This specific Excel document, Dr. Monty, zeroes in on a few radios from him. I want to highlight the section on Dr. Monty's Tempest radio from Revelations, where, as I've explained many times now, he hauntingly recites Prospero's lines from Shakespeare's masterpiece. A moment I've been screaming throughout this entire video is the cornerstone of the impossible Easter egg. As I've said many times now, and will say it once again to hammer this point home, the radio isn't just a hint, it's a blazing beacon that Dr. Monty is John Dee incarnate, with Prospero widely recognised by scholars as John Dee's theatrical double in the play. So Monty saying he is Prospero is literally saying he is Dee. The community has long shrugged this off as a random quirky radio that means little to nothing on the surface, but the John Dee Cipher from the Eisendrache boldly declaring title is Dr. Monty, to me obliterates any doubt. But in case all of this didn't sell you, here's where it gets electrifying. The leaked file reveals this radio was meticulously planned as the final Monty fact. You see, on Revelations, Monty gives facts about each of the main characters: Richthofen, Takeo, Dempsey, Nikolai. These are pieces of lore to provide character insight, but this radio was supposed to be the one specific to the narrator. None other than Monty himself. But this one wasn't just going to be in the map by default like the others. This one was originally intended to be locked away as a secret reward, only accessible in the Nakda Untoten section after completing the map's main quest. This was meant to be more than a radio, it's a post-credits bombshell, a deliberate truth bomb reserved for those who have triumphed. The Monty facts are always specific trivia about the characters, like learning of Richthofen's favourite song, for instance. And who else could this fact illuminate but Dr. Monty himself? The passage on its own is not a fact, so why would it be called a Monty fact if all it's meant to be is a parallel to his character? That's because it's meant to be a fact about who his character actually is. Unlike the others, this one is not a fact on its surface. This could actually be why it was changed to be a regular radio instead of one of Monty's facts, because maybe it being explicitly so and locking it behind the main quest would have lessened the ambiguity of it. The definitional antithesis of a fact. We would have been more hyper-focused on its significance, and Blundell wanted this biggest secret to be as mysterious as possible. This could have lessened that and felt too on the nose and spoon-fed. Something Blundell has said he tried very hard to stray away from, such as cutting Samantha's dialogue from the Origins intro cutscene from the Revelations ending cutscene. The fact is, Monty is John Dee. That is the ultimate conclusion meant to be drawn. No other character fits the bill. This intended placement enthralls its importance. Think about it, the only other time we've seen radios this exclusive was the Shadowman's reveal in the Blood of the Dead radios. His side of dialogue unlocked only after beating the map's quest, and that was just a game after this. The developers didn't just toss this in, they crowned it a pivotal truth, and it being planned as the only hidden radio confirms that to them. This was the most important radio, a seismic clue in unmasking Dr. Monty as John Dee, making this radio the pulsing heart of the impossible Easter egg, and thus its core. Its nexus, and that's why it was intended to be in Nakda Untoten initially instead of Kino de Toten like at launch. The map that connects all of the others on Revelations and the beginning of the story from our linear perspective. The first map we played, just as John Dee becoming Monty is the true beginnings of the storyline. Why this matches all of Blundell's clues. Blundell laid out clear perimeters for the impossible Easter egg. It would be hidden across arenas.
And they'll be hidden in different arenas, and you won't get this one.
This is, not only are the books hidden across the Eisendrache, but the story clues for Monty being John Dee are hidden all throughout the game and its narrative branches. It would be too simple to say it's on Shadows of Evil.
Has that Easter egg been found?
It has not.
It has not. So there is still something in Shadows of Evil.
It would be too simple for me to say it's in Shadows of Evil, but I would say there is an Easter egg. There has not been found.
This Easter egg is not map specific. Whilst the books are specific to Der Eisendrache, the clues are an unravelling of information scattered throughout the entire game. Blundell described people being close to the Easter egg.
Is it something we've come at all close to? Even just in the right sort of zone in Black Ops 3 so far?
Yes.
We have.
wow, before Black Ops 3, and you're like, I'm going to put an unsolvable Easter egg. What I will ask, because obviously I don't want it like straight cut.
Sure.
Has anyone gotten even remotely close? I think you answered this like
I've
during
seen
Zetsubou.
I've seen people get close. Yeah.
You've seen people get close.
I've seen
Okay.
people get close on a couple of things.
This is most likely referring to us literally being close to the books when playing the Eisendrache, literally opening the very safe where the key book is held. Which leads me onto the most clear-cut clue. I'll hide it in a vault for 8 years.
You can ask me all you want. I'm going to put that away in a vault and talk to you again about it in 8 years' time.
Okay, and by then we'll be old and growing beards.
Yeah, exactly.
The John Dee book is in Groff's vault, and we are now here 8 years later with the biggest revelation out of all of this, although by coincidence. Blundell specifically says, I've been given the challenge of writing more convoluted Easter eggs in the first Impossible Easter Egg interview.
I've been given the challenge of writing more convoluted Easter eggs to kind of bury into the game.
So this was a clue that it must surely be a message, one that can be written, and one that can top the ones he's done before. Finally, it's not going to shake the earth.
Here's the thing, the kind of stuff they put in doesn't shake the earth, but I think for people who enjoy those type of things, there's stuff in there.
They'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah, there's still stuff in there. Yeah.
While some community members may be disappointed by this revelation of Monty's true origins, I think it especially comes across as underwhelming for some, mainly because we sussed it out beforehand. But a reinterpretation of the story's origins is crazier than my wildest dreams for what I thought this could be. There we have it. What an exciting ride this has been. Truly the funnest time I've ever had putting together a series of videos that spiraled and spiraled out of control, much like the zombies cycle. It's been 2 months now since my first video that I made by pure accident when planning for a different video and stumbled upon this information. Since then, the community has been hard at work. We just needed to lift the brakes to accelerate. So we might be inclined to ask, what's the point of all of this? The Impossible Easter egg is ultimately something very niche, that's in a physical format, not a hidden boss fight that gives us crazy rewards, as it was something that could not be data mined. So why bother? Well, let's go back to the core of this. Jason Blundell thought a lot about the philosophy of game design, and that's clear from every single interview he's ever done, even more so in the newest one that is a lot more candid and down to earth. The way people interact with the ideas present within a game, how it makes them act, what it makes them feel, these things are all what's the most important to him. Not just hype moments and aura, although they may help along the way. Perhaps modern Treyarch can learn from that, but that's a topic for another day. Blundell is a great admirer of philosophy, mythology, alchemy. The Chaos story was proof enough of that. And you can't get very far into researching alchemy without finding John Dee. And maybe these thoughts were even the very first sparkles of the early Chaos concept. Now consider, why did these people like John Dee and Francis Bacon feel the need to hide messages to such extreme extents? Sometimes it was controversial, sure. The identity of Shakespeare, and maybe in Dee's case, it was occasionally a bit of espionage. But that doesn't explain the 90% of other instances. No. Ultimately, these were very intelligent people who created these elaborate hunts because they enjoyed it, and it was a part of their way of life. The reason they hid these things was exactly that, because they knew other people would get just as much enjoyment out of finding them. Now, if that isn't the perfect encapsulation of why we as Zombies fans do the crazy things we do, I don't know what is. And it's important to remember the point at which this was introduced to the storyline, DLC 1 of Black Ops 3. The first map is often developed shortly before the release of the main game, and so, no matter how impossible Blundell thought this Easter egg to be, he neglected to include information that, in the unlikely event it was solved at launch, would compromise the rest of the narrative to come. As such, I think this solution makes an incredible amount of sense, pointing us towards Dr. Monty, someone who wasn't being discussed that much at this point in the DLC season, and possibly hint towards his true nature as well. Something that even until recently, we had never really latched on to. So where do we go from here? Frankly, I believe this answer is the heart and soul of the impossible Easter egg. However, as you could see with the Shakespeare codes earlier, more often than not, these types of messages contain more than our initial output. More than one message or phrase. Now that we've used this large vertical code to establish where most of the lines go, we can begin to look for other codes that may come from this when certain shapes are filled in. We won't know for sure until we find more though. So for now, I'm going to call the main part of this Easter egg solved and hand it off to you lot to attempt to find more. We can try and determine the order of the last few lines I'm unsure of. You can see on the far right of the chart that Ducky illustrated which lines we are pretty sure on. The blue filled boxes representing a line we are confident in the placing of, with the white boxes meaning we are unsure. We were simply able to determine the message without being sure about these lines because they ultimately have a letter that's repeated, like T or I. This means it could be in one of a few places, and only through the process of elimination or finding solutions in the text will help from here. I believe this is the main message to find because it connects with the clues in the game, and on its own, the title is Dr. Monty means nothing, but when connected with the leak and the in-game evidence, it becomes the nail in the coffin we were searching for. Ultimately, I think without the leak, we wouldn't have been able to even have found it, let alone make sense of it, which is why it was deemed impossible. The leak allowed us to sidestep and do the Easter egg in reverse. Us finding the leak warped the perception, but finding out about this cipher, especially in 2016, would have been insanely hard. I can't see any scenario where anyone would have ever latched onto it naturally. The message we found might seem too simple of a solution now, but it only is given this context of hindsight. Blundell said he wanted to include an Easter egg that we could not crack, and we won't get this one.
And the community keeps on finding and keeps on decoding. So going into Black Ops 3, I'm fed up now, and you won't get this one.
He never actually once used the term impossible. This was a community-derived phrase attributed to the Easter egg he was discussing. The Easter egg was never impossible, as we have proven. It was just extremely difficult, and we really shouldn't have been able to piece this all together. Whilst the message itself is simple to find, as I explained before, whilst these ciphers can contain simple messages, it's the fact that we don't know if it is a cipher or not that makes it so challenging. Especially when we don't know what we are even looking for if we do know it's a cipher. It's only through discovering the leaked document and through piecing together all of the in-game evidence that it led us in the right direction. And that's what made this so challenging, not the method of decrypting itself. I believe the next main thing we should really focus our efforts on are the 10 unsolved Revelation ciphers. With this being the Monty Shadowman-centric map, and the final map of the game, the closing and opening chapter to the cycle, it's likely at least some of these properly explain Monty and the Shadowman's lives and how this all truly began. What could the Revelation ciphers further unpack? Some are surely about how D/Kelly truly became Monty/the Shadowman in canon, probably explaining everything, because even with the leaked passage, it's unclear. And since the Eisendrache message on its own doesn't tell us much, it just gives us the confirmation that Monty is John Dee, we are still gasping for answers. The Eisendrache books only give us the title. Ironic when they were a scattering of titles. They don't give us the full story. And all that we've been speculating across this series about their stories has been rooted in speculation, not all of which will prove to be true. I believe at least some of the ciphers will probably explain the true origins of the zombie story to us, and that's why Blundell said stuff will appear in game when we solve some of the Revelation ciphers.
I am sure there are people who are still working on some of those ciphers.
Oh, of course there is, yeah.
And I love that, because there's other things that will appear.
Probably referring to the evidence of Monty being Dee scattered across the game that we found becoming obvious upon their decryption. You see, these books were supposed to be the hardest Easter egg, so it makes sense that Blundell made the ciphers harder than ever if some, indeed, no pun intended, are about Dee, even prophesizing we wouldn't solve any of them ever.
I'm thinking that people might not get a single one in DLC 4.
Not get a single cipher.
It's possible.
You're going to make it that that hard.
Whilst we have managed to crack a few, at the time of the interview, these ones may have not been on the table, especially the thank you message from Treyarch. This makes me feel like the book titles are potentially hiding clues to solve the Revelation ciphers, potentially the keys needed for them, but that is pure speculation. And as I said, I have no idea about cryptography, and I'm not wise enough to hone in the efforts. With that, I hand this off to you once again. The last few breakthroughs I've had have all been thanks to viewers or other creators, and I'm hoping we strike gold twice. And I'm hoping the same happens once again. So if you do discover anything or have any theories, be sure to leave them in the comment section down below, as well as message me on Twitter. It genuinely feels like since the initial discovery, every month we've been finding more and more stuff. This hunt has gone into hyperspeed. Blundell did say there are multiple hard Easter eggs left to crack.
There's actually there is lots.
Right.
But the one
There's a significant one.
The one I was specifically talking about has not.
We've got this unsolvable Easter egg, which I'm sort of guessing there might be more than one of.
There might be.
There might be, right?
But the one he was referring to in the impossible Easter egg video is the specific one he was teasing in interviews. This does not mean there isn't a lot more to find beyond this big one. There is so much more to unpack and figure and piece this all properly together. But now we know that Dr. Monty is Dr. John Dee. As a little addendum and something not that important, the ICR-1 Pack-a-Punch name is Illuminated Dee Animator, which is surely connected to the Illuminated Dee Resurrectionist naming convention. ICR could be an acronym for Intelligent Character Recognition, an artificial intelligence process of pulling words from images, somewhat similar to how we pulled a phrase from the book's titles. Or it could be more on the nose, recognizing the true character of Dr. Monty. This is a reach though, so I'm not exactly sure what it means, but it's just a small footnote I thought I'd reference, just another nod plastered in the game.
Every significant event across all those maps that are in Zombie Chronicles, going into Black Ops 3 and all that, the multiverse and its interrelationship between all fractures and all main lines. Also, every group and every version of every group is also represented.
This must have taken.
And this is, if you look in the bottom corner, this was from, where is it? This is from the Kronorium. So,
oh my
turns out that the Kronorium is in the basement of Treyarch. So maybe that'll appear in a map in the future.
We've just discovered yet another Black Ops 3 Zombies Easter egg in the ripe old year of 2025. The other day I posted a video about us finally solving the John Dee book cipher impossible Easter egg under Eisendrache, and I didn't think I would be here just a few days later saying we solved yet another one. Anyways, following on from solving that Easter egg a couple weeks ago, I've been scripting a video on the original zombie story and the true beginnings of the cycle with the new context in mind, in between editing the solve a video for that. In undertaking that monumental effort, I had to understand the Kronorium more than anyone else, meticulously combing over the zombies timeline, trying to rectify all of the inconsistencies between the basic dimension timelines and the Agatha timeline, which is nearly impossible as the Agatha timeline doesn't even have dates, as it's outside of time. But in spite of the challenge, I've managed to crack the true story for the most part in exchange for my sanity, which you'll see in that video soon. I'm very proud of it. With that done, I then needed to try and work backwards from every single important event to determine what originally causes them. And I clearly looked at the timeline closer than anyone else, because it seems I've discovered a unique little Easter egg left by the developers. Just as Dr. Monty signed the timeline in-game canon, the out-of-game creators did too. Kronorium excerpt 102-3816-121016. A very long number, and after hours of staring at the image, it seemed almost out of place. Why was it such a big number? It's something I've been puzzled by for years. I always felt like it was holding a clue for something. Well, I have figured out exactly what. In the John Dee Cipher solve, I discovered that Treyarch were fond of comparing numbers to letters and vice versa, which Dee was also fond of in real life. For example, that solve required us converting the letters AAE be the first, and fifth positions in the alphabet, aka 115. Well, it's the same case here, but in reverse. Instead, changing the numbers to letters in the excerpt reveals a hidden signature from 4 very proud Trek developers themselves. 10-2 in the alphabet is JB, aka the initials of Jason Blundell. 3-8 in the alphabet is CH, aka the initials of Craig Houston. 16-12 is PL in the alphabet, likely the initials of Peter Lamb. And finally, 10-16 is JP in the alphabet, likely the initials of Joseph Perluski. And if you happen to be watching this video, I do apologize if I just butchered your last name there. It would seem that we know the real-life authors behind the monumental effort that is the Zombies timeline. Joseph is known publicly to have collated all of the dates, referenced offhandedly by Blundell in an interview and credited to him on his LinkedIn. Joseph has credits dating far back into Zombies history, initially working at Treyarch as a receptionist and climbing the ranks until he wrote most of the Black Ops 3 and 4 intel, collated the info for the timeline, directed Alpha Omega, and again wrote most of the intel for Cold War before leaving for DICE to help with Battlefield. Meanwhile, Peter Lamb is an artist at Treyarch who has an even longer history, being at Treyarch back in the Spider-Man days. According to information on his website, he drew the iconic death cards from World at War, as well as much of the concept art from them, being lead concept artist at Treyarch. It's hard to say exactly what his role is with the timeline, but I'd bet given his artistic skills and high position, he was responsible for getting the structure and a look of the image together, whereas the other 3 were involved in the actual writing process. Of course, Jason Blundell and Craig Houston don't need much of an introduction really, as they were the main pioneers of the story at the time, and their achievements with Zombies speak for themselves. Jason Blundell now heads up Dark Outlaw Games under Sony, and Craig Houston is still heading up the narrative department at Treyarch. Now, unlike the other Cipher Solve, this one of course isn't anything crazy and is just a little developer nod, but a super neat find nevertheless. It's not hard to solve, the main trouble being just finding out who the developers are really, and I think this is so crazy because it's so obviously there and we've just completely ignored it. And I think this is a good example of how things can be lying there dormant for years in plain sight and us, the community, just completely overlooks them, so it really makes me wonder how many other things are lying around in Zombies maps like this that aren't even that difficult to solve. The community's interest in Black Ops 3 has really reignited lately, and I'm sure over the coming months a lot more is going to be found. And whilst it doesn't tell us anything insane, to me this gives more confirmation to the John Dee Cipher Solve being legitimate, as it shows a similar pattern used with converting letters to numbers and vice versa. Speaking of, I did affirm in the video that the way we got the message was different to how Dee did them, but that was likely because, like explained in the video, the methodology was only probably cracked in 2017. So I believe Blundell simply tried to emulate the hypothesized method with his own twist. Instead of the traditional triple tau, he just laid 3 T's as a reference to it to point us in the right direction and put padding or brackets around the message. This was not a traditional Dee cipher, just a little nod to point us in the right direction, with the T shape formed with the 115 and lettered 115 aka AAE forming the closed bracket. And something I neglected to mention in the video is that we believe the red 115 that can be seen on the crate above next to the German military zombie manual book is just a clue to search for the 115 T-shape within the book's titles, helping us with the ordering and confirming that's where the sentence ends. And potentially there are different clues around each of the books, as the 2 universes from the Giant's Hypercube that Skite pointed out can be seen displayed on the church monitor, showing the projector room where there's the alchemical framework of the Luminiferous Ether book. This book title goes right through near the middle of the T. These could have just been clues to the ordering of the books. And speaking of the Giant's blueprint, I've seen lots of people in the comments saying the Hypercube has to surely tie into this, since it wasn't mentioned in my video at all. Well, I do actually have a video coming up explaining everything in the Hypercube, and we've discovered some major things about it, and that should be going live probably sometime next week. It's going to blow your mind. And that'll probably explain literally everything about the Hypercube, some major things we missed, and leaves no unanswered questions about it. Anyways, I will have another video a bit further down the line, probably in a couple weeks, about the early Zombies cycle as well, so make sure you stay tuned because it's absolutely crazy. One of the biggest mysteries of the Ether story has been how the Giant and Zetsubou Noshima's radios make sense. With the new knowledge we've learned about Monty, it provides incredible clarity to their continuity, and this can also also probably explain why Element 115 changes from orange to blue when Blundell took over.
Does the colour of Element 115 change depending on which universe you are in?
Pass.
It's insane, so definitely stay tuned and be sure to check out my previous video on the John Dee Cipher video if you haven't seen it already, as that's absolutely nuts as well. All 3 videos will be linked in the description once they are all live, but that's all I wanted to say for now. Show you this new cipher and give some clarity on the Dee cipher as well. Stay tuned for plenty more content to come. Bye. We were wrong about the KN44 Hypercube. Actually means it's not quite as simple as we once thought, and we finally figured out its true intentions. For almost 10 years, people have been puzzling over the enigmatic scraps of paper found in the Giant in Black Ops 3. The KN44 blueprint, the Hypercube, the Tesseract, the Monty blueprint, whatever you call it, this has been such a hotly contested piece of lore, and one that's incredibly obscure. Not in the sense that no one knows about it. At this point, I think it would be hard to find someone who doesn't know about it, but instead obscure in the sense that no one knows what it actually is. Some people have been theorizing it's a part of the impossible Easter egg. I'm personally not so sure, especially since we recently solved the Der Eisendrache book Cipher, which matches all of Blundell's clues as being the impossible Easter egg. I would highly recommend to check that out after you're done with this one. But even regardless of what you believe there, I thought it was about time someone sat down and tried to actually explain what the blueprint itself is even depicting. And so, for the last few weeks, that's exactly what I've been doing. In doing so, I found some huge information that makes it way more complicated than meets the eye. I hope you're ready for this, and for the sake of not melting your brains, I hope you've got a physics degree, because things are going to get very complicated very quickly. And as a little addition to this intro, whilst in the course of making this video, I stumbled across something we completely missed that was hinted at over and over again in relation to this blueprint, even transcending into Black Ops 4, the Hypercube and Monty. So stay tuned for that revelation too. First off, let's get the more recent developments out of the way over the last 8 months or so. Thanks to interviews held with the developers by Glitch and Queen, we know a bit more about the blueprint itself, from the perspective of the very developer who made it. We know that the KN44 was chosen arbitrarily. Originally, an AK-47 wallby was depicted, and then the artist who made it, Daniel Cheng, was told to use a weapon from the game instead, choosing the KN44 because of its recognizable silhouette and similar appearance to the iconic AK-47. And I suspect this was all because it was around this time where Call of Duty was switching from real weapons that they had to pay a license fee to arms manufacturers to use to made-up weapons, a trend which has continued to this day, and of course matches with the fact that it's a futuristic game, and so is using made-up weapons based on the ones we have today. We also learned from Daniel that one of the diagrams, which we will go into more detail about later, was added directly by Daniel Cheng. He was not tasked specifically, whereas the other ones were given to him by above and had to just be included in a way that looked like they belonged in the blueprint. We're not here today to discuss any hidden cipher though. I want to discuss the blueprint as a whole, and so even the likes of the wormhole that was added by Daniel himself are still important and will be discussed today. Since it was added by a Treyarch developer and made it into the game, after all, it is still canon. These games are not just the mastermind of one person. It's a painting made by hundreds of contributors and brushes. Additionally, another development was the striking similarities between the blueprint and the map from the 1981 movie Time Bandits. This film follows an unlikely group of adventurers who are implored by the godlike Supreme Being to fix holes in space-time by traveling throughout time and space. The map they follow across time was actually made by the Supreme Being, who appears physically at the end of the film, having orchestrated their journey, and appears as an elderly British man, very far from how you might imagine a stereotypical god to look. As you can immediately tell, the similarities between the plot of Time Bandits and Black Ops 3 Zombies are abundantly clear. And to further this, the aesthetics of the map from that film are incredibly similar to the KN44 blueprint. Keep that in mind because I think it gives a bit of a clue to what its purpose is within the canon of the storyline. Again, ignoring any possibility of hidden secrets within. Furthermore, the Time Bandits movie is actually based on a book of the same name, and there was another movie adaptation of the book previously in 1979. 1999, but this time going by a different title, Time After Time. In this movie, the elderly British man, god of the universe who sends them on their journey, H.G. Wells, is played by Malcolm McDowell himself, so this is clearly where they got the casting idea for Dr. Monty, and appears near the end of the book/films, just as Monty appears before the final act of Black Ops 3's narrative. First and foremost, let's deal with the scientific diagrams around the outside, and we'll start with the easiest. This is a wormhole, and to avoid any doubt whatsoever, Daniel Chang said this explicitly in the Glitching Queen interview.
As far as diagrams go, the one that I contributed to it was the wormhole diagram. And so I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the one that's kind of U-shaped with the funnels going in between the U. And but everything else is, I would say, game.
And that this was something he added himself. Wormholes have become a very common idea in science fiction over the last 50 years or so. But what they actually are, aside from portals from one place to another, isn't well known to a lot of people. Essentially, a wormhole is a specialized type of black hole that bridges 2 points together. Here's a very similar diagram to the one included on the blueprint that shows us why this is useful. As you can see, traveling along path A is longer than traveling through path B, the wormhole. Every time we teleport in zombies, we are effectively using a wormhole. You can actually visualize this yourself if you feel like a little experiment whilst you watch this video. Take a piece of paper, draw a dot on one end and another dot at the other end, and draw a line between them. You can see the line is quite long. Now, fold the paper and punch a hole through both of the dots. You can see this is a far shorter path. But obviously, the paper, or space-time in this example, isn't naturally folded over like that. So something unusual has to happen in order to allow for that hole to be punched through. Using the ether, we have the medium outside the universe that allows us to connect two different points in space-time. Often this needs a lot of electrical power, and a large amount of element 115 as its power source. And while we are never given an exact explanation on how teleportation works in the ether storyline, we can assume that element 115, as it is the very fabric of existence, allows for the punching through of these holes in reality that allow for instantaneous teleportation. The issue is, as Monty explains in Revelations, every single instance of this breaks the universe more and more. Imagine you taking your piece of paper again and start randomly folding and punching holes through. Eventually, the piece of paper is going to be totally ruined. And if you carry on even past that, the entire piece of paper will eventually just disintegrate. When you put it like that, you can understand Monty's concern over teleportation, and why it was and is so dangerous. One possible exception to this is the summoning key. Nikolai tells us in Tag the Totem that it is capable of opening and closing new worlds. We regularly see that portals can be created with it at ease, as we see in the Shadows of Evil, Zetsubou no Shima and Garod Krovi endings, with seemingly no 115 or other power source required, and the orange portals they create seem to reflect the same portals used by the Keepers and Shadows of Evil. The summoning key is manifesting their use of teleportation. The portals opened by the Apothecans in the Revelations intro cutscene also seem similar, however they range from a more blue to purple colour. These two match the colour schemes of each faction. The Apothecans and Keepers unlocked a method of teleportation greater than that of humanity. We'll discuss more about this later, but just keep in mind that it appears like the summoning key is a unique case that may not have an inherently negative effect on the universe. The next diagram we have depicts what is referred to as a world line, along with a world sheet and a world volume. Imagine your entire life plotted out as a timeline of events. Every single moment is written down, perhaps on a graph. This includes both the point in space you are at, as well as the point in time. If you could visualize this in day-to-day life, you would see an endless stream of copies of yourself both behind you, where you had been, and in front of you, where you were going to be. This is what Monty describes by us all being snowflakes on Garod Krovi, and to stop thinking of it in simple terms, new and original. They are all literally the same streams of person. In effect, this is what a world line is, the current linear timeline for events exists for that universe. Specifically, a world line exists for a single, one-dimensional particle, and charts its path over time. The world sheet is that concept, but charting a 2D object's path over time. And the world volume is that, but charts a 3D object over time. Why is this relevant? Well, this is the exact process that occurs when Primus creates a fracture. In order to prevent a paradox in the timeline, history prior to that point changes to accommodate that change. For example, in the history of the world when we played Eisendrache, Ultimus Richtofen is dead, but history has been shifted to allow him to die at that moment, rather than being killed by time-traveling Primus Richtofen. As such, fractures are alternative universes completely. If we wanted to be pedantic, we're actually talking about different world volumes because we are talking about a 3D reality. But world line is an easier and more commonly understood term in science fiction, so we'll keep using this phrase. In addition, as some viewers who might be knowledgeable on the maths behind this may know, plotting something over time means that we give it an extra dimension. Therefore, the world volume we are looking at is actually a graph in 4 dimensions, exactly like the Hypercube, which we will discuss soon, and exactly how the ether is and incomprehensible to us. We can be pretty sure that this diagram is discussing this as, if we look closely, we can see WL, WS, and WV annotated on each part of the diagram. But to make it even more clear, this same diagram actually appears in the Shadows of Evil scraps of paper as well, and is one of the many intentional similarities between the two. As you can see, this is a nearly identical diagram, aside from it being hand-drawn. The Shadows of Evil scrap is implied to be Richtofen's hastily sketched notes on where to go and what to do in his quest during Black Ops 3, learned from the Kronorium and his communications with Monty and Ludwig Maxis. I personally believe these notes were copied from Monty's blueprint, but you'll see why very soon. For now, just know that Richtofen made special note of the world lines that he would create through fracturing the original universe, as it is specifically annotated. Oddly enough, this is probably the most obscure part of the entire blueprint. However, given it also appears on the Shadows of Evil scraps, it's perhaps not something we can just disregard. After a serious amount of research, I believe I've actually figured out what was being communicated here, particularly as it appears on the KN44 blueprint as well. First off, whilst doing some digging, I found this diagram that, to oversimplify, shows how space-time is relative depending on where you are and how much gravity is affecting you. This also looks mighty similar to the depiction of Samantha gaining ascendance and thus control of the ether itself when entering the MPD we see depicted on Classified. The depiction of Agatha, the ether, and the dark ether is also represented by layers. I believe the middle, ether, is oversimplified and these layers are meant to be all of the layers stacked in the ether between worlds. Or this could be depicting pre-fracturing before their world spilled into ours, when the Apothecans corrupted the universes with element 115. With the ether being shown as one world, like the empty earth theory, it's kind of like the core of all reality, the original universe. This looks quite a lot like the variant of the diagram on the Shadows of Evil scraps. Each layer depicted here is a point in time, an individual world layer like we discussed previously, with the entire diagram being a world volume. Okay, that's good, but it doesn't have a lot of relevance to us, so let's turn our eyes back to the scraps from the Giants. Clearly, in this diagram, the individual layers look almost identical to the world layers on the previous diagram, so we know that's the intent. We see 4 evenly spaced layers which depicts the flow of normal time, but then 2 layers appear to be interacting with one another, with energy coming off it. In fact, the artist seems to use the same rays from the sun in the solar system diagrams around these 2 layers, so we know whatever is going on, it's significant. That's when I did a bit more research and came upon what I believe to be the key to this. Where the world line is a single particle, the world sheet is a string. This event, I think, is depicting the string being bifurcated, or split into 2. If we remember that the world layer is a moment in history, this is literally depicting what happens when a fracture occurs. This diagram is literally a picture representation of how a fracture gets created. Extremely apt given it's in the Giants, where the first fracture occurs from Black Ops 3's narrative perspective. probably one of the most mysterious and cryptic parts of the entire blueprint, but unlike the other diagrams, people have proposed several theories about what they are. First off, many people have been calling them constellations, including myself, since that just seemed to be the phrase everyone was running with. But upon researching, isn't actually right. These are diagrams showing solar systems. Some appear to possibly be that of Earth, and some appear totally different. We see these suns having planets around them with orbits a lot like those in our own solar system, but then with very irregular orbits. The irregular orbits are somewhat consistent with our solar system, especially when you consider comets and other celestial bodies, but still don't explain instances of two suns. Well, I think I have a possible answer. As noted previously, the Shadows of Evil scraps share a lot of similarities to this one, as if Richtofen copied this blueprint in a hurry whilst visiting the house in Agatha. Keeping that in mind, we can see another similarity. 4 solar system diagrams, one in each corner of the page. It's just that the ones on the Shadows of Evil scraps are a lot more basic. Additionally, on the Shadows of Evil scrap, we see 4 sets of coordinates, each one correlating to a map in Black Ops 3. The Giant in the bottom left hand corner, the Eisendrache in the top right, Zetsubou Radios in the bottom right, and Gorod Krovi in the top left. Keeping that in mind, let's look at the solar system diagrams in the blueprint. As you can see on the chart, these are very clearly meant to represent each of the maps. We have the Giant, the Eisendrache, Zetsubou Radios, and Gorod Krovi. Interestingly, the Giant and the Eisendrache are both the 2 recently found by Skite's community on the church's monitors on the map, that point to a section of the map by the projector room that has one of the collection of John Dee decryption books, Alchemical Framework of the Luminiferous Ether. This could just be showing us how the fabric of reality works, and how it can be interpreted through the lens of alchemists like Dee and thus Monty. Wink. As opposed to a part of anything larger. Like stated, the Giant is where the original universe first fractures from the perspective of our journeying in Black Ops 3, which then leads to the overlapping of 2 circular patterns in the Eisendrache's case. Looking at this blueprint, we can see that Zetsubou Radios and Gorod Krovi's would correspond to the 2 diagrams that show 2 solar systems intersecting. But what does that mean? There's obviously nothing relating to 2 overlapping solar systems in those maps. Or is there? Well, let's go back to what we discussed earlier. World lines and fractures. One issue that scientists constantly bring up with science fiction that deals with time travel is that if you aim to travel back in time, you would be moving back in time, but not in space. You wouldn't be traveling backwards on your own world line. You'd only actually be changing the time that you were in. Let's put it another way, because the entire solar system is constantly moving through space, actually accelerating outwards every second. If you just traveled backwards in time, you would end up in the vacuum of space, because you've not also moved through space. Scientists say that the only way to avoid this is with accurate teleportation alongside the time travel. In order to move through both time and space, you need to be able to calculate where exactly the Earth, and so the entire rest of the solar system, is going to be at the point in time you want to go to. How does this relate to the solar system diagrams then? Well, let's think about the maps. Richtofen arrives at a specific point in time at the original dimension, meaning he needs to know exactly where the Earth will be at that exact point in time to arrive in the teleporter to shoot the other Richtofen. We know Richtofen makes a pit stop at dimension 2210 to collect his younger self's soul, and then to the house between Shadows of Evil and the Giant. And assumedly, travelling from Agatha to another dimension is a bit simpler. From the Giant, now in the Deceptio fracture, they literally just walk to Griffin Castle using the Giant's robot. However, from there, they need to teleport to Zetsubou Radios. The global coordinate written by Richtofen clearly led us to the island of Pompeii, where the map takes place. If we examine the blueprint solar system that would correspond to this map, we can see it works extremely well. We have 2 solar systems intersecting, both with orbits at different times. This is showing the 2 fractures, Deceptio and Predition, and the specific points in time they have to leave and arrive at, as Zetsubou Radios takes place earlier than the Eisendrache in the timeline. This is different from the solar system for the Eisendrache, which has only 1 sun, as they didn't need to teleport from one point in space-time to another, so there was no need for the overlapping diagrams. We know things don't quite run like clockwork in the Eisendrache. with Dempsey briefly protesting in the ending cutscene and forcing Richtofen to restrain the characters and explain his agenda to them, which could possibly explain why they arrived at slightly the wrong place and time, ending up on the boat, captured by the Japanese Division 9. They didn't follow the instructions given specifically by the blueprint, or possibly Richtofen had the point in space-time slightly off in his own hastily drawn note. Now, the next and final solar system also depicts two suns, and this also makes sense as the characters likewise teleport through space and time from Pompeii to Stalingrad. However, this is obviously the most flawed and dangerous teleportation they do, as they end up in the sky, falling thousands of feet and almost dying as a result. We can make a good guess why this is, because they absolutely didn't leave at the correct time, immediately when Takeo dies. Instead, they visit Alcatraz, collecting the blood, and then teleport back to Zetsubou no Shima, only then moving onto Gorod Krovi. This would 100% throw off the positions of the Earth in the two fractures, causing the messed up teleport. And we've seen this literally happen in the Blood of the Dead intro cutscene, where they spawn in slightly the wrong place in the dark. Richtofen remarks that the dimensions are slightly off in this broken cycle that they were unaware of until moments later when Richtofen reads the Kronorium again.
What is the meaning of this? The pages have changed. They... Our blood! Mine blood! You cannot possibly expect me to let this happen! You son of a bitch!
Onto the elephant in the room. The hypercubes, tesseracts, 4D cubes, or whatever you want to call them. We actually have not one, but 3 shown on here, and so we'll start with the first 2. Now, first off, some people might have not even realised that the image of the 8 connected cubes was even a hypercube, but it is, or rather, it is the net of 1. If you take a cube that's a 3D shape, you can construct it out of 6 2D squares, folded up together. In fact, you probably did this in an early grade in school. Similarly though, we can do the same thing for a 4D shape using 3D shapes. While we can't actually perceive a 4D shape, as we can only see 3 dimensions, we know using mathematics that if you can make a 3D shape with 2D shapes, you can make a 4D shape using 3D shapes. You could keep going, making 5D with 4D, etc., but we really don't have time for that, and at this point my brain is already starting to melt. But in essence, these 8 cubes stuck together, if folded inwards, create the iconic Hypercube shape. Of course, with all of our discussions about world lines and the 4th dimension, the reason to include a tesseract should be pretty clear. It's an object depicted as moving through an additional 4th dimension, with that 4th dimension being time. Really then, you can think of the hypercube as the representation of any object moving through time, even a person. Now, onto what you've been waiting for, the KN-44, the Hypercube, and my new discovery. I've been quite open about the fact that I think the KN-44 inside the Hypercube and Summoning Key is just an explanation for the Warbuys, and I'm even more convinced of this now. Whether or not you think the KN-44 is the key to the impossible Easter egg, that's up to you, and this video doesn't necessarily devalue that in any way. That being said, here's how this explains it. We already mentioned that the Summoning Key is special, in that it seemingly allows for the opening of wormholes, for worlds to be bridged or closed off from one another, without breaking the universe. In Tag the Toten, we actually see the universe emerge from within the Summoning Key itself. And so, it's not stretched to imagine that due to its immense power, the Summoning Key effectively contains existence within itself. Or at least, because it was used in the creation of all things, has the power to manipulate the universe without consequence. What then is the Hypercube within? Well, whilst researching this video, I came across something which instantly set alarm bells off in my head. A science fiction story that was linked on the Wikipedia page for the Hypercube called "And He Built a Crooked House." Now those of you who played Classified and Cold War will immediately remember this as the nursery rhyme Samantha recites that was clearly referring to Monty and the house.
Was a crooked man, and he walked a crooked mile. He found crooked sixpence upon a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse. And they all live together in a little crooked
was a crooked man, and he went a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked style. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house. There was a woman that I met. Her gait was far from crooked. She told me never to lose faith, in spite of how I look. She told me that I was not worthless. The German accent threw me off, but her words inspired me nonetheless. We will fix this crooked house.
And I now think that speculation is truer than ever. Andy built a crooked house, which is named after the nursery rhyme, is a science fiction story about a genius architect who decides to make a wonderful new type of house that takes up less space than any before but is still spacious on the inside by building a house in the shape of a hypercube net, like the one we see on the diagram. Essentially, it's bigger on the inside for those of you familiar with the TARDIS from Doctor Who. At night, there is an earthquake, and in the morning, the architect wakes up and is horrified and amazed to find that the quake has somehow folded the house into an actual hypercube. As a result, the space is incredibly strange, with windows leading to other rooms and stairs forming closed loops. The connections to the Ether storyline here are alarmingly clear, and it's really odd that no one has ever found this before. But I can't find anyone having brought it up in the past, at least as far as I'm aware. Regardless, this is so clearly a parallel to Monty and Agatha. We learn in Times of Toten that ethereal energy seeps out from the space between all atoms. Now we have this direct connection to Agatha and the hypercube. In the Wisp song Grod Crovey, Monty refers to Agatha as the world within the world. Now, as mentioned earlier, in the older days of the storyline, this made a lot of sense. We thought Agatha was literally within the earth, as has been theorized as this is not a zombie-specific concept, and that seems to be the original idea Trek were beckoning. But as we moved narratively away from that, the idea that this was within the world made less sense. But it seems more just like any other dimension, which was why Monty calling it this by the time of Grod Crovey seemed so odd. Now, with the allusion to this story about the house that folds in on itself and exists in the fourth dimension, it makes total sense. Agatha technically exists within the world as it exists within the fourth dimension. We literally can't perceive it, but through the summoning key, which is connected to it and to all things, we can access it. Similarly, all the warbys act as portals, just like the summoning key, bridging space and time in order to bring through weapons from different points in time and space, without necessarily damaging the fabric of the universe. And essentially, the hypercube is just representing how Monty can manifest the warbys through time and space, from all different eras, displacing them. Furthermore, if the summoning key has the ability to bridge dimensions, as well as collect souls, which who knows how many are even in there, then it too undoubtedly is bigger on the inside. Much like the Crooked House. The MPD probably is too, allowing people to gain control over the ether in a similar way to the summoning key, unlocking the ability to control the four-dimensional realm. The difference being, in using the Apothegon's method, it breaks breaks and corrupts the universes and its inhabitants, as it's a dangerous form of magic, deemed forbidden by the Keepers, which is why the Apothegons were banished. Whereas the Keepers method is cleaner and the original method from which the universe even initially spawned when they used the key to create all dimensions, giving them a unique mix of life, much like the new universe created for the Dark Ether Saga. It, at the very least, contains all the essence and materials needed to create universes and life within, if not the very universe itself. But what do you guys think? Do you think the theories and explanations here actually make sense, or do you have an altogether different conclusion? Do you have any further ideas that have stemmed from the setup of this video? Because honestly, I have a lot more ideas, but this video is already so long. Maybe they'll be saved for another day. I'm really interested to hear your thoughts in the comments on this one, as we can get an interesting debate going that's not even necessarily connected to the impossible Easter egg, and more story and lore related as to how the zombies universe actually functions, which definitely could still be related to this, but I think maybe it's blinded us to some of the other really cool stuff that this piece of intel has been trying to communicate to us for years. With that said, I once again want to urge all of you to check out the John Dee book Cipher Solve on the Eisendrache. Now, as you will learn in that video, it's not necessarily a cipher, but regardless, we got the hidden message. And it turns out my theories about the impossible Easter egg were correct, and I think that really is the impossible Easter egg. The KN-44 could very well be connected to some sort of other Easter egg or something further. The developers, yes, have outright said that they kept using the KN-44 as a reference, as an insider joke between the developers, because we, the community, were latching onto it so much so.
But now I feel like I'm absolutely obligated to. Here's that conversation. Hi. Me and one of my hunting buddies are working hard behind the scenes to try and help solve the mysteries around the KN-44 blueprint on the Giant. We never found any meaning to this image of the KN-44 assault rifle that can be assembled from bits of scrap paper on the Giant. The KN-44 also appears in many maps hidden throughout the Easter egg main quests. Is there any significance to this image or Easter egg cipher related to the KN-44 in general? The developer responded with some personal stuff, so I blurted out, but they responded saying, but I don't think there was any real meaning behind it. More of a gag because people latched onto it.
That doesn't mean they didn't retroactively make it a part of something larger beyond then. But I don't think it's a part of the impossible Easter egg. It might be part of something else, but it's abundantly clear now we've gotten the big one out of the way, despite what some may say. The evidence is slated against them. But anyways, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not the latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye. The cycle. The paradox at the heart of the Ether storyline. Some would even argue the heart and soul of the narrative. The thing that both is the plot and drives the plot. Within Trek's original zombie story, the cycle was everything, but it naturally begs a question, one which perhaps has been neglected by the zombies community. What happened before? Now, I don't want to accuse anyone of laziness on this front. This is a huge question, not least because the cycle, by definition, is a paradox. It isn't meant to have an answer bound by logic, and so if you are trying to wind back the clock to the original incident that started it all, but you are only using information from within the paradox, you won't uncover anything. You will just end up back where you started, a cycle. However, with the recent developments on the front of Dr. Monty and his true identity, and how he became the godlike entity we know him as, we may, for the first time, have access to information that predates the cycle. With this, we can actually start to try and untangle the cycle for the very first time and figure out exactly what happened. As you know, we recently finally solved the impossible Easter egg after 8 long years, revealing the true identity of Dr. Monty being once a human, a real-life figure by the name of John Dee. With this context in mind, we can now re-examine the plot holes within the official timeline and take a look back at the Giant and Zetsubou Radios and finally get to the bottom of their ambiguous nature. As well as, with this context in mind, we can finally properly understand why Element 115 changes from a rusty orange coloration to a blue coloration when Blundell took over from Origins onwards. For all of the answers, definitely stay tuned. This video has been a monumental effort, and the longer the research phase went on, the more things started to click into place. Suddenly, lingering questions from Black Ops 3 were answered, and I think a lot of these answers were actually presented to us in the game and within the timeline. We just didn't know what we were meant to be looking for. The strange radios from Maxis in The Giant and Zetsubou Radios, the snow in the Remember Forever trailer and the Giant intro, and even the colour of Element 115. But before I let you carry that hype with you into the rest of the video, I should tell you outright that there will be lots of speculation. We are almost entirely using events attested to either by the game or by the timeline, but in places these two sources conflict. In these situations we have had to try and logically deduce what actually happened. Often these conflicts are due to time itself being broken, and so there may not even be any truth in the matter in some of these situations, and theoretically both can be true. This is quite a long and heavy video, and so if you make it through all the way till the end, I've included a very special bonus. This isn't a storyline Easter egg, but it was spotted on the official timeline and is a never before seen Easter egg from the developers. So watch until the very end. Regardless, I proudly present to you the true story of the original cycle and the actual beginnings of the zombie storyline. Let's begin. The 0th cycle is what I would say, but that's actually not true. First cycle works better for a video title, and we are genuinely going to discuss the first cycle. But in actual fact, what you think of when you imagine the first cycle isn't that at all. It's actually what happens before the cycle existed. In effect, Cycle 0, the prequel to the first cycle. You might think I'm splitting hairs, but it's actually really crucial to understanding this, and part of the reason it's been so confusing up until this point. The cycle, as we see it in-game and in the timeline, is a closed system. There might be slight variations, but the outcome will always happen and end in a similar way. From the research we've done here, it is my belief that the cycle truly begins the moment that Origins happens. That might surprise some who assumed I would say Revelations or maybe the Great War, but there's a good reason for this and we'll get onto it later. But for an out-of-game reason it makes sense too, with, like I said, it being Blundel's first lead map taking over the narrative as a whole. Of course, he had worked on maps in the past like Dee Revelations, which he also made integral to the beginnings of the zombie storyline, and even Mob of the Dead is integral to the zombie storyline, as it's literally the reason the cycle can even perpetuate. Therefore, the 3 core maps, the 3 beginnings for him, are also the 3 core pillars of the zombie storyline itself. If either collapses, the zombie storyline does not hold up. But just to clarify in case anyone is still confused, what we are discussing is the events that actually predate the cycle, the original iteration of events, and how the cycle begins and then occurs over and over again. To begin with, the prehistory of the universe is somewhat similar to what we already know. The Ether exists, as do the Keepers. With the summoning key, they create Agatha, a realm that is the Ether in physical form, and that connects to all the many dimensions. Some amongst them begin experimenting with the forbidden Dark Ether, which corrupts them. They construct the Ether Pyramid, and this ultimately leads to a large war. Here, I want to make another note that is likely to confuse some people who are somewhat well versed in the lore. The battle that occurs here is not the one we see depicted in Alpha Omega and tagged at Toten's cutscenes, in spite of the fact that people often use it to imply otherwise. Myself included, as it's just the best visualization we've ever gotten of a similar event. However, it literally cannot be. Why is that? Well, firstly, the Apothicons look different, which hasn't happened yet at this point in the timeline. In the beginning, there were Keepers. Some of those Keepers became corrupted, leading to a duality of an ideological split. They fought amongst themselves, but ultimately the corrupted Keepers lost, where the original Keepers banished them to the Dark Ether. Over eons, they mutated and becoming what we know now as the Apothicons, their physical forms mutating from their Keeper brethren. However, in these depictions, we can clearly see that the Apothicons are what we know of them now, and so this was not the original battle. They only mutate once they are banished to the Dark Ether. Secondly, Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man are there. And this is the first bit of speculation that we can pull in from what we've learned, that may seem almost heretical. If you've followed the recent videos, you know that based on developer documents and countless hints in game, I am now firmly convinced that Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man were 16th century mystics, John Dee and Edward Kelly respectively, before becoming their godlike counterparts, leaders of the Keepers and Apothicons. We will inevitably discuss them later too, but just keep in mind that the entities we know as Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man do not exist yet. Therefore, the scene we commonly see from these two maps is categorically not this event. With that digression out of the way, what happens next? As mentioned, the corrupted Keepers were banished. Their last act of treason was to hide the Ether Pyramid on the moon of Earth, a planet which held a gateway to Agartha, and seed Element 115 throughout time, in the hopes humanity would utilize it to free them from the Dark Ether. Above all else, they want to return to Agartha. They will continue to influence the minds and thoughts of any humans they can, though their influence is limited. What happened next? At this point, you'll be expecting me to rattle off the usual stuff about the Great War fought in the Crusades. But actually, no. I won't do that because I can't. Think about it for a second. In order for the Great War to happen, we need two things: an exceptionally large volume of 115 in northern France, and premise existing in the medieval period. Well, we currently have neither. In fact, time was still linear. There are no real instances of time travel, no paradoxes. In fact, it seems almost certain, based on clues from Dr. Monty, that there weren't even any other dimensions yet, just the original one, as he states in Gorod Krovi.
Alright, so you've got this universe, this big, changey, already volatile universe, and then you shatter it with a hammer, a metaphorical hammer, and it cracks and splinters into a million other universes, all coexisting at exactly the same time. Do you have any idea how difficult that is to keep track of? I may be omnipotent, but I can't be everywhere.
We are currently at a point where the universe has yet to be hit by that metaphorical hammer. Everything is in its proper place. History proceeds as normal. There are still fragments of 115 that reach the Earth, but nothing to the scale we would witness later in the storyline. One of the most important events was soon to take place, though, with the aforementioned John Dee and Edward Kelly. For more information on this, make sure to check out the previous videos I've made on this topic, which will be linked on screen and in the description. I have an entire playlist on the impossible Easter egg. But to give a summary, John Dee and Edward Kelly, two alchemists, mystics, and great friends, were currently in exile from England and travelling around Europe. Whilst John Dee was an honourable, if not eccentric magician, Kelly was altogether more devious. Not a bad man, but more open to making promises he might not be able to fulfill. Him and Dee regularly attempted to contact angels, and received visions from them in dreams. Dee's Seal of God was, in our storyline, the very same ritual circle we see the Apothicons employ, as well as the Pack-Punch Rock on Shadows of Evil. So we can only assume that, unbeknownst to these two, they were actually contacting the Apothicons themselves. Eventually Dee, likely feeling discomfort from the entities they were contacting, as he was a pious man, ventured back to England, while Kelly remained in Europe. Eventually, however, he ran into trouble with the Emperor of Austria, having promised that he would produce him gold through alchemy, something he knew in reality he could not do, and appears to have killed himself during his imprisonment. As we know from the Warden, however, the willing taking of one's own life is what allows the Apothicons to take possession of your soul, and in this moment, Kelly became the Shadow Man, the Apothicons' agent in reality, or at this point, potentially just the corrupted Keepers, before they formally became the Apothicons, something that would come into play in our next steps. This matches Monty's quote, where he specifically says the Apothicons got a hold of the Shadow Man. That'll play for you now.
Now here's the thing. I knew a bloke, and I'm talking way, way, way back. He was the sweetest, most charming individual you could ever wish to meet. He was funny too. We used to have such a good old laugh together. Honestly, my sides hurt thinking about it. He was my friend. He was my best friend. And then the Apothicons got hold of him. Since then, he's pretty much acted as their agent, zipping around the galaxy. Wait, I keep changing it, don't I? Which do you prefer, universe, multiverse, omni-fucking-verse? Oh, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? Yeah, let's get on with it. Short version is, he's no longer sweet, charming, or funny. He's what brought them here, when he escaped the key.
Now is a part that most watching are probably most familiar with. The classic zombie storyline. A meteorite of element 115 crashed near the stony Tunguska River in Siberia in 1908. A few decades later, in the 1930s, the same element was discovered in Poland. Dr. Ludwig Maxis founded Group 935 to investigate this new element and advance the human condition through its usage. Richtofen, initially working at the Illuminati's behest, joins Group 935 to steal their research. Then, the single most important event we are going to discuss occurs. Richtofen, along with Dr. Schuster, successfully manages to teleport a walnut a few feet. This seemed insignificant, Maxis even mocking it as a waste of time and resources. Well, unknown to both men, they had just forever altered time and space. This is also the lore explored in Der Riese, the map that Jason Blundell led for the very first time. And he has said in interviews he intentionally tried to weave more narrative and the breadcrumbs that birthed the original storyline into this map, due to his rich love for stories. And so, this walnut idea could have even been his. At some point during this period, Maxis Diary Entry 10, study number 0804 occurs, which was also given as a radio in the Giant. From leaked developer documents, we actually know that this is internally considered Radio 1 on the Giant, and we can get into the rest of them and why they are important later on. But for now, here is this one.
Though our matter transference tests at the new site have been largely unsuccessful, the teleporter's malfunction has nonetheless yielded some interesting data. The fact that the test subjects departed their original point of origin is undeniable. What is uncertain is what became of them. Richtofen is insistent in his belief that they have been transported not through space, but through time. In the absence of empirical evidence, I myself cannot entertain such madness. I fear, Richtofen, irrationality may soon prove a liability to our endeavors.
Richtofen eventually volunteers to be the first human test subject, resulting in him teleporting through both space and time, ending up in a hidden cave upon Earth's moon. After touching the ether pyramid there, he begins to hear the many voices of the Apothicons. Most prominently, the voice of their newest mercenary, the Shadow Man, now acting as a free agent of the Apothicons throughout the universe, enslaved by them to become their lord. Meanwhile, back in 1592, in John Dee's laboratory in England, temporal rifts from this event flowing back through time reach him, resulting in strange noises detectable only with the device he dubs his Ethereoscope. John Dee decides to begin more experimentation in order to better discern the nature of this ether. Unknown to him at the time, his old friend had just played the opening move in an interdimensional chess game that Dee would be playing catch-up to for the rest of eternity, always having to play the responding move. This is the first temporal rift. The space and time are now beginning to fracture. From here, back in the 1940s, Richtofen begins to live his double life, feigning ignorance and incompetence around Maxis by day, while building Griffin Station with his other disgruntled colleagues by night. From here, Richtofen's grand scheme unfurls, though likely not exactly as we saw it. First and foremost, poke machines do not exist, nor do wall chalks yet, or even the Pack-a-Punch. Samantha reaches the moon and tries to take vengeance on Richtofen and his newly awakened test subjects. However, at this point, Richtofen's memory is likely significantly better than it would be within the cycle. As we know, this is something that degrades the subsequent loops, with more and more temporal distortions and element 115-induced delusions, the bleeding of their iterations, past, present and future, and always as one. With this in mind, we can consider something that always stuck out as odd in the official timeline: Shinonuma. In the official timeline, Richtofen awakens the test subjects at Der Riese, but then has to travel to the other side of the world, to the Rising Sun facility, just to recover his diary to formulate a plan. This diary contains many experimental notes, as well as information on the artifacts he will need for his grand scheme. However, the fact he needs to do this simply because he forgot is surely the result of 115-induced delusions. This is speculation, however, in all likelihood is this initial set of events. Richtofen may well have planned to go straight to the Siberian facility, Shangri-La, then the moon. Ascension can also be excluded, as the only reason that Ultimus end up there within the cycle is in order to once again recover Richtofen's diary, which is dropped upon teleportation, recovered by the Soviets during the Der Riese massacre, and eventually finds its way to the Ascension group. Again, that is pure speculation and we can't know for sure what maps did or didn't happen, but given Richtofen only needs the Vril device and a focusing stone, and he ought to know exactly where those are, he has no reason to go to Kino der Toten and Ascension. When the grand scheme reaches its crescendo, and Richtofen takes control of the ether, Maxis feels the best way to stop him is to destroy the Earth. By doing so, he severs Richtofen's connection with the ether, though not the zombies. This also creates the massive rift in the Earth. Now, throughout Black Ops 2, we hear this phrase from Richtofen: "Mend the rift." Most people just assumed this to be referring to the colossal Shattered Earth. But if we examine the timeline carefully, we can actually see it specifically tells us that he instructs them to mend the rift in space and time. This was another hint in the timeline towards this wider narrative that we missed, as the shattering of the Earth doesn't just break the continents like never before, it also breaks time. Several temporal rifts occur as a result of this colossal one. The first, which we have discussed in prior videos, is back at the turn of the 17th century with John Dee, alone in his lab one day in 1600, still trying to determine the nature of the ether. A corpse is suddenly raised, a zombie. He orders the Royal Guard to slay it, but very disturbed, he asks permission from the Queen to found the esoteric brotherhood of illuminated Dee Resurrectionists. But that wasn't the only result of this colossal temporal rift. Simultaneously, in 1885, the events involving Jebediah Brown, the Keepers, and the invention of the Pack-a-Punch machine occurred, the end result of which was the town being moved and displaced to a cavern in Angola, Africa. As a direct result of this, in 1942, a Group 935 archaeological dig would recover the remains of the golden Pack-a-Punch machine, with the Dr. H. Porter reconstructing it, and installing one at the mainframe of the Der Riese facility. As a result, the past has been changed, and the Pack-a-Punch now exists in the timeline. While at first this seems like an oddly specific change, what actually happens here becomes plain to see. Monty tells us in Revelations.
In the beginning, and believe me, there was a beginning, everything was in its proper place. Time was linear, just as it should be. But a little thing called element 115 changed all that. Especially when, what was it again? Yes, when Group 935 came along. Once they started messing around with it, they buggered everything up. 115 shouldn't even exist in your dimension. But nonetheless, here we are. Bloody teleporters.
Everything is so complicated now, Eisendrache. Remember when the world was a simple place? No time travel, no multiverses, no paradoxes, no existential crises. It is the ether, Eisendrache. Once it touches something, that thing is forever corrupted. The only way to halt the unraveling of space and time, which, need I remind you, we are both directly and indirectly responsible for, would be to purge element 115 from existence before it ever encountered humanity. I believe I have uncovered why Dr. Monty will not destroy element 115. The ether is inextricably linked with Agartha. They are one and the same. Agartha, the physical space, is constructed and exists of the ether.
Now, with the John Dee document, the "in the beginning" passage from Monty contradicts the official timeline, which says in the beginning there was just the Ether, the Keepers. Among them were beings who went by many names, Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man. Monty here specifically credits the "in the beginning" to actually refer to the original fracturing of the timelines, which means that the "in the beginning" line in the official timeline is actually negating all of these events that I'm exploring in the build-up to the very first cycle. And so the timeline is not technically incorrect, it's just missing a massive passage of the storyline. As time fractures ever more, 115 is proliferated throughout time and space, its presence increasing exponentially. In the Shadows of Evil scraps, Richtofen tells us directly that 115 is the fabric, the thread holding it all together, the webbing of the universe. As such, when we consider the full events of Purgatory Point, what sets things off was a man discovering 115 within the town's mind, something that really ought to have not been there. But now, as a result of the temporal rifts from the Earth shattering, it is. If we use Richthofen's analogy, it's like the universe is fabric with a tiny loose thread, and every time we pull, the thread gets longer and longer. That is what 115 is, and thus it appeared where it shouldn't have and doomed Purgatory Point to be pulled underground. During this period between Moon and Transit, Maxis begins to formulate his plan, which was relayed in a Maxis diary entry. I fear that time is running out. Though my understanding of the ethereal realm remains limited, I am convinced that the manipulation of the energy fields within all matter is vital to uncovering the dimensional gateway itself. It is my sincerest hope that somewhere in the realm beyond, my beloved Samantha still lives. I can only pray that Edward's insatiable lust for power does not prove catastrophic. Interestingly, a very similar message was relayed in a radio in The Giant, with slight differences. From here, Black Ops 2's Victus maps play out as we know. Victus activate the global polarization devices in the favour of Maxis, against the wishes of Richthofen. But now we need to discuss what happens next. The end of the beginning, so to speak. Get ready, as this is about to get really confusing. In Buried, with all three towers in his favour, Maxis is able to usurp Richthofen's control of the ether by taking advantage of the massive amounts of ethereal energy spilling out of the broken Earth. At the time during Black Ops 2, the exact nature of why this was possible was uncertain. But as we now know, the rift in the Earth is one not just in space, but time as well, it makes more sense. All the energies across time, a result of the temporal rifts, and now at Maxis' disposal. Now, a lot of the things are about to happen simultaneously, as not only will we be dealing with time travel, but also with Agatha, where the laws of time do not apply. Maxis gains control of the ether's energies, proudly proclaims he can now at last reach Agatha, and sentences Richthofen to an immortal existence in the body of a zombie. Entering Agatha, which exists without respect to time, he pulls Samantha's soul from the moon. At the very moment, she soul swapped with Richthofen, so that she may join him there. Now again, I want to remind you all that everything happening in this section in this video happens simultaneously. A big claim, I know, but we can prove that when all is said and done. Just stay with me for the moment. With Samantha now in Agatha, Maxis understands the state she is in, and begins to feel a sense of regret for his decisions, as heard in The Giant.
She may have been returned to me, but I fear she is not as she was. In recent months, she has barely said a word. When she did, it was only to cry out for him, to call his name. What have I done?
With the havoc being wreaked on space and time, back in 1608, John Dee and the Esoteric Brotherhood performed a final experiment. Time was being bent and broken like never before, and snow fell from the sky, as if reality itself had shattered open. The destruction of linear time and causality was about to be set in stone. Element 115's very colour had changed from the colour of rusted earth orange to a bright, icy blue, like the snow that now froze the River Thames over entirely. Blundell even hints that the Element 115 colour change is important by not answering it within Milo's questioning. That'll play for you now.
Does the colour of Element 115 change depending on which universe you are in?
Pass.
At this point is when John Dee gains immortality. Never officially being given the title Doctor in real life, he assigns it to himself under a new cryptic name, Dr. Monty.
He's not even a real doctor. I would know.
The Shadow Man states he has gone by many names.
Dr. Monty is just one of the many names he's been known by.
Dead Ended says, but only one is real. It's unclear the exact event that gives him immortality. We only know it was through his esoteric experiments. Did he potentially create what we know now as the liquid divinium, liquid element 115, and drink it, and for some weird reason, it allowed him to ascend to immortality? Or were the Keepers losing the war at this current point in time as the Apothicon/corrupted Keepers had gained the Shadow Man to help lead them? And so they needed their own leader. And who better person to pick than his once best friend, John Dee, with so much inside knowledge on who he once was and how he acts. This was the tide that inevitably led to the Keepers winning the war. The destruction of the Earth with the 115 rockets, the obliteration of all of life by Maxis to open Agatha, the extraction of Samantha's soul from the moon, all of these events spiraled, happening independently and yet at the same time. They coalesced into a colossal temporal hammer. The universe was already beginning to separate in unnatural ways, and with one more push, it would fall, shattering the single linear universe into fractures upon fractures upon fractures of different realities, never to be repaired. And unfortunately for everyone, Samantha herself was about to give it that push, the last event to happen simultaneously with all of this chaos, the one that would begin the cycle, and the true reason for the name of one of the best maps of all time, hiding in plain sight. Time would finally be destroyed in the origins of the cycle. Maxis doing what he did was the point of no return. Now everything cascades. Samantha is confused, outside of reality, and yet within the house. Her father was old and full of hate, yet young and naive, planning to save everything. A boy she knew was with her, and yet she had never had any friends, save for her dog Fluffy. The future and the past occupied the same space within Agatha, and it was nearly too much for her. She was so confused that all she could do was run away. Reaching out across the now ever-fracturing dimensions, she found her father, different to how she remembered him, but still her father nevertheless. She found him in Dimension 63, a fractured realm of reality now so potent and filled with 115 that it takes on a wholly new past. Yes, that's right, I believe Dimension 63 is a fracture. Only the original timeline is the original timeline. All else spirals from the original. Why? Because it has to, when we take into account Monty's Gorod Crovey quote, that we are all echoes of the same being, through different points in space and time. Therefore, all versions of the characters are splinters from the very first ones, not independent from one another. They are all snowflakes in a sea of 115. The timeline saying the summoning key created all dimensions, filling them with life, contradicts Monty's metaphorical hammer quote, and him saying time was once linear. And it very much contradicts the very name original dimension. In order for it to be the original, it has to be the first in canon, not just from our perspective, and the very one all others are based on. And this makes a lot of sense with Dimension 63 specifically, with it having more 115 than the others, which is similar to the fractures. As they fracture more and more element 115 spills into said universes and contaminates them more and more. Monty said 115 was not even supposed to be in this dimension. Here, Maxis was experimenting with the massive runestones of element 115 that had been discovered in northern France, and opened a rift in space and time that allowed Samantha to reach him. In order to save her though, he would need to open a gateway, paralleling himself in the original dimension. This Maxis would record an extremely similar log to that of the diary entry, though with slight changes reflecting this new reality.
In these dark days, I find myself clinging to the belief that there may still be a way to set things right, though my understanding of the ethereal realm remains limited. I am convinced that the manipulation of the energy fields within all matter is vital to uncovering the dimensional gateway itself. It is my sincerest hope that that somewhere in the realm beyond, my beloved Samantha still lives. I can only pray that Edvard will have the courage to fulfill the vow he made all those years ago.
From here, the events we see in Origins play out, with its snowfall and bright blue element 115. This is the world ice theory. Time and the fabric of reality 115 itself was frozen. 935 converted to letters spells ice, which 935 is the very date of the bell tower under Eisendrache required to do the plunger Easter egg. And when killing a Panzer Soldat, it will become inflamed for a short duration that insta-kills Panzers. And if you kill zombies in the church room, by a set of newspapers, various different newspapers will display that showcase an outbreak of zombies in London. The parallels here are striking, despite some inconsistencies with when newspapers and photographs were originally able to be taken. But the connection to London here is stark, when that is the central place of John Dee's life and where he died and where the Thames froze when the universe broke. Samantha enlisted the help of 4 heroes she felt like she knew all too well. And despite the human members of the Order of the Keepers trying their best to prevent Primus from doing so, they were successful in opening a gateway to Agartha and sent Maxis, now a brain in a jar, through the rift. What the hell just happened? Well, I'm sure Monty said the same thing to himself at this point, so I'll let him just explain in his own words.
Where to start with this one? You guys got a mulligan after Richthofen blew up the Earth. Samantha was confused. She was still settling into her new home. Actually, she was locked away, outside of reality itself. You freeing her was a big step in the right direction. Here's the thing. You have to remember, the order in which you experience things doesn't necessarily reflect the order in which they happen. Whatever way you look at it, though, it really was the beginning of the end. Or the end of the beginning.
Maxis. He was the first. The vessel you constructed for him back in World War I somehow shielded him from the influence of Element 115. He opened the portal between the worlds and, well, that's where, when shit really went tits up. The world within the world got turned upside down and inside out, if you can imagine such a thing. So, anyway, it was around then that I was forced to step in.
See, when Monty describes it to us, it's like he's describing multiple things at once, and in a way, it's because he is. Think about it. 2 Maxises end up opening a gateway to Agartha, essentially simultaneously, both to free Samantha. One to free her from the moon, and one to free her from Agartha itself. The end result, 2 Maxises, both trying to open a gateway to Agartha, for polar opposite reasons, no pun intended, simultaneously across a fracturing universe. To us, Origins should logically happen after Buried, but as Monty says, the order we experience things isn't necessarily the way they happen. If things were logical, everything should have been fine. But they weren't illogical. These things happened all at once, from Moon through to Origins. It's no wonder, really, that time shattered so catastrophically. And it's even less of a wonder that, at this point, Monty, now empowered, appears in the storyline and immediately begins his quest to try and fix everything. But there is one more thing we have to take care of first. Remember when I told you that the prehistoric civil war for Agartha amongst the Keepers was not the one that we see depicted in the Alpha Omega intro? Well, let's get into that event. First, some setup, and an answer to a long-standing enigma.
Day 66. The children are gone, and the house feels empty. I miss their laughter, their games. The sirens have not sounded for several months. I do believe that we may have turned the tide in the battle. But at what cost? The radiation levels from the fallout remain dangerously high. I can only pray I live long enough to confirm that my plan was indeed successful. And the dark presence that has haunted our dreams and infected every facet of our existence has finally been vanquished. Reality itself is shifting. find myself reflecting on memories I am no longer sure are my own. Beyond the window, I saw a wasteland, stretching as far as the eye could see. I saw a scourge visited upon the earth. I saw the children withered before my eyes. That was before he came. Samantha has been returned to me once more. As have you, Edvard. As have you. After so long in isolation, we had begun to believe that we were the only survivors of the catastrophic event that had shaped our lives. Supplies were beginning to run low, and I was forced to prepare for the worst outcome. Just as I feared that we were truly alone, just as I feared that the end was near, there was a knock at the door. You swore a promise to me, Edvard. It may have been a long time ago, but I am sure you will not have forgotten. You swore to follow my instructions, to comply with my every order. You swore to enact whatever plan I conveyed to you, all in the hope that we could overcome the chaos that we ourselves had created. You have kept your word. However much it pains my heart, I owe it to you to confess. I'm sorry, Edvard. I have withheld certain truths from you. He explained everything to me. He will explain everything to you. Though his very presence defied logic, defied reason, he told me that he would help. I could not refuse. The siren has not sounded in many months. I am confused by the changing world around me. I look at my hands, and they are not the hands I remember. The wrinkles, veins, and liver spots that textured my skin have disappeared, as though time itself was unraveling against its natural order. Is this the end, or a new beginning?
Maxis enters the house in Agatha, and there is a colossal battle outside in the wilderness where there was nothing but wasteland, though his memories are uncertain. Was it just Samantha, or were there multiple children? When he recalls this at a later point, well into the cycle, these questions bother him. What bothers him more is that he keeps Monty's involvement to himself, away from Richthofen, until he eventually decides to share this with him. In fact, it seems like Maxis can't actually remember anything for certain, apart from the fact a battle happened, from before Monty arrived. Given we know this must surely be after Origins and the breaking of time, let's consider what occurs. Monty, now empowered and feeling the need to step in as a result of the sorry state of the universe, begins to unite with the Keepers, who, according to him, were fractured across reality from this point, similar to the main crew.
The Keepers, an ancient order who'd been granted the wisdom to see beyond the limitations of their own realm. Even while the rest of mankind scrabbled around in the dirt, drinking their own piss, the Keepers took the mantle of benevolent watchers. Like the seers and sages of the old world, they could foresee how the actions of the Apothecons would lead to the destruction of life itself. The Keepers have always been here, much like your good selves. They too were scattered and fragmented across the multiverse. They may have acted erratically, but know this. Their actions were only ever concerned with the preservation of life itself. Remember what I said before about energy.
Note here, he speaks about the Keepers in third person. He does his best to unite the Keepers, fracturing across reality, and leads them into the battle before them. A new war for Agatha. Why would this occur now? Well, think about what we know from the timeline and other sources. Element 115 exists on Earth specifically to do two things. Allow the Apothecons to escape their imprisonment in the Dark Ether, and allow for the opening of Earth's gateway to Agatha. The two things are linked, and you can't can have one without the other. Think back to Shadows of Evil for a minute. When we are acting in the Apothecan's interest, the Keepers go out of their way to try and stop us. Now, let's consider Origins. When we are trying to open a gateway to Agartha, what happens? The Keepers, or this time the human members of the Order, now necrotized, tasked with guarding Earth's gateway, try and stop us from powering the generators, and opening the rift. There is only one reason for this. If we open it, the Apothecans will be allowed to enter their old home. Suddenly, we have a perfect place in the timeline of events for this mystery war we saw so prominently in Black Ops 3. It wasn't the Great War, because there are no humans. It wasn't the first war for Agartha, as there are already mutated Apothecans. It is, in all likelihood, the war Maxis describes in his radios, wherein the battle took place, causing the radiation surges. Perhaps Maxis even took part in some capacity, constructing the tools to defeat the threat, but at great cost. The Apothecans would be banished once again, but not before they send 115 hurtling through the dimensions, fracturing them ever more, and ensuring their return. With this done, the cycle is cemented. 115 lands on Earth in 5 AD, being discovered in the Middle Ages, spawning the Great War and everything we know that follows, allowing for Origins to happen and completing the paradox. Unbeknownst to Monty, the existence of Primus and the Great War meant the cycle is now fixed. Every map we now know about is going to happen / has happened. Monty now sets to work. First and foremost, he recovers the Maxis drone and assists him in properly reaching Agartha and gives him a new form, a physical body, causing the erasure of the previous Maxis in the process, as we see in the Remember Forever trailer with Sam in a similar situation. Her past corrupted self is wiped, a new one takes her place. While I say erasure, it seems more likely that this is some sort of merging process, as Maxis describes seeing his skin grow young again. Regardless though, he is distinctly now without his soul. Next he begins making his own alterations to the timeline. His old friend and now enemy, the Shadow Man, has seen to it that existence is ensnared within a sort of trap. And so he will make the best of it and ensure that he can undo this, constantly trying to one-up and stay ahead of the Shadow Man's tampering throughout the dimensions, such as in the Alcatraz Pocket dimension, or his communications through Ultimus Richtofen. Monty does this in order to create his perfect world, and preserve it. Observing the cycle's events as they happen, his attention is caught by the temporal rifts produced by Ultimus travelling through time for the first time, from Der Riese to Kino der Toten. As a result, he feels the need to start making nudges to aid them, adding the chalk drawings to the walls, and nudging Group 935 to create the perk drinks. Monty says the perks were originally something cooked up by Group 935, he just nudged them along here, meaning that, in the original timeline, I have to assume Group 935 were the original creators. However, here, he sped up the process. With this new cycle progressing, it's equally likely that Monty is now poised to erase the soul of the original Maxis from existence when the cycle reaches that point, aware of the chaos it will inevitably cause. He was unable to do this the first time around, as at this point in time, he was still just the mortal John Dee, but he is poised and ready for the next time. Next, Monty brings Samantha back to Agartha. Though witnessing her corruption, he sends her away again and goes with her. During this period, Maxis is in total isolation, and so begins exploring the universe at large. He discovers the empty Earth, where another version of himself has a book of ancient origin, called the Kronorium, though it requires souls in order to be accessed, and he is uncertain at what point another version of himself created this base and found and stored this book. This other version of himself is seemingly the Maxis from the Argonia Fracture, which I have a video linked in the description explaining this more in depth. Back at the house, Monty returns, having formulated his grand plan. A true attempt to fix everything and put things right, purging the Apothecans from reality, with Element 115 going along with it. In order to do so, however, they will need to enlist the help of souls who have arrived past the severe fracturing of the universe, and take the souls of individuals at very specific points in time. Doing so would enable them to finally conduct this great purge and finally create their perfect world. This plan required two things: an ancient book that contained invaluable information, and within it, they could determine the location of the summoning key. With the collective realization that Maxis already knew where the Kronorium was located, they got to work. Incidentally, this is yet another piece of evidence for the human origin of Dr. Monty. If he was truly a keeper from birth, he would have likely known of its location and had the ability to reach it easily since the keepers originally created it. Instead, he needs to discover its location. Maxis contacted Primus Richtofen the following morning, informing him of the plan, but omitting Dr. Monty's involvement. From here, Richtofen proceeds to break time even more, having a lab constructed under Alcatraz with the assistance of the Illuminati. The rest of his journey occurs, and he eventually ends up with the Kronorium and the blood vials he requires. During this time, Monty and his allies were not the only ones busy. The Shadow Man, Monty's old friend, turned a mercenary of the Apothecan Horde, set out putting his own plans into motion. In Morgue City, in Dimension 63, the Shadow Man began corrupting the inhabitants slowly, first through their dreams and later through strange fungal spores that began to infect the minds of those they came into contact with. He knew that human members of the Order of the Keepers were keeping a powerful artifact here, one that would allow his Apothecan masters to enter the dimension and consume all. The Summoning Key. Through the manipulation and death of 4 sinners, he pulled them into a liminal version of the city, shifted slightly from its proper place, and used their blind trust to tear open the boundaries between their realm and the Dark Ether, as the tendency of the Keepers and the individuals within the realm resulted in his soul becoming trapped within the Summoning Key. Regardless, Richtofen arrived at the last minute and stole the Summoning Key, taking it with him and dooming Dimension 63 to destruction at the hands of the Apothecan overlords. Was this actually a misstep by the Shadow Man though? I'm not so sure. During his time within the Summoning Key, which we know is an object that defies time itself, which you can see my video on the actual explanation for the KM44 Hypercube blueprint for more information, linked below, he makes contact with the Warden of Alcatraz and convinces him to create another liminal realm upon the island, using the souls of 4 other sinners. This creates a temporal loop within the realm and ultimately acts to ensnare Richtofen when he least expects it. It seems likely that he knew he was going to break out on Revelations, seeing as he says to Richtofen's soul, Eddie, from within the Summoning Key, "I'll be seeing you," unless that's a teaser for another day. Seeing as by this point the Kronorium released a year later than Revelations, so he already had that plot twist. Now, for the Shadow Man to make this deduction, he has to know about the cycle that has just begun. This is likely the case as he has been active in the universe longer than Monty. When he engages in the manipulation of the Warden, he too is altering the timeline, once again fracturing it in a small way. The Kronorium has told Richtofen that he needs the blood vials, meaning it is in the future. For the blood vials to work, the Alcatraz pocket dimension needs to exist. For it to exist, the Shadow Man has to manipulate the Warden. For him to manipulate the Warden, he has to already be aware of the cycle, how it works, and Monty's lack of knowledge of it. Back to Richtofen. With the Summoning Key in tow, he proceeds to Dimension 2210 and recovers his own soul from a young, orphaned version of himself. The logic being that it was at a period whilst the soul was still innocent, before the Ether and Dark Ether had an opportunity to corrupt him. Primus Richtofen would later say on Tag the Totem, he knew the person he would grow up to be, and so had to do it. God knows what monster he was going to become. Eons later, this same soul would become Edward C. Richtofen, adopted son of Gabriel Kraft, long after the ultimate destruction of the Ether. It is somewhat alarming then that the Shadow Man spoke to the soul from within the Summoning Key, saying, "I'll be seeing you." Now that we're getting into souls, it's a good time to tackle a long-standing question. Just why does taking the souls of Ultimus also take Primus's souls too? Well, let's refer once again to Dr. Monty.
You know how people say that every snowflake is unique? That every single one is an individual, a one-of-a-kind, irrefutable evidence of the miracles of Mother Nature? Well, it's not true. Snowflakes aren't all that unique. There are really only about 12 different designs. The point I'm making is that you lot are hardly one-of-a-kind snowflakes. You were fragmented across a multitude of different realities, but each and every one is basically the same. You are all you. The liar, the braggart, the drunk. The one who didn't know what he had until it was gone. The good soldier. Never disobeyed orders, never broke protocol, still kicked ass all the same. The loyal servant. A warrior out of time, born too late or born too early. honor bound to dying traditions. For man-child, broken and twisted by a life burdened with knowledge. Living like a soul who is perpetually drowning.
Monty actually calls the characters snowflakes a few times, most notably during the Revelations ending.
Here's the funny thing. You snowflakes shouldn't even still be here. You should be fading out of existence by now.
He's not insulting them, saying they are special. Quite the opposite. He calls them snowflakes because, like the real things, there may be slight variations between the different iterations of the characters, but they are also made of the same snow. Primus and Ultimus aren't different versions. They are the same beings, in the grand scheme of things, but they have been forcibly shattered between realities. This is why taking the soul of, say, Primus Tachio actually takes the soul of all Tachios across the multiverse. They are, or at least should be, the same single being. This is also why they have memories that bleed across space and time, which gets worse and worse as the cycles progress. They are all fractured, all the more, the longer this continues. Now the young soul of Edward was sent to Agatha, and Monty retrieved it, creating a new body alongside returning Samantha, her innocence now restored. Remember the first Zetsubou radio I played earlier in the video, where Maxis was recounting his time with Monty.
That was before he came. Samantha has been returned to me once more. As have you, Edward. As have you.
Pay special attention to the wording. Samantha has returned to me once more. Let's work backwards. This wording means that she has already been returned to him before. We know this to be the case. When Monty first appeared, he brought Samantha with him, who had been brought to and freed from Agatha in the chaos of the breaking of time at Origins. That was the first time she had been returned to Maxis, and for her to be returned, that means she went away, which again is totally consistent with what we see in the Chronicles Remember Forever video. The original Maxis, who shares memories with this one, brought her to Agatha, after which she sought to escape, so this all checks out. Monty brings Samantha back for a second time, now with the corruption removed, and along with her, Edward. Richthofen, arriving at Duriz alongside Primus in 1945, fractures the original dimension when Primus Richthofen kills his 1.0 self, creating the Deceptio fracture. Why is this different from the major fractured dimensions like Dimension 63? Well, its creation is within the cycle. Therefore, it will be undone, and occur once again every single time. It's the epicenter of the cycle, where it starts and ends. It's consistently always there, destroyed and born over and over. It has existed since the beginning, of which its excerpt is repeated in the timeline for Dimension 63 and the original dimension. Dimension 63 is a colossal fracture, predating and contributing to its birthing itself. Whereas the traditional fractures are created within, not before, the cycle, through securing the 1.0 characters' souls. I think that's what In the Beginning is referring to. The summoning key still does spawn the universe, filling them with life, but it does so by creating the universe that inevitably breaks with all of the events I described earlier colliding like the Big Bang, setting the cycle in motion. In the Beginning is just the TLDR for the actuality of what spawns everything. When we think of In the Beginning in the timeline and the summoning key creating the possibility for all life itself, we need to think of that initial smashing that birthed the universe. The summoning key is only ever said to make Agatha, but seeds the dimensions with life. It's never specified it created them themselves, so I think it just made the original dimension, which exploded into a multiverse. That was all of the time dilation effects of 115 smashing together. This is why 115 is the fabric of the multiverse, because it quite literally is its welding. Though progressively fracturing the dimensions, the original dimension diverges further and further from its intended history. After killing Takeo and creating the Agonia fracture, Primus briefly traveled to the Alcatraz lab to acquire their blood vials. An insurance policy Richtofen believes will aid him and the rest of Primus in breaking this cycle, which, thanks to the Kronorium, he is aware he is within, and is really just further perpetuating it. The Agonia fracture possesses another interesting quirk. However, this is where Zero-Base Maxis appears to originate from. As I said before, with the death of Richtofen at Der Riese, we know history changes. As a result, Maxis almost certainly does not end up stuck in the computer systems of Griffin Station in the Predition fracture. The Sophia robot equally seems to imply he is not dead as most would perceive him to be.
Maxis told me he had a plan. He said broken arrows showed him how to open up new worlds. It has been so long. I miss it.
Furthermore, this Maxis seems to have had extensive contact with other realms.
Do you trust Richthofen? I do not trust Richthofen. Richthofen tried to kill my beloved Maxis. Richthofen tried to kill Samantha. Do not trust him. He is an evil that must be extinguished.
This is consistent with the timeline we are given in the Kronorium of the Agonia fracture, as we know that interdimensional research with Daglok was aggressively pursued here. Maxis, during the course of Gorad Krovi, however, is nowhere to be seen. The most glaring piece of evidence is that in Zero Base, Sophia, as she appears in Gorad Krovi, is digitally connected across dimensions to it, yet is not there physically. Sophia is only made within the Agonia fracture, as per the timeline, and so it stands to reason that this is the Maxis who discovered the empty Earth, recovered the Kronorium, and attempted to protect it from Monty's interference, knowing that those who serve him would end up without a soul. How would he know this, though? Well, there's no way to know for sure, we simply don't have the information, which is quite amazing considering we've been able to make decent educated guesses all the way up to this point. But here's my theory. The Maxis lives his life past this date of his alleged death in the original timeline, unhampered by Richthofen's deliberate attempts to sabotage his research. As thanks to the Giant, he's no longer in the picture, and Groff gets taken out at the Eisendrache. Maxis essentially gets to commandeer Group 935 as he wants. With this time, he likely began to query the goings-on in the wider universe. We know from Classify that Monty somehow helped Maxis at the start of this scientific journey, as he specifically engraved on the first MDT prototype by him to M, who started me on this journey, upon his teleporter prototype back in the original dimension. With this extra time, perhaps he began to wonder why M broke off contact. Furthermore, he may well have begun to experience the memories of other versions of himself, the Dimension 63 Maxis, or even his variants from the original dimension who gained god-like power. With so much potential for forbidden knowledge, he may have understood the gravity of the cycle that reality now found itself within, even more so than Monty, and so set about with his own plan to right it, knowing that Richthofen, no matter the time period, would always fall to his own overconfidence. He may have gambled that Richthofen would follow the Kronorium to the letter, and that eventually someone would take advantage of that. As we learn from Blood of the Dead, this turned out to be the case. From here, Primus returned to the house with the souls, and fight the Apothicon Horde unleashed. They win, but not before the Apothicons have seeded yet more 115 into the future. Monty's plan is successful, and all 115 is erased from his perfect world and Agatha, but seemingly unknown to him, the 115 has been sent forward into the future, once again fracturing the timeline. With Primus now having drank the blood, they too will not simply fade away, but are paradoxical beings outside of his power. Genuinely concerned, Monty thinks of where he could possibly send them. Suddenly, he remembers the Great War, with its brave heroes, and understands now that it is all a cycle, and they were destined to go there from the start.
What to do? What to do? Well, you certainly can't stay here.
You could send us somewhere else. Somewhere we've never been.
I suppose I could make a little corner somewhere in history. A place where I can dump some of the other shit that I've left over, or I just wipe you from existence. Oh, hang on. Actually,
That all works out perfectly.
By the time we see the Revelations cutscene itself, I presume Monty was already aware of the cycle and he was playing dumb on purpose. But I believe in the initial cycle is where he truly put the pieces together. Finally, with some time to himself, Monty writes, "Thanks to the sacrifice of Maxis and the contraption called Cipher, all the 115 has been purged from the final universe. Thank fucking God. Time to get some rest. M." Is this series of events perfect? No, definitely not. But as I've said, we unfortunately don't have access to all the information. Perhaps some of it is within the unsolved Revelation ciphers, but honestly I suspect these gaps are somewhat intentional, meant to be mysteries to let our imaginations run wild with. And that's what I've tried to do here. This big theory is really useful though, because what it does is explain one of the biggest gripes that I, and countless others, have had with the storyline. Monty's ignorance. When we take at face value that he is an eternal elder god just taking a human form to amuse himself, I guess, the amount of lapses in judgment he has seem laughable. He should know about the cycle intimately and know full well that Primus will be sent back at the end. And to a degree, this is true. Maxis explores some of this in Alpha Omega, saying that Monty can't break the cycle without destroying Agatha, and so won't. He will just start over instead. But that on its own isn't satisfying. With this, however, we can argue that each cycle, a new Monty and Shadow Man arrive from their old mortal selves, replacing the currently existing version just like Samantha, or Maxis, sharing some of the memories from their old selves, but being new all at once. Does that mean versions of John Dee and Edward Kelly even exist in the Dark Ether timeline? Who knows? Additionally, weird inconsistencies like Remember Forever's trailer now make sense too. Not only do we know why Sam disappears, but we can make a good guess and say this is occurring during the Buried/Origins time break. The snow is falling outside the window as existence itself is shattered. She sees through the worlds to the various places, now beginning to change. The 115 blue, things slightly different from where they ought to be. Even Ultimus were now in some of these places, where they hadn't been before. Finally, as the Origins quest is completed and Samantha is freed from Agatha, she vanishes, while the new Samantha, brought in an instant by the arrival of Monty, appears in the house. Thank you for watching. This video has been a monumental effort, taking weeks of meticulous combing over the timeline, trying to rectify all of the inconsistencies between the basic dimension timelines and the Agatha timeline, which is nearly impossible as the Agatha timeline doesn't even have dates. Then with that done, we needed to try and work backwards from every single important event to determine what originally causes them, which is how we ended up with what we have. And we clearly looked at the timeline closer than anyone else, because it seems we've discovered a unique little Easter egg left by the developers. Just as Dr. Monty signed the timeline in-game canon, the out-of-game creators did too. Kronorium excerpt 102-3816-121016, a very long number, and after hours of staring at the image, it seemed almost out of place. Why was it such a big number? It's something I've been puzzled by for years. I always felt like it was holding a clue for something. Well, I have figured out exactly what. In the John Dee Cipher solve, I discovered that Treyarch were fond of comparing numbers to letters and vice versa, which Dee was also fond of in real life. For example, that solve required us converting the letters A, E, the first, and fifth positions in the alphabet, aka 115. Well, it's the same case here, but in reverse. Instead, changing the numbers to letters in the excerpt reveals a hidden signature from 4 very proud Trek developers themselves. 10-2 in the alphabet is JB, aka the initials of Jason Blundell. 3-8 in the alphabet is CH, aka the initials of Craig Houston. 16-12 is PL in the alphabet, likely the initials initials of Peter Lamb. And finally, 1016 is JP in the alphabet, likely the initials of Joseph Perluski, and if you happen to be watching this video, I do apologize if I just butchered your last name there. It would seem that we know the real-life authors behind the monumental effort that is the Zombies timeline. Joseph is known publicly to have collated all of the dates, referenced offhandedly by Blundell in an interview and credited to him on his LinkedIn. Joseph has credits dating far back into Zombies history, initially working at Treyarch as a receptionist and climbing the ranks until he wrote most of the Black Ops 3 and 4 intel, collated the info for the timeline, directed Alpha Omega, and again wrote most of the intel for Cold War before leaving for DICE to help with Battlefield. Meanwhile, Peter Lamb is an artist at Treyarch who has an even longer history, being at Treyarch back in the Spider-Man days. According to information on his website, he drew the iconic death cards from World at War, as well as much of the concept art from them, being lead concept artist at Treyarch. It's hard to say exactly what his role is with the timeline, but I bet given his artistic skills and high position, he was responsible for getting the structure and a look of the image together, whereas the other three were involved in the actual writing process. Of course, Jason Blundell and Craig Houston don't need much of an introduction really, as they were the main pioneers of the story at the time, and their achievements with Zombies speak for themselves. Jason Blundell now heads up Dark Outlaw Games under Sony, and Craig Houston is still heading up the narrative department at Treyarch. Now, unlike the other Cipher Solve, this one of course isn't anything crazy and is just a little developer nod, but a super neat find nevertheless. It's not hard to solve, the main trouble being just finding out who the developers are, really. And I think this is so crazy because it's so obviously there and we've just completely ignored it. And I think this is a good example of how things can be lying there dormant for years in plain sight and us, the community, just completely overlooks them. So it really makes me wonder how many other things are lying around in Zombies maps like this that aren't even that difficult to solve. The community's interest in Black Ops 3 has really reignited lately, and I'm sure over the coming months a lot more is going to be found. So I greatly hope that you have enjoyed this video. There'll be many links in the description to my previous videos if you need any more context for the whole Impossible Easter Egg series as we go more in depth, for example in part 2 of that on the specific lives of John Dee and Edward Kelly, but this is my best attempt to piece together the initial timelines. So what's left for the Impossible Easter Egg series? Because this is kind of adjacent to it. It's mainly a storyline video, but it's sparked from the revelations of the Impossible Easter Egg. Well, I have a few ideas in mind. I have a few more leads I'm clued in on, so maybe they'll develop into something substantial, but they are not quite there yet. I do plan on doing a video drawing the parallels between Prospero from the Tempest and Monty's lives and perspectives. That was initially going to be a part of this video, but I felt like it was going to dilute it quite a bit, so I decided to focus it more on just the cycle itself. And I think it would be a good idea to re-examine the lyrics of, for example, Dead Ended, Dead Again, and many of the other Black Ops 3 Zombies songs and how they relate to Monty and even the Shadow Man now with this context in mind. For what's left to solve regarding the Impossible Easter Egg itself, like I explored in my solution video, there are likely, possibly, more messages contained within the Dee books titles. Maybe some of them could even be keys for some of the Unsolved Revelation ciphers, but I ultimately think the Unsolved the Giant cipher, the Garod Crovia cipher, and the 10 Unsolved Revelation ciphers are where we should be focusing our main attention on right now, because I do feel like some of them could at least explain a lot of what I discussed more in depth here, but maybe they won't. Regardless, I'm sure at least some of them will be important. Anyways, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not here for latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye. Welcome back to our deep dive into the Black Ops 3 Zombies Fractures series, where we are unraveling the Ether Stories timelines and fractures with elite developer documents. And if you would like to see all of the prior parts, there will be a playlist linked below and on screen. We've reached the finale, Revelations, the climactic map of the DLC season, DLC 4. Set in the Genesis universe, it stands apart from the fractured timelines, making it a unique chapter, Agatha. Unlike Deceptio, Predition, and Agonia, which pushed Ludwig Maxis's multiversal escape and the destruction of the multiverse, Revelations weaves the Ether Saga's threads into a grand culmination of Primus's journey in a universe untouched by Element 115. Using the leaked DLC 4 kickoff PowerPoint, we'll explore what sets the Genesis universe apart, its concrete setting in Sheffield, England, 1945, on a real Earth, and Treyarch's original vision for this epic conclusion, mention because it's quite different from what the map ended up being concluded as. So let's set the stage with what fractures are and recap the earlier ones so we can move forward into the finale. Fractures in Black Ops 3 are timelines born when Primus kills the 1.0 versions of Richthofen, Dempsey, Takeo, and Nikolai at precise moments in space and time. These acts collect souls in the Summoning Key, also erasing these characters from multiple timelines at once, shattering history and rewriting the past and future. Each fracture carries a unique name and reshapes the world, often amplifying Element 115's presence, fueling chaos and apothecary influence of the multiverse. The Deceptio fracture kicked off on October 13th, 1945 at the Giant, when Primus Richthofen killed Ultimus Richthofen 1.0. This unleashed a flood of Element 115, freezing time and supercharging Group 935's technology with giant robots and preventing disasters at Nacht der Untoten, Verrückt, and Shino Numa, as seen in the alternative Kino loading screen. Maxis, without having to worry about Richthofen's betrayal, led a unified Group 935, arming Germany with advanced weaponry, turning them into a war juggernaut. By November 5th, at the Eisendrache, Maxis controlled the moon base and MPD excavations. Primus destroyed Griffin Station, recovered 1.0 Dempsey, and secures his soul, fracturing time from Deceptio into Predition. The Predition fracture, set in October 1945 on Zetsubou Noshima, centered on Pompeii's island base, overrun with Element 115 meteors, drawing Division 9 and Group 935. Shino Numa fell as resources shifted, and the Skull of Nan Sapua emerged to fight Apothecans. Without Richthofen or Dempsey, 935's test subject division collapsed, leaving Takeo 1.0 in Japan. Branded a traitor by the Emperor for his samurai honor standing against the Emperor's work with 935, Takeo was sent to Pompeii, where his act of seppuku secured his soul, fracturing time once more into Agonia. The Agonia fracture, spanning 1943 to 1945 in Gorod Krovi, depicted a Stalingrad where World War II never ended. Reznov, driven by vengeance, stole Group 935 schematics, enabling Soviet technology like the Raygun Mark III and Gigant robots and much more. Ludwig Maxis, at Kino der Toten, turned Sophia into a robot after being bitten by a zombie, sending the machine to Stalingrad. The fractures, Element 115 surge and moon destruction from the Eisendrache unleashed chaos worldwide, with dragons and undead dominating the now desolate Stalingrad. Primus Richthofen killed Nikolai 1.0, securing his soul, setting the stage for Revelations. Notably, Agonia's Maxis, free from Richthofen's interference, likely left this timeline and built a zero base in the empty Earth to safeguard artifacts like the Kronorium, possibly surviving even into Black Ops 4, as we've theorized in past videos about his multiversal role. Revelations unfolds in 1945 in the Genesis universe, a reality distinct from the fractures. The DLC 4 kickoff PowerPoint confirms its setting: Sheffield, England, 1945, on a real Earth, not an Agarthian physical dimension or Monty's creation, as fans speculated and the map seemed to imply. This is Agartha, the Ether. This is it. The Infinite. The original plan was very different. This concrete place and time, the original plan as outlined in the documents, a tangible timeline grounded in our world, is a game changer, rooting the map's events in a specific historical context. The PowerPoint calls the Genesis universe the original reality, free of Apothecan influence and Element 115 until Maxis's catastrophic mistake. Labeled as the Genesis of it all in the documents, it may connect to Dr. Monty's origins, as we've talked about, possibly being as John Dee. This timeline may be the one that Dee is actually from, explaining why it never sees the undead except for a couple specific events related to all of reality being touched by events with the Ether. We get some hints to this idea, as it's an entire timeline on its own in the Kronorium, and there are hints in some of Monty's dialogue in-game. For instance, he says here, in this or any other dimension.
In retrospect, it probably wasn't the best idea to leave the most powerful artifact in this or any other dimension just lying on the fucking table. But in all fairness, Maxis was a bit of a wild card. I mean, you remember he was actually just a little drone the last time you saw him. Anyway, he's in the summoning key now. Buggered if I know how we're going to get him out.
Yet again in this passage he goes on to very clearly call this the Ether/Agatha in another radio.
Something else I should probably clarify. This is it. The Ether. The Infinite. Otherwise known as Agatha. Or is it Agatha? Well, whatever way you slice it, or spell it, it's the reality beyond. Beyond the world you know. Beyond your perception. Just so we're clear, I'm absolutely not talking about death. That's a whole other can of worms. Speaking of which, you know how people say when you cut a worm in half, both parts keep on living? Well, they do. Kind of, for a bit. But then one of them dies, not sure if it's the arse or the head. Well, that's the problem with worms. They're a bit short on distinguishing features. What was the point I was making?
Is it that this Genesis timeline exists inside of the Ether/Agatha, as it of course is a physical manifestation of the Ether, or was this concept changed close to release? Frankly, I'm not exactly sure, but I think the 1945 Sheffield concept makes more sense. So if both have to be true, I'm inclined to think this Genesis timeline simply is inside Agatha as some method of separating it from the multiverse. Primus, believing they've purged the zombies from the multiverse, arrive at a farmhouse basement in Sheffield, England, 1945, to meet Ludwig Maxis and Samantha. After collecting the 1.0 souls across Deceptio, Predition, and Agonia, Richtofen destroys the teleporter, and the group steps outside to a golden sunset over the English countryside, a world untouched by zombies. The PowerPoint highlights this serene Sheffield moment, with Primus meeting their younger immortal selves, hinting at a hopeful future for the children in this pure, real Earth timeline. We now know as well that had things stayed this calm, there would have been an entire world around them to explore. However, this peace shatters fast. That night, Maxis, lured by whispers from the summoning key, tampers with it and releases the Shadow Man, breaking the Genesis universe's immunity to 115. A massive blue Apothecan sun erupts from the Earth's core, fragmenting the planet into floating islands. Structures from past maps such as Nagda-Unto and Vrux, Shinonuma, Mob of the Dead, Eisendrache, and Shadows of Evil materialized, fused in surreal ways, like the Ruby Rabbit from Shadows of Evil in Shinonuma's swamp. The PowerPoint describes this as an amalgamation of prior maps, reconfiguring mechanics and locations for a climactic finale, akin to the campaign's Zurich map, all rooted in Sheffield's transformed landscape. Which not only is it similar to the campaign, but also the multiplayer map Infection that has these broken up floating islands and distorted realities, with literally seeing a landscape 90 degrees to the Earth, and it even features an island floating with a house very similar to Monty's house in Revelations. The Apothecans, controllers of Element 115, have seeded multiverses for eons to enslave lifeforms. In Sheffield 1945, the Genesis universe was their impenetrable barrier, untouched by 115, possibly due to an unknown force, perhaps Monty as John Dee. The PowerPoint draws a parallel to The Coming Race, where in this book, the Vril, a subterranean power, shaped existence. In Black Ops 3, the Keepers and Apothecans replaced the Vril's role to sidestep its controversial connotations, and of course we know that the Keepers were inspired by this original concept, but the blue Apothecan sun emerging from Sheffield's core mirrors the black sun in the hollow earth from these depictions, seeding reality with element 115. Primus's actions in Origins opened a gateway to this universe, and their soul collecting collapsed element 115 infected timelines, leaving the Genesis universe as the last refuge. Maxis' error allows the Apothecans to invade, with giant gods orbiting the 115 sun, harvesting it with tentacles and hurting it through portals to infect other dimensions, which ends up materializing centralizing on the map with the Apothicon Elder Gods we see, and the main one that of course has the Pack-a-Punch within. The PowerPoint depicts Sheffield in 1945 as a shattered Earth, reduced to asteroids around the 115 sun, with death and carnage as past timelines bleed into this real-world setting. Corpses from prior maps litter the landscape, and Apothicons dominate the skyline. Primus sends the children to the farmhouse basement for safety and prepares to battle the Shadowman and the 115 source. The map's design, with islands themed after past locations, reflects this collapse of time and space, creating a windy, chaotic play space in Sheffield, dubbed the moment of creation in 1945. This moment underscores the Genesis universe as the origin of the Ether Stories rules. Keepers, Apothicons, 115, grounded in a real Earth timeline. The invasion makes revelations about the Apothicons' endgame to corrupt the last untouchable reality, unfolding in a concrete, historical setting. The PowerPoint suggests rushed development, with cut content like deeper Shadowman interactions in the Dark Dimension, which is something we've discussed in a prior video you can find linked on screen or in the description. It all even culminated with a planned second boss fight with a giant Shadowman and even a super Easter egg. The Shadowman, per our prior impossible Easter egg research, was likely a human from a conquered dimension, likely John Dee's best friend and once apprentice, Edward Kelly, as theorized, becoming an Apothicon god. The documents confirm he was taken from another dimension and from another race separate to the Apothicons that then enslaved him. His release from the summoning key in Sheffield summons the Apothicon gods, triggering the universe's collapse. Maxis's role is tragic. Unlike Agonia, where he thrived, here, his curiosity in Sheffield leads to ruin. The PowerPoint notes he's taken by the Shadowman, where his soul is inside of the summoning key, in spite of the fact, in the line right before this, Monty says he has no soul, but his body seems to go inside and possesses some kind of autonomy beyond flesh. He is likely corrupted and unable to leave the key, leaving Primus to fight. This contrasts with Agonia's Maxis, who may have escaped to the empty Earth to build Zero Base, as we explored in our Zero Base Maxis video. In Revelations, Maxis's fate in Sheffield is ambiguous, suggesting manipulation by the Apothicons or Monty's plan. Monty's origins remain unclear, but the Genesis universe's label as the Genesis of it all in the documents in Sheffield suggests it's where he, as John Dee, began. Our prior videos tied Monty's keeper form to Dee, and the universe's 115 immunity may stem from his influence on his own timeline before the Apothicons' invasion, the parallel from the coming race, with the blue Apothicon sun as the stand-in for the black sun, reinforces this cosmic struggle, but they couldn't use the black sun anymore due to that, of course, connotation with the Nazis. With Monty's keepers opposing the Apothicons' chaos in this real-world setting in a similar way to the war between the Vril and the Lemurians. But I won't get too deep into the plot of the book because otherwise this video is going to end up being 2 hours long. The map's design carries narrative weight. Floating islands, themed after past maps, create a fragmented, surreal Sheffield where time and space collide and give these locations a certain amount of cosmic importance. Now, every place our characters will go has existed since the beginning of time and will exist at the end just by existing here at this point where both collide. The revelations of it all. The 115 sun, looming over Sheffield, is the Apothicons' weapon, spreading infection across dimensions as they open gateways, seeding the universes with 115, making Revelations a fight for reality on a tangible Earth. By 1945, Primus' soul collecting collapsed other timelines, funneling their remnants into the Genesis universe in Sheffield. The PowerPoints note that all prior locations and mechanics were fair game, shows Treyarch's aim to make Revelations a tribute to the Ether story, paying homage to its greats, tying together every map from Nakta Untoen to Grod Crovy in this real-world setting. The Apothicons' victory, seeding 115 across realities, perpetuates the cycle, because this is also the point it starts. The Genesis universe, meant as a sanctuary in Sheffield, becomes their hub to seed the rest of reality before they are banished, leaving this universe as safe, but every other infected with 115, and setting all of this up to happen again. again. The Apothegon's endgame is clear. Their 115 son drives domination of realities, with their PowerPoints imagery of gods hurtling 115 through portals, explaining its ubiquity across all timelines, and as we see in the intro cutscene for the map. But it seems there was even going to potentially be this shown on a bigger scale, and I think that's meant to be implied by the intro cutscene. We just see one instance of this. The portals are of course opening up to the entire multiverse. The Genesis universe's fall in Sheffield lets the Apothegons succeed temporarily, with Primus's final battle aiming to stop this cosmic infection, though the cycle's persistence suggests partial failure. Primus will fail. Revelations Sheffield, England's 1945 setting ties it to the fractures, but marks it as metaphysically significant. The moment of creation is the time it's marked down as taking place in 1945. This implies it's where the Ether Stories multiverse itself is born. Sparse details on the universe's creation leaves gaps, but the tragedy is clear. The heart of the multiverse falls in Sheffield. This concludes our Black Ops 3 Zombies Fracture series, with Revelations as the climactic outlier. Rooted in Sheffield, England 1945 on a real Earth, per the leaked documents, the Genesis universe is the original reality, undone by Maxis' error and the Apothegon's ambition. Deceptio, Predition, and Agonia reshaped history, but Revelations ends it, leaving questions about Maxis, Monty, and the multiverse's fate. But share your thoughts on this finale and let me know if you want deeper dives into Black Ops 4's broken cycle maps and beyond, because it's a topic that we know the least about because we've never been given an official timeline before. Likewise, we've never been given an official timeline on the very first cycle, and I posted recently a massive over 1 hour long video breaking down Zombies' biggest mystery, so I would highly urge you to check that out if you are interested in more. But let me know in the comments down below, do you think this idea of the Genesis universe is what the launch version of Revelations is supposed to represent, or do you think plans pivoted to it just ending up as Agatha, or do you think they could potentially even be one and the same? Because we know, per the timeline, that Agatha was created first, seemingly before other timelines, as it exists outside of time. It's the manifestation of essentially the universe itself. So it very much could be possible that this is the original universe, and potentially humans carried out life here, such as John Dee, and eventually it started fracturing when 115 infected the universe and Group 935 began experimenting with time travel, which broke the universe apart, creating things like Dimension 63, and eventually the fractures we also see in Black Ops 3 Zombies' DLC maps and the Giants. It's interesting because I personally think both could and possibly are true, because why would Agatha, that's meant to be this heavenly reality, be taking place in a place in Britain? It just doesn't make much sense. Why is Monty British? This is something I've been exploring in these John Dee Impossible Easter egg videos. I think there is a bigger picture here, and it very much could be that normal life did play out in Agatha. The Keepers could have been overseeing this reality. For example, why were the children doing theatre depictions in Kino de Toten of the Great War, seemingly? That would imply life was kind of playing out in a semi-normal way. And also, for Monty to refer to it as a perfect world, well, can it really be perfect if all that resides here are Keepers, with Apothegons breaking in every now and again and corrupting the realm, as well as Monty and the children? That doesn't seem like a perfect world at all. It seems incredibly lonely. Monty and the children were incredibly lonely. Maybe there are other people, other animals, other entities that exist in this realm that we have never been privy to and are out of sight. There could be a whole timeline in Agatha that we are just completely unaware of, even long before all of the entries within the official timeline. I personally think there's a lot more to this story than meets the eye, and maybe some of the revelations, unsolved ciphers, since there's literally 10, could be the key to explaining a lot of the mysteries regarding Agatha, maybe even tying into this potential cut, or maybe even still canon concept of the Genesis universe. Could the Genesis universe even be a pocket dimension inside of Agatha itself? It's definitely possible, especially with maps like Tag de Toten implying there are a pocket dimension inside of Mars's moon Phobos, which leads to the end of the storyline. But anyways, I'm rambling now. Let me know all of your thoughts. Check out the full playlist down below. Like I said, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not here for the latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye. To conclude this video, I want to shout out the fact that I finally decided to make a Patreon and Cameo account, both of which will be linked below if you want to help support the channel. On Patreon, you can sign up for the lowest tier of just $1.50 a month to get exclusive access for my Discord, where we can discuss zombies lore, trivia, or whatever you desire. A place where you lot, my community, can better connect. Your names will also appear at the end of videos thanking you. For $5.50 a month, you get all of that, and I will be doing exclusive monthly Q&As. And for $16.50 a month, you again get all of that, and I will be doing exclusive lore videos, such as unpacking niche parts of the Treyarch documents I've been breaking down on my channel that don't as much suit a main channel video. For the highest tier, only for those with the ability to and who really want to help out the channel, you get special bonuses I've yet to determine and verbal shoutouts at the end of every video. Over on Cameo, I can do funny videos reading lines from zombies, memes like how do we tell him, birthday wishes for friends or family, or whatever else you desire, practically anything. Of course, none of this is necessary, just watching and enjoying the videos helps me immensely and I greatly appreciate it. However, I think it's about time I start setting up additional revenue streams because Zombies' popularity is tumultuous and always goes through ups and downs. As I'm sure you've lately seen on the channel, viewership is down a lot. We go through big highs when new games release, but then during these drought periods, I need more income stability so I don't have to worry as much about it and I can focus more on improving the quality of the content. My highest quality videos are not always the ones that best please YouTube algorithms, so instead, this way I can produce my best work knowing I don't have to think as much about how well the content's going to perform. So if you'd like to support me on Patreon for exclusive content or would like a simple Cameo message, you can do so to further support me via the links below, but only if you can afford it and you actually want to help me. Don't feel like you are forced to, don't worry, I'll survive. It would just help relieve some of the pressure during inconsistent periods on the channel so I don't have to solely rely on AdSense revenue and still maintain the sheer quantity and quality of content that I put out. Obviously I pump out literally a boatload of content and some of these are absolutely crazy projects over hour-long videos, so it's a lot on my plate, especially when these videos don't perform particularly well. And I've not been doing many sponsorships lately to help supplement revenue either, so it would greatly help. Thank you for any generous person once again who does kindly support the channel. It means the absolute world and will really help keep this boat afloat. Black Ops 3 Zombies Easter egg song lyrics contain a hidden story across all of the DLC songs. I believe that each one of the Dead series of tracks, Dead Again, Dead Flowers, and Dead Ended, each contain references within the lyrics to the hidden story of what I propose to be the Black Ops 3 Impossible Easter egg, the storyline of John Dee and Dr. Monty. In one of the original videos I did on John Dee, I very briefly went over a few lines that really stood out, but cut a ton of what I wanted to say to try and save time in that incredibly long video. So in this video, we are going to discuss each song one by one, talking about the lyrics that stand out to me, and discussing the wider implications they have on the story of John Dee and Edward Kelly. All of that and more will be unveiled in this video, so stay tuned. Firstly, to even begin to understand the sheer complexity and volume of discussion in this video, you will need to be aware of the story of John Dee and how he relates to Black Ops 3. I've done many videos on this topic, and recounting the story in detail here would take up a decent chunk of this video, more time than I'm willing to needlessly push the runtime past, so instead I will assume you've seen at least one of my prior videos on this topic and know enough to understand the basics of John Dee's story. If not, I'll leave a link to a video on screen and in the description which I believe describes the story most succinctly, breaking down the very first zombie cycle, how it truly all began. We couldn't have properly mapped that out without finding out that Monty was once a human, and you can pause here to go and watch that first if you want to do so. As you know, we recently solved the impossible Easter egg, revealing Monty is John Dee. However, I think many people have misinterpreted what the impossible Easter egg is. It's not just the message we get from the Eisendrache books. Like Jason Blundell said, it's scattered across arenas, aka the clues to Monty being Dee are scattered throughout the game. The message from the books means nothing on its own without the clues. I believe we were supposed to get the message from the books first and then find the clues, as opposed to the other way around. But this means there'll never be a day when the hunt is truly over, because there will always be more parallels to discover. But with the revelation revelation of Monty being Dee, we can now look back on Black Ops 3's Easter egg songs and how they give us clues towards this. As you know, this was largely hinted with the line, "He has many names, but only one is real," in Dead Ended, the Gorod Crovey Easter egg song that I've discussed before. And from that foundation, it births a myriad of discussions. So now that we're on the same page though, I think we should dive right in. I'm going to start with the songs in the order they released, starting with the Eisendrache's Easter egg song, Dead Again. Already within the first few lines, we have to stop it to talk. This wolf at the door seems to be a reference to John Dee's eventual ascension, and how it would shift his life. The world of his design mentioned seems to be suggesting he is somewhat aware of the mantle he will eventually take as a godlike figure. A life that he maligns would be a life that he spoke poorly of. This seems to suggest a relative unwillingness to take power, and that it was thrust upon him instead, not by choice, as we suggested in some of our prior videos. We will come back to these things more, but I wanted to establish just how early they came up. Let's continue with the music. This section here is our first clue into the theme of Dead Again in relation to John Dee. It seems this track is based upon John Dee reconciling his own immortality after ascending to the mantle of Dr. Monty. He seems to be a man who did not want this kind of power, but was forced into the situation. The reference to his history of life being hollow seems to suggest that he saw his newly upgraded existence as a downgrade. While a hollow tree would never die, it would also never grow, living an existence that was not real and would not bring the pleasure of a normal life. Immortality may seem like a blessing, but it really is a curse, at least for Monty. This lines up with the themes presented in the story of Prospero in The Tempest by Shakespeare, which is a story that Dr. Monty reads from in Revelations. I have a video either out now or coming out soon discussing the overall plot of The Tempest and how it relates to the story of Dee and Monty. But to nutshell it here, Prospero ends up alone on an island, planning revenge. He harnesses magical abilities to do so, becoming the most powerful wizard alive. However, when the opportunity for revenge presents itself, he instead chooses mercy, in a willingness to return to his prior, more peaceful life. In both cases, when presented with immortality, it seems John Dee's only wish is to return to normal. However, the nature of the universe, the cycle, and the apothegms refuse to allow that to happen. Here, the line about a moment freezing and falling away may reference the moment that John Dee achieved his immortality, seemingly the moment that the River Thames froze over for 6 weeks straight in 1608, as spelled out in the leaked developer Treyarch document. This event is referenced to have taken place the day John Dee in real life passed away. Although we don't have an exact day in real life, it's either 1608 or 9, however, this Treyarch seems to be going with 1608. When combined with the fact we see snow snowfall any time that time seems to shatter, i.e. the giant intro cutscene, or the Zombies Chronicles Samantha video with the snow globe, or even when she's looking outside of the window, we see snowfall. Something happened with time on this day that had ramifications across reality and shattered it into trillions and trillions of snowflakes. Reality, humanity, and all in between broke, never to be healed again, permanently tampered with 115, and the ripples of space-time through the ether. These prior two sections seem to describe the very moment of ascension from Dee's perspective. He hears his own name called to him in a voice similar to his own. When he hears it, he now understands the time has come to leave for never, suggesting he was somewhat aware of what this ascension would mean. The reference to the voice sounding like his, and the line, "I can't hide from I and hide from me," suggests to me a passing theory I've had before about this John Dee stuff. The idea that the Keepers themselves only select John Dee in the build-up to the very first cycle, and in every subsequent loop, the post-cycles to the universe shattering from the metaphorical hammer, John Dee selects himself to take up his own mantle. This would align with various other points in the loop that we see characters replaced by other versions of themselves arriving in Agartha, that we explore more in that first cycle video. This is clearly very important to Treyarch, as in their official internal storyboards for the Zombies Chronicles trailer that feature this happening to Samantha, with one version being erased, another stepping in, making sure that it showed her disappear and a new one enter the room to replace her, was a major focal point for them. And this is seemingly something that happened to Ludwig Maxis too, that he describes in one of the Giant's radios. However, this process seems to be more of a merging as opposed to just a replacement, as he describes himself becoming more youthful, his skin damage restored to a younger age. This suggests that if it was already established early in the ideation, that was probably the point of the cutscene, and something that happens to Dee himself. There is a version of Dee in every single cycle that ascends to Monty, placing himself in the beginning every single time, selected by himself at the end of the cycle to be there from the start, meaning he is as much affected by the fractures as Ultimus and Primus, and the bleeding of their minds and Element 115 delusions. Hence why he perpetuates the cycle, not just because he doesn't want to destroy Agartha, but his mind is constantly stuck between the many. Just like with Primus Richthofen perpetuating the cycle, he would be stuck between moments where he remembers the past and then get absorbed in the current life, thinking he can surely undo it, despite the fact that deep down he knows he never can. This outro I found incredibly interesting. The switching to we instead of I seems to indicate that the focus is now from John Dee's perspective, but possibly discussing both he and Edward Kelly. The question of what is our name indicates an awareness that both of them have changed titles, now known as Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man. I saw in my John Dee Books Cipher Soul video people saying this doesn't make sense, it's incoherent English, and Dr. Monty is not a title. Well, it would be if it was granted to himself, and Doctor is of course a title, one again that he granted towards himself upon his ascension, because he was never officially given a doctorate in real life, despite some referring to him as a doctor. It's a fake name and hence a title, a cover-up. And the question of, did we cross over, as well as the question, are we dead now, asked over and over again, shows us how Dee feels about his current immortality. Well, yes, he and his friend can live forever in this eternal conflict, each time the loop will simply restart, he is already aware at this point that the only escape would be death, and the purging of the universe that we eventually see on Tag to Totem, as each cycle loops, essentially meaning that while they are immortal, yes, they are also dead at the very same time, constantly stuck in the loop, just like Primus and Ultimus, always doomed, and the only true way out is to remain permanently dead, as we see with everyone and everything purged on Tag to Totem. But they kept hoping for a better tomorrow, and Monty got solace in the temporary resolve. Their situation in essence likened to a man on death row in charge of his own weight. This theme of the burden of immortality seems to be the core of Dead Again. Now let's move on to Zetsubou no Shima's Easter egg song and the return of Malakar with Dead Flowers. While Dead Again had much more obvious themes, Dead Flowers' discussion is going to require a bit more nuance. Here, we will play larger chunks of the song at once and discuss broader themes across the entire sections rather than breaking down specific lines because there's a lot here. Let's begin. The continued repeating of the flowers growing but also dying, fruit ripening but being rotten at its core, all of this seems to point towards this idea of something technically still growing but already dead inside. This, to me, is a representation of how John Dee/Dr. Monty sees his life and all life within the cycle. Technically, people are still growing and time is still moving on, but it's inevitably all going to be destroyed and born again, and his work will be for nothing. Primus gets sent back every time on Revelations. Monty is reborn and makes everything nice again, and puts his perfect world in order. Moving but stuck at the very same time. No beginning, there's no end. They are all just dead again is probably the most blatant evidence we get throughout the song. This is very clearly about the futility of the cycle and how everything and everyone is doomed. No beginning and no end is very obviously about the cyclical nature of reality, and using the title of Dead Again as the lyrics here very intentionally calls back to its similar themes. All of them stuck to die over and over and be born again, where they do not know what is real. Past, present and future constantly bleeding into their minds, confused and yet somewhat aware about what is going on and the past lives they have lived over and over. Yet they don't know where they are heading.
Blood isn't running, isn't pumping in my heart, and when I sing,
This section seems to do a lot of heavy lifting for what exactly the themes of Dead Flowers are. The Dead Flowers seems to represent doomed creations. Anything that Monty grows or creates in his cyclical universe is doomed to die in the cycle. A dead flower. Blood Isn't Running also calls back to how he feels his immortality is not true life. He isn't really alive. Basically, even though he's god level in power, he's trapped in a situation where the entirety of creation is doomed unless he and everything else dies first. So in essence, he is already dead, and anything he makes is doomed. Here again, we see reference to snow as a central idea, likely calling back to the shattering of time and John Dee's ascension in 1608 that froze the river. Yggdrasil, the world ice theory. The ether is made of ice, at least once it is broken and infects all. And this is why Agatha also becomes frozen with snowfall in the Samantha Maxis Remember Forever video, because Agatha, as a physical manifestation of the ether, also succumbs to the events of the overall universe. When the Apothegons and Keepers were battling in Agatha, the world was barren and orange mostly, as was 115. Then when it changes, 115 becomes blue, as does everything else. And then in the song we hear that there's no way out repeated over and over again, showing us once again exactly why Dr. Monty sees the flowers as dead flowers. They are doomed for destruction from the moment they are created. They die in the thousands, may even suggest that there have been thousands and thousands of cycles by the time this song's perspective is taking place. And finally, arguably the song that inspired this video, Dead Ended. This song is the most explicit and is once again overflowing with information for us. So we will return to line by line breakdowns. Verse 1. This is the very line I mentioned in the prior John Dee video. So many names, but only one is real, is clearly referencing the fact that Dr. Monty's real name is John Dee. But he has been given many titles over the years. The Shadow Man tells us as much in Revelations.
You do realize that he's manipulated you? That's what he does. Dr. Monty is just one of the many names he's been known by. The Great Dragon, the Beast. Is this ringing any bells? Beelzebub, Lucifer, Satan, the Devil.
Now, whilst I do believe that this is the Shadow Man kind of lying in a way, because the Shadow Man himself has often been referred to as Satan, Lucifer, etc. over the years, I also think Monty probably has been. Both of them have probably been referred to as gods and devils depending on different perspectives in reality and different cultures throughout the eons of humanity. Both have been interacting and trying to tamper with the meddling of history, and so I really do think this is the case. But Dead Ended confirms that only one name is real, and to me, I don't understand how anyone cannot believe that Dr. Monty is John Dee. For only one name to be real, what is that referring to? It's not referring to the name Dr. Monty. We know that's obviously just a BS name. It doesn't make sense for some sort of omnipotent god to be called a doctor. So the only one true name, possibly, is John Dee, and Edward Kelly for the Shadow Man. As a result of our revels now being ended. The same can be said about the Shadow Man. Neathulate, the Shadow Man, are all simply titles for the man truly named Edward Kelly. The line about a mirror here again calls back to what we discussed in Dead Again. The idea that Monty, too, saw a reflection of himself. And when he's referring to the mirror here, well, we know that Dee and Kelly used a summoning orb that kind of acts like a mirror to see through reality. He saw and sensed ripples through the ether. I even wonder if he stared into said orb and saw himself as Monty from the future. In doing so, setting up the bootstrap paradox that would ensnare him. He also used a polished obsidian disc, kind of like a mirror, for his scrying for these occult practices in contacting these spirits and angels. I really think this could be the case. His magical mirror sealing his fate. Or at least maybe just initially he saw the angels, but in future subsequent cycles he saw himself. And it was at that moment he knew what was to come and what must be done, as well as his future/past self knew he had to ascend himself, sealing himself to eternal damnation. The previous John Dee, and now Monty, selecting this cycle's John Dee and causing his ascension, mirroring the way the characters also kill mirrors or fragments of themselves throughout the DLC maps for Black Ops 3. Though in this instance, instead of literally killing the other version of himself, he prevents his death. As is believed to be in real life, they all probably thought Dee died, hence like in real life, but instead he kills him by elevating him to this eternally doomed position of Dr. Monty, where your two options are perpetuate the cycle or annihilating yourself. And this actually reminds me to part of the zombies timeline. When Primus gets sent back to the Grey War, it never actually officially confirms what happens to them in the timeline. It simply says after the war is ended and the Keepers win and banish the Apothicons, Primus disappear from history. It never says they explicitly die, which is why it's theorized that Primus Richtofen could potentially teleport away to Alcatraz and cryofreeze himself in many instances leading up to the eventual breaking of the cycle, and it doesn't necessarily have to just happen in that one version of the cycle that then breaks, because it's never confirmed they die. It does make me think if they're disappearing from history could be something similar to Monty's influence here. Why is this left so open-ended? Is Monty the one that aids them to being able to be rebirthed leading to Origins? Or does this set up the potential for other untold stories during this era? I really don't know, but it's been so long since we've seen this, I'm not sure if we ever will. But it does allow Richtofen to teleport away to the future and not affect with that part of the cycle and that part of history, because really that fixed point in time is just them disappearing from history. That could be them teleporting away, that could be them dying. To me, it's open-ended to any conclusion. Anyways, let's continue with the lyrics. The panicked wings here would reflexively make you think of dragons, especially since this song is on Gorod Krovi, which heavily relies on their first full appearance as a core theme, after only seeing their heads, for example, on the Eisendrache and the sketchings of them on Zetsubou Radios. However, the song goes on to say they are coming from somewhere else, and is this my own end they tell me of? The wings, I think, are meant to be a double entendre here, to make you think of the dragon wings, but also there's a deeper, more metaphorical meaning. If they are telling the speaker speaker, likely John Dee, of his own end. Surely they aren't the wings of dragons, especially if they are coming from somewhere else, a different place. I believe the usage of the term wings here is actually a red herring with a double meaning. Kevin Sherwood wants us to immediately think of dragons, but the wings actually represent thematic imagery of angels, which is what we time and time again see keepers depicted as and referred to as in people's dreams, such as the angels that visit Jeb Brown or Cornelius Purnell. These angels, the keepers, come down from somewhere else, Agartha/the Ether, to tell John Dee of his own end, which is why, on the day he is meant to die, he instead ascends to immortality. And these angels were probably some of the ones Dee and Kelly were communicating with the rituals that inspire the Apothecon rituals. The corrupted keepers, maybe once becoming Apothecons, take Kelly, whilst the uncorrupted keepers take Dee. Here is what I believe to be the core theme of this song established. In trying to create his masterful plan, Monty, and the Shadow Man for that matter, have only managed to eternally doom themselves, setting events in motion, each time repeating the same choices and mistakes. Destroy and create represents exactly what we see every cycle, the multiverse destroyed and recreated. Leading up to Revelations, each of the universes are closed, one by one, leading to the final one, leading to just Agartha. Then everything is sucked back in and born again. 105 shatters the universe. The summoning key makes the original universe, which breaks apart into everything. And the dead ending is exactly that. The only way this ends now is with the death of Dr. Monty, giving up the immortality, which we don't eventually see until Tag to Toan. Let's continue. The "my view of heaven looks like someone's hell" line is interesting here because the keepers are constantly alluded to as angels throughout the storyline, as he said, and Agartha as some sort of paradise or heaven. I mean, it's literally there in the name Revelations. This would mean that John Dee's view of heaven, Agartha, is much more like someone's hell, again illustrating this theme that ascension and immortality are more of a curse than a gift. Though he spends his eternity in paradise, on the surface at least, it's spent constantly suffering like someone's hell. There's even a passage on Revelations when Monty talks about the fact that he designed an app where people could send their prayers to the angels. He found it just to be such a burden and so emotionally weighing, a great weight on his existence, and he just couldn't help everyone. This is one of the strongest connections in any of the songs, in my opinion. This section, "He had answers only," is a very strong candidate for representing this burden of knowledge and immortality that John Dee/Dr. Monty bears during the storyline and the cycles. The "night is long and lonely" section likely represents how isolated that he feels, and his only friend and only true equal in the universe is his enemy. The "remember we were young and knew we had found the only one, I've been so far away line again goes back to the consistent theme we've seen across the Tempest and the songs. Dr. Monty/John Dee yearning for a return to a simpler life from when he was younger, before the cycle and immortality, when he and Kelly were just friends. That's where I think the "we" comes from here, referring to them both. It is Dee discussing himself and Kelly. This is amplified by the last statement, "The shadows loom above you. The end will bring me back to you." Because we know the shadows would obviously loom above the Shadow Man, the Apothecon overlords, really controlling these strings. And the end will bring them back together, as they are brought back together in death when the shadow and light merge. When the Keepers and Apothecons merge back as the first race, which happens on Tag to Toan, and as the Agarthan device says, coveted by both factions, for this very reason. This is one final reiteration of this song's theme. The only way this eternal looping story ever ends is death. Destruction and creation will happen over and over again until Dr. Monty can accept his own death. But in the end, he never does. It takes Primus and Ultimus working together to break the cycle thanks to a trap set by the Shadow Man. Ultimately, I think these songs all share similar themes and just express them in different ways. Time and time again, we see Dr. Monty, aka John Dee's mindset and motivations discussed. We get to hear about the consequences of this cursed enlightenment and immortality he achieves. We also hear a few different hints that it could be a new Dr. Monty each cycle. Essentially, the first time he is elevated to godhood, the Keepers do it. But in each subsequent cycle, the last cycle's Dr. Monty chooses that cycle's John Dee for ascension and is replaced by him, like Samantha in Remember Forever. We also see that he seemingly was aware the only way for his cycle to end was death for him, as confirmed by Alpha Omega, and that would be the only ending of the story. Which, had we figured this out during Black Ops 3, we would have gotten a much better idea of how Black Ops 4's ending would go long before it happened, and probably why there are gravestones of each of the characters on Revelations. The only way for it to end was in death, and the purging of the universe. Now the thing is, it doesn't have to be a new John Dee ascended to Monty every single time. This theory works either way. Either John Dee ascends to immortality and then he exists in Agartha outside of the constraints of time, because Agartha is not bound by the logic of time, it exists always as one, at least until it doesn't. But it also works that, you know, there's a new John Dee in every single original timeline every time the cycle repeats, and that one is chosen to become Monty by his last or future self, depending on how you look at the cyclical nature of the cycle. And he is perpetually choosing to continue it, for he does not know another way, and would rather remain confident that at least temporarily things will be okay, even if it means the suffering of the world. And this was the same fate that Primus Richtofen perpetuated over and over. Really, both ideas work, and I don't think that's the core point. You can choose which interpretation you want to believe. And that's the fun of a lot of the Ether storyline stuff. There's enough breadcrumbs there for your own fan fiction, your own head canon to make sense of it all. But do you know of any connections that I missed from these songs? Do you think the songs also represent other things? They definitely do, obviously. This is just one interpretation of the songs here. A lot of the Easter egg songs from Kevin Sherwood are intentionally ambiguous and vague. They are intentionally meant to have many different interpretations that you can pick and choose from, and a lot of them are just dealing with themes as opposed to specific points. Obviously, a lot of this stuff in the cycle is about Primus's perspective as well, because they are affected in a very similar way, but let me know your thoughts in the comments. And I think there's definitely some things in the lyrics here referring to Ludwig Maxis and Sophia and also Samantha Maxis a bit, especially with them rejoicing at the end of the cycle in Revelations and basically being the ones that plunge into the Apothicon Sun to restart the universe with the summoning key. But anyways, let me know your thoughts in the comments. I always enjoy reading other people's interpretations and theories, whether I ultimately agree with them or not, and oftentimes comments inspire videos. So yeah, I don't really have any other plans right now for impossible Easter egg related videos until anything more substantial is found, and these videos are sort of just adjacent to the impossible Easter egg. It's not necessarily like new groundbreaking discoveries, it's more so deeper analysis, trying to figure out the parallels between Monty and Dee and the evidence we have in the game. But without further ado, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not for latest and great Call of Duty news information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye. The story of Shakespeare's The Tempest might just give us the best look into Dr. Monty, aka John Dee's life. And new news has broken that just might be our biggest confirmation on John Dee yet. All of that and more will be unveiled in this video, so stay tuned. As you know, we recently solved the impossible Easter egg after 8 long years, revealing Monty is John Dee. And I posted a massive video breaking down the very first zombie cycle, how it all truly began. That helps finally explain why Element 115 changes from orange to blue, as well as helps explain the ambiguous nature of the Giant and Zetsubou Maxis radios, and the contradictions and gaps they and some of Monty's quotes have with the official Kronorium timeline. We couldn't have probably done all of that without finding out Monty was once a human. Both of those videos will be linked below. Initially, I planned to also incorporate a section in it analysing the Tempest, but I felt it would derail derail the narrative and conversation too much, and it was already so long since it's over an hour long, so instead decided to sanction it off into this separate video you are seeing today. Before we get into the deep diving here, a great place to start, I think, is taking another look at Dr. Monty's reading from The Tempest from Revelations Radios and how important that really is to this entire premise, something I've harped on so much in all of these videos. I think that I very quickly glossed over it in part 2 to save time, and so I didn't really convey how big the connection was to the fullest extent. Let's have another listen.
Our revels are now ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the basest fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself. Yea, all which it inherits shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little lives are rounded with a sleep.
This is Monty verbatim reading a section from The Tempest that is entirely the voice of a character named Prospero. But why does any of this matter? John Dee was a towering figure whose life intersected with the intellectual currents of his age. Known for advising Queen Elizabeth I and amassing a vast library at Mortlake, London, Dee's expertise in mathematics, navigation, and the occult made him a cultural icon. Yet, his pursuits draw accusations of witchcraft, notably during his 1555 arrest for calculating horoscopes alongside his friend and mystic Edward Kelly. Some scholars and theorists propose that Dee was a major contributor to William Shakespeare's works, alongside figures like Edward de Vere or Francis Bacon, his arcane knowledge shaping plays like The Tempest. Now, of course, these are just theories and speculation in the world. We don't really know if this is true or not, but the fact they exist is the point, not if it is true or not, because this is something Blundell would have been aware of when researching into the matter. Rather than being Shakespeare himself, Dee's influence might have been woven into the canon by collaborators as proposed in theories, a legacy hidden in plain sight. Dee's life echoes in The Tempest, particularly through Prospero, a skilled magician exiled for his art. Scholars like Francis Yates suggest Prospero reflects Dee, a white magician defending his intellectual pursuits against a suspicious world. Dee's library, with over 4,000 volumes, mirrors Prospero's reliance on books, and his trials parallel the play's redemption arc. Given Dee's death in 1608 or 1609, we don't have the official date, but in the leaked Treyarch document, they have it as 1608, potentially when he becomes immortal, then becoming Monty. Regardless, according to the death of 1608 or 9, he couldn't have penned the final version, but his ideas and partial writings may have survived. Collaborators, perhaps those in Shakespeare's circle familiar with Dee's courtly ties, could have completed The Tempest as a posthumous defense, a thank you for his contributions to the broader Shakespearean oeuvre. The theory hinges on Dee's proximity to Elizabethan literary and theatrical spheres. His role as a court advisor connected him to patrons like the Earl of Leicester, while his mystical reputation made him a figure ripe for dramatization. Shakespeare's plays, brimming with astronomy, lore, and occult references, suggest a depth of learning Dee possessed, but the Stratford-born playwright might not have easily accessed. The Tempest distinguishes Prospero's natural philosophy from Sycorax's black magic, mirroring Dee's efforts to legitimize his work amid sorcery accusations. As a contributor, Dee's legacy could have been honored by finishing the play as a plea for his vindication, with Prospero essentially serving as a mirror for John Dee, only using a different name, again something theorized in the real world. Whether this was actually intended or not is irrelevant. The fact that many people in the real world believe that Prospero was a fill-in character for John Dee in the real world is the very point. point, not whether it happened in actuality or not. In Revelations, Dr. Monty's recitation of Prospero's lines, "Our revels now are ended," which is Act 4, Scene 1 from The Tempest, casts him as a Dee-like figure. Reading the introduction of Prospero is him quite literally stepping into the shoes of his character, and instead of simply being a radio about essentially nothing, it becomes a use of literary knowledge that Monty forces to outright tell us he's John Dee if you are paying close enough attention. Monty, meddling with forces beyond comprehension, also mirrors Prospero's point in the play. The usage of Prospero insists he's not malicious, much as Dee sought to prove his innocence and the writers of The Tempest did for him posthumously. His reading of The Tempest becomes a subtle confession. He embodies Dee's spirit, with the play serving as both a defense and a tribute to a man whose genius was misunderstood, and Monty giving himself that tribute. Here, Monty aligns with Dee's real-life struggle, amplified by Shakespeare's collaborators clearing his name through Prospero's triumph. Essentially, reading this play is Dr. Monty saying, "I am lying, but I am not evil. Just a man doing his best with forces far outside his or my control." But what exactly happens in The Tempest? So this is stuff that I've already established in my prior videos, and that's essentially where we left off. But this is where I want to get further. And the question is, but what exactly happens in The Tempest? I've only ever seen surface level discussions back in the day when Revelations released, comparing the parallels between Prospero and Dr. Monty. However, could the plot itself bring us deeper? To summarise, The Tempest by William Shakespeare is a complex tale of betrayal, magic, revenge, and ultimate redemption, centred on the enigmatic figure of Prospero, a wronged duke turned sorcerer. The story unfolds on a remote island, where Prospero, once the Duke of Milan, has been exiled after being usurped by his brother Antonio, with the complicity of Alonso, the King of Naples, and others. Stripped of his title and cast adrift with his young daughter, Miranda, Prospero lands on this desolate isle, where he discovers and masters arcane arts over 12 years, harnessing the island's mystical forces to wield near absolute power. His command extends to the elements and the island's inhabitants, including the ethereal spirit, Ariel, whom he frees from imprisonment and binds to his service, and Caliban, a native creature he subjugates despite resistance. Prospero's isolation breeds a deep-seated resentment, his heart consumed by a relentless desire for retribution against those who wronged him. His opportunity arises when a ship carrying Antonio, Alonso, and their entourage, including Alonso's son, Ferdinand, and brother Sebastian, passes near the island. With his sorcery, Prospero conjures a violent tempest, a storm of such fury that it wrecks the ship and scatters its passengers across the island, each group believing the others lost. This act sets the stage for Prospero's elaborate scheme of vengeance, as he manipulates events with precision to confront his enemies. Miranda, now a compassionate young woman, witnesses the shipwreck and is struck with empathy, unaware of her father's hand in it. Prospero, meanwhile, orchestrates a series of trials. Ferdinand, separated from the others, meets Miranda, and the two fall in love, though Prospero tests Ferdinand's worthiness through labour and feigned hostility, ensuring his daughter's future. Elsewhere, Antonio and Sebastian plot to murder Alonso and seize power. Their treachery mirrored the past, while Alonso grieves, believing Ferdinand dead. Simultaneously, Caliban, resentful of Prospero's dominance, allies with two drunken shipwreck survivors, Stefano and Trinculo, in a farcical plot to overthrow him, revealing the island's undercurrents of rebellion. Prospero's magic, channeled through Ariel, keeps all parties under control, weaving illusions and spectral visions to manipulate their emotions and actions. He torments Antonio and Alonso with guilt and fear, conjuring a banquet that vanishes and a harpy that condemns their past sins. Yet, as his plan nears its climax, Prospero's perspective begins to shift, moved by Ariel's observation of human suffering and perhaps by Miranda's innocence. He grapples with the cost of his vengeance. In a pivotal moment, he chooses mercy over malice, recognizing that forgiveness offers a deeper resolution than retribution. He orchestrates a reconciliation, reuniting the scattered group, blessing Miranda and Ferdinand's union, and restoring order. In In the play's closing, Prospero frees Ariel, relinquishes his magic, and prepares to return to Milan, his dukedom restored. The Tempest being both a literal storm and metaphorical tempest in Prospero's heart, resolves into calm. He forgives them, spares them, and releases the bitterness that's defined him. In the final act, he takes his staff and snaps it into two, casts his spellbook into the depths of the sea, and walks away from the supernatural power that shaped his exile. He reclaims his old life, not as a sorcerer commanding the elements, but as a man ready to leave the island behind, swapping retribution for a hard-won peace. Some scholars see Prospero as a shadow of John Dee, the Renaissance alchemist and occultist whose obsessive chase for knowledge and influence led to both brilliance and a fall, mirroring this journey from dominance to a humbler end. That arc tracks Dr. Monty and his journey, a cunning mastermind weaving chaos across timelines, pulling strings with god-like control, only to confront a moment where his grand designs falter, and a shift towards resolution hints at a release for reality from his relentless grip. When the time comes, he cannot destroy the Shadow Man, and instead relents to a want to return to his life as it was, essentially allowing the cycle to happen again, a return to what once was. Prospero also steps past the fourth wall, addressing the audience directly at the end of the play.
Now my charms are all overgrown, and what strength I have's mine own, which is most faint. Now 'tis true, I must be here confined by you or sent to Naples. Let me not, since I have my dukedom got, and pardon the Cipher dwell, on this fair island by your spell. But release me from my bands, with the help of your good hands.
Additionally, some scholars argue that Prospero's asides and soliloquies, such as in Act 4, Scene 1, where he reflects on the fleeting nature of the theatrical spectacle we are such stuff as dreams are made on, may also function as moments where he indirectly speaks to the audience, though these are less explicit than the epilogue. The direct address in the epilogue, however, is the primary instance where Prospero unequivocally breaks the fourth wall. This parallels Dr. Monty in the way that he too would speak directly to the audience. Monty both directly breaks the fourth wall and talks to us, the audience or specific YouTubers, as well as less explicitly breaking the fourth wall in subtle ways like calling maps by their menu names. I'll play a few clips from them now.
Nach der Antuten. Shindo Numa. Gino der Toten. Ascension, the Russian Cosmodrome.
And at the end of this fourth wall break in the epilogue, he specifically asked the audience for applause, saying it is the only way to free himself. This also parallels Dr. Monty's arc. By the end of the story, he was entirely depending upon us, and Primus/Ultimus to take action to free him. Only us participating, playing the game, the same as an audience clapping for a play, could set Monty free. Ultimately, I think by really understanding Prospero, we can get a much better idea of what Monty's thoughts and motivations are at different times in the story. This arc of isolation, education, a building, or power in want of revenge, but when the time comes for revenge, instead choosing inaction and mercy, perpetuating the cycle, much like Dee's. It very much shows us Monty's arc with the Shadow Man. Originally in isolation in Agatha, Monty obtains great power and near omnipotence. Then he spends all of the cycle making plans and attempting to defeat the Shadow Man, only to ultimately restart the cycle and show him mercy instead of utterly destroying the Shadow Man and likely himself in the process. Because ultimately, just like Prospero, Monty yearns for a return to how things were. A simpler life, like when the story began. He yearns to return to being no one more than John Dee and Edward Kelly, two friends and researchers, long before this battle of gods and monsters, time and space, when time was linear, when there was no multiverse, which by the way is confirmed by both Monty's and Maxis's radios on Alpha Omega. There was a time when there never was a multiverse, and that's why I explore in the story of the first cycle. Many events, thanks to the bleeding of Element 115 infecting the world, it broke it up into a multiverse. Our understanding of how everything really began is just completely completely wrong and contradictory between their dialogue and the timeline. So here was going to be where the video wrapped up originally. But then, in the midst of whilst I was writing this, we solved the Eisendrache book Cipher with the help of you lot in the community, and it led down a rabbit hole of other videos about John Dee. Then I wanted to give this one some space so that I didn't spam you guys non-stop about this topic, and focus on some Black Ops 6 and other content in the meantime. And it's lucky that I did, as since then, more files from the developer hard drive have been unlocked. Essentially, some of them have passwords, and these passwords were entirely unable to be found on the drive. You basically had to guess or brute force them, and lucky for us, some community members managed to do so. And the file that is pertinent to us is one discussing the various Dr. Monty radios recorded for Revelations. It shows what each one is titled internally and where the planned locations are for them. What is important here is that if we look up the Dr. Monty radio where he reads the Tempest, which is arguably the foundation and key to this entire John Dee theory, the details on it prove to be quite the smoking gun. While people who would tell you this John Dee stuff is unfounded would suggest that this radio is in essence a fun nod to Shakespeare and Blundell's love of books, the file basically proves otherwise. The title of the Tempest radio internally lists it as the final Monty fact. The Monty facts being the series of radios from him where he discussed various facts about each of the characters in the crew. And this final one, it seems, was meant to be a Monty fact about himself. And the reason it's elevated to be even more important than just learning it is meant to be about Monty is that it was meant to be only unlocked after beating the Easter egg, in essence meaning Treyarch considered this important enough that it was a post-ending mystery to stew on. For unknown reasons, likely due to limitations in rushing out Revelations to the finish line and focusing then on Zombies Chronicles, it was not implemented this way but remained in the game, or possibly it could have been because it might have been too on the nose and Blundell wanted to make it more vague and felt like this would give away the game. I believe this is basically proof for what we've been suggesting earlier. This radio was Blundell's last-ditch attempt to give us one last hint at the John Dee mystery hiding behind the impossible Easter egg. Now I did end up including this in the Dee Cipher solve, but this video was in writing before that, like I said, so that's why I'm repeating myself here, but it's very important to still be contained within this video for those who just want everything regarding the Tempest, Prospero and Monty parallels. But what do you think? Do you feel like the connection is stronger after hearing the story of Prospero and the Tempest, and do you think you learn more about Monty and his motivations through this video? Let me know in the comments below. This should be one of our last videos on John Dee for some time, unless anything new is discovered. This one simply started a while back and only recently finished. The only other video I have planned on this subject right now is breaking down the lyrics of many of the Easter egg songs in Black Ops 3 Zombies and how they parallel Dee and Monty, because there's definitely a lot you can interpret from them. I have some other leads regarding a possible Easter egg and other Easter egg related stuff in Black Ops 3, but they're not enough for content right now and they haven't materialized into anything substantial enough, but maybe they will in the future and then I'll be there to talk about them. But for now, that is all. Thank you for watching the video. Make sure to check out the playlist on the Impossible Easter Egg series in the description and on screen as well if you want to be recapped on absolutely everything if anything you found confusing here. I know there's a lot to take in, but there's only so much I can do. There's a lot of information. Unfortunately, it's just spiraled through video after video after video. Maybe one day I'll have to do a recap of absolutely everything just for those who are getting lost. Anyways, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not here for latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching and bye. This is absolutely crazy. Treyarch have referenced the Black Ops 3 Zombies impossible Easter egg from Jason Blundell in the big year of 2025. So when you pack a punch the AK-27 in the game, which is essentially this game's equivalent of the KN-44, the name then becomes the Impossible Easter Eggs, aka Impossible Easter Eggs. Now I'm sure there are lots of people that are going to take this as confirmation that yes, the KN-44 was indeed the impossible Easter egg in Black Ops 3 all along, though we still do not really know if there is more significance to the blueprint on the Giant. I have posted a whole video linked in the description explaining the blueprint in detail if you would like to check that out. But as we are all aware, Jason Blundell was probably the only soul at Treyarch who actually knew what the impossible Easter egg was and kept everyone else in the dark. So this is just the current modern day developers at Treyarch referencing this because they've probably seen all of the discussion and YouTube videos about it from Skite and others. And a lot of the developers at Treyarch were not there during the time at Black Ops 3. Some of them are, but there's not that many. Nevertheless, it's still so cool that Treyarch are referencing this fan theory here, and it shows how engaged they are with the community. It's just so much fun. I will leave a link to my proposed impossible Easter egg solved to do with John Dee down in this video's description if you would like a recap on that entire series. Anyways, let me know what you think of this little gag in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you with plenty more content to come. Bye. Hey everyone and welcome back to the channel. If you have been following my deep dive videos into the John Dee theories and Call of Duty Zombies, you will know that we have uncovered some wild connections that make you question everything about the zombie storyline. But in this video I want to tackle something different. This video pulls together a handful of tangential points and adjacent ideas that popped up since we dropped those John Dee videos. Viewers pointed them out in the comments and DMs, so I decided to address them head on. Think of this as a bonus episode, whilst it doubles as a masterclass in the rigorous research it takes to unpack these theories. Zombies lore feels straightforward sometimes. One wrong assumption and you spiral into misconstrued evidence that seems obvious. These points show exactly how easy that can happen. They also highlight some cool layers in the game's design and how the community shapes things. Before we jump in, a massive shout out to Frame Exclaim on Twitter. They slid into my DMs with some killer theory material and images that sparked this whole video. We will highlight one of those later in this video. You will see why they got us excited, and a huge thanks for the nudge to Frame Exclaim. Let's start with one that has haunted Zombies fans for years. One question keeps flooding our comments about the John Dee theories. What about this cryptic message from the Black Ops 3 campaign terminals? If you've never dug into it, the Black Ops 3 terminals work like a click-through adventure on a simulated web browser. You hunt hot clicks to uncover hidden messages. One chain starts innocently enough. You find a comment from a user called LGigantX4, it looks like spam, promising easy money if you click a link. Click it and you go down a rabbit hole straight to Druin anti-goon content. Back before that had a different meaning. The end of that rabbit hole, their final hidden message, is the one we want to discuss today. The Imperialists have found us. Flee while you can. Go to the city of Walcott for more information. There you will find a marker. Seek out the man with the red scarf and tell him the giant has risen. More information will follow. Please join us on 090-501-090-603. XX_DA_XX. Zombies fans latched onto this instantly, for good reason. The Giant Has Risen echoes the original Der Riese map description from World at War's menu. The Giant is rising. Face the might of the Nazi zombies in the Heartland. This is where it all began. Instant connection to the iconic map. The username, LGigantX4, means the Giant X4 in Spanish, with Black Ops 3 remaking Der Riese as the Giant. It screams storyline tie-ins to Zombies fans who scour everything, every inch of the game. Then comes the killer line, seek out the man with the red scarf. Any longtime Zombies player now screams, Dr. Monty. So did this foretold Monty? Surely, right? But the truth will blow your mind, but in a different way. This message belongs to a fictional hacker group in the Black Ops 3 universe. They call themselves Druin Anti-Goon. I'd never really taken the time to study them before writing this video, but now that I have, I think it explains quite a lot. They take their name from a massive figure in Belgian folklore, the giant Druin Anti-Goon himself. Druin Anti-Goon was a brutal giant. He guarded a bridge over the Scheldt River in Antwerp. He demanded tolls from passers-by. Refuse and he chopped off your head. Then he chucked it into the river. A Roman soldier named Silvius Brabo finally slew him. Brabo severed the giant's head and tossed it back. A statue of Brabo heaving that hand stands outside Antwerp's town hall today. Druin Angoon hackers idolize this legend and so names their hacker group after him. They signpost DA standing for Druin Anti-Goon. The spambot link from LGigantX4 nods directly to the giant Druin Anti-Goon. They hype the giant has risen, purely as a message to this man that their group is awakening against the Imperialists. This seemingly has nothing to do with the Der Riese or the Zombies map, similarly called the Giant. It refers exclusively to the folklore giant Druin Anti-Goon rising up. The hacker group are beginning to move once more. Seemingly the similarities to the Giant is either just a little nod or mere coincidence. Walcott is a real Belgian town. It has markets perfect for their covert meetup spot. The terminals portray them as anti-establishment leakers. They expose conspiracies in the Black Ops 3 world. Now the red scarf. The community hype created its own legend here. A red scarf scarf, or rather, any piece of cloth since it's undetermined, was first seen on Origins on one of the wooden posts. Fast forward to November 2015, fans discovered the Druin pages through the secret terminal code Tellmeal with 2 L's, which gave links to every single page in the terminal. Those pages tie into broader Black Ops 3 lore, Illuminati rifts, CIA plots, even nods to Raul Menendez from Black Ops 2. Dates like 090-501-09-0603 link to real-world conspiracies twisted for the game. But Zombies fans latched onto that "the giant is rising" phrasing we discussed earlier, and thought this red scarf was a clue to something big we had missed so far. Fans, buzzing from that thought, go back to scour every map, including Black Ops 2's Origins back in 2013. They spot a red ribbon tied to wooden posts near the Origins Pack-a-Punch, but seemingly ignore the others scattered around the battlefield. I suspect those were just battlefield wood ties as set dressing. No one called them a scarf back then. That is, until this "man with the red scarf" message was found in the terminal and tied into Zombies because of the phrase about the giant. Fast forward in time, the Nikolai Memories trailer drops right after in December 2015. It hypes his backstory and for a split second shows a shot of the map Infection, connecting to a random dirty sign on that map fans had already been speculating could be related to the Red Scarf Man, since it too was seemingly in Belgium, as per the statue on the map, despite the setting being labelled as a French village on the menu. The map also features a preview of Monty's house in the form of a similar floating rock with a house on it that looks a lot more similar to how the house looks on the Shadows of Evil scraps of paper drawn by Richtofen than the actual house shape we end up seeing on Revelations. With these connections, fans exploded. The Red Scarf guy is the key to Nikolai. The giant has risen means the giant robots. YouTube and forums buzz. And then, the Eisendrache launches in February 2016. It arrives packed with speculation about the Red Scarf, but no information about it in the map. Trek could not rework the Eisendrache this late mid-development. The discussion had only gotten prominence enough around late December 2015. The next map though, Zetsubou Radios in April 2016. And when you explore that map, there it is. A lone, prominent scarf on a crate. It glows brightly with a light pointed directly at it to draw your attention. This serves as the only direct teaser for Dr. Monty in that map, knowing they wanted to show Monty by the end of the game, and wanted to start him off with some hype. Trek grabbed the hot community topic and ran with it. They placed the red scarf in Zetsubou Radios as a response to our hype around it. Grod Covey comes next and introduces Monty's Whispers for the first time. And then finally, Revelations makes him steal the show, scarf flapping in his full design reveal in the Monty Memories trailer, the final one. But this was long after our initial discussions on the scarf and its potential, likely in response to us in the same way we changed who Pablo Marinas was going to be, which you can check out my full video linked on screen and in the description for more information on that and the fathers of premise. Trek loved to grab community ideas and run with them, but this would mean that the meaning of the message was not originally related to zombies, so seemingly not likely tied to our John Dee discussions. A major reason I think this is that Origins had dozens of those ribbons as set dressings. Not only are they very thin ribbons and not very scarf looking, there are so many that it's clear no single one is meant to draw attention. However, Zetsubou Radios' scarf stands alone. It draws your eyes with intentional lighting. Trek did not invent the scarf for Monty through the terminal. Fans bridged Origins ribbons to the terminal scarf, making that mental link, so Trek bridged it to Monty. The community once again drove the developers' choices. Trek saw us running with these theories, and so they made Monty wear a red scarf, so it makes it look like they always intentioned it all the way back in Origins, even though I highly doubt Monty as a concept was even fully realized at the time of Origins being developed. And there isn't really any evidence to the contrary. I think Blundell had a rough outline of the storyline, but not things as specific as that. Figuring this all out closes a decade-old mental loop for me. That terminal nagged at me since 2015. Drew and Antigoon explains it all now. However, this is where things get very weird, because of something else I have found. This Druin revelation unlocks another puzzle. Black Ops 3's multiplayer map, Infection, that we mentioned earlier, it gets labelled as a quaint French village simulation of a World War II battlefield. Reality warps there. The centerpiece is a stone arch. It says, for a Belgian, not France. The loading description admits the simulation is distorted here, likely explaining why it seems to be in the wrong place, I guess in a similar way to Revelations. It's a fractured realm of time. Zombies nods fill the map. A Waffenfabrik der Ries sign, that is German for Weapons Factory, the Giant. Inside a hotel sits a full der Ries blueprint on the wall, and then we saw this map very briefly appear in the background of Nikolai's memory trailer as he speculated about someone who was in control of their destinies, believing in a higher power, no longer denying the helping hand, which obviously we find out is later Monty. Fans cried as zombies crossover with the infection map, especially because there were so many zombies Easter eggs on the map. I mean, I haven't even listed them all, but I think it's actually a bit easier to distinguish exactly what happened here in hindsight. First of all, looking at the context of Nikolai's dialogue here, clearly speculating about who would be revealed to be Dr. Monty makes the shot of infection make a bit more sense. It's a brief shot of the interior of a building and likely used as a placeholder visual for Dr. Monty's house that we could see a bit later. The house we would come to see in Revelations was likely not complete enough to show in a trailer at this time, but this location in Infection looks very similar, or at least as similar as could be. As far as the signs that say Der Ries, plug in Druin Antigoon. A Belgian base fits. The legend itself is Belgian folklore. The Foy statue outs the map as most certainly being in Belgium. The Der Ries sign translates directly to the Giant, serving as another self-reference to the giant Druin Antigoon from their namesake folklore. While the asset itself seems lifted from zombies, it seems the sign is actually in reference to the hacker group and then referencing to themselves as the Giant. Perhaps the sign is here to make their base of operations in Belgium that they mentioned prior. This would also explain the location in the sim being distorted or glitched and reading as France. They hacked the simulation specifically to distort and hide evidence of themselves. But the story doesn't end here, because upon examining the map, I actually found that there's a bunch of lost person signs, and one of them appears to show a zombie wearing a red scarf. Now, it is very hard to make out, but it looks like a hooded zombie in a red scarf, and this is very reminiscent to me of the stage section of Kino der Toten in Revelations, where there's a reenactment of the Great War. There are cutouts of the Apothecans and the Keepers fighting amongst each other. But for some weird reason, there appears to be a zombie version of Dr. Monty as well as the Shadow Man. We do not know where this fits into the storyline, what exactly this is even about, but one of the zombies on the Apothecan side of all things is a hooded zombie with the similar gloves that he's wearing that obviously people speculated were similar to Russman's back in the day. It has red eyes, the zombie behind it also has red eyes, and he's wearing a hat somewhat similar to the Shadow Man, so that's potentially a zombified version of him. But the zombie in question is wearing a red scarf, so why on earth is there a Monty zombie on the Apothecans faction with red eyes right there? It just makes no sense, and to this day we don't really have an explanation for it. But to me, this looks very similar to this zombie with a red scarf on Infection, and there seems to be a fire behind it. Now, it's literally so difficult to make out, I'm afraid, but that's all I really have. This means that maybe there actually is a connection to the red scarf and Monty after all, if it was here on Infection all the way back at launch. But this is something I found on the map after this video went into production, and a further thing to note is that John Dee did study for a period of time in Belgium, so there's another potential connection there. But let's continue with the video. Fame Exclaim's DM ended up being the final piece that made me decide to make this video. They sent me over some screenshots and some very interesting theories, but the one I want to discuss is one from Black Ops 4 Zombies. It showed an in-game screen cap from a local zombies match. Above the character Russman was the name J.D. Bot. Right next to him, above Stullinger, was G. Martinez Bot. When I first saw it, I thought we had something real. JD, John D. My mind was blown. The exact name we've spent videos repeating over and over, and connecting to the storyline here explicitly in Black Ops 4 right in our faces the entire time. Yet another huge nudge towards the historical figure from the 1500s. As if Treyarch were trying to remind us yet again that this was connected to the impossible Easter egg one last time before before the Ether story's conclusion in Black Ops 4, the occultist and advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. All those symbols and ciphers we tied in, this looks like a direct reference to him in the game right after all of our John Dee theories were based around it. Could it be yet another nod for us that we hadn't figured out during Black Ops 3/4's life cycles? I couldn't believe this was the first I was hearing of it. With so many fans leaving their findings in the comments, surely someone else would have noticed it by now. You would have thought so. Frame Exclaim likewise thought this was crazy enough to message me and let me know they'd seen it. However, before I got excited and added it to my theory, though, I had to check into it properly. That is how these videos have to work if I want to produce good content. I cannot just run with surface level stuff or else I may risk making very simple mistakes. Trek has done this bot naming convention thing for years. In multiplayer, bots often pull names straight from the developers who worked on the games. You see it in older titles, Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, etc. The names match people in the credits, artists, designers, programmers, sometimes with the Trek clan tag to make it obvious. Here's a small nod to the team. Black Ops 4 brought proper bot support to zombies for the first time ever. Also in local play and custom mutations. Offline matches even. When you fill slots with bots, they use the same naming system. Boot up a game on any map, you will see names above the bots' heads. Still, John Dee is a very specific name. What are the odds that someone named John Dee could have worked at Treyarch? I needed to confirm if it was a coincidence or intentional, so I searched the usual places. The profile came up right away. John Dee worked at Treyarch as a user interface art director and graphic artist. His listed projects include Black Ops 4. He shipped with the game in 2018. His name fits perfectly, and his tenure there was on the game this bot name was from. So there we have it. Everything checked out. The dates match, the roles match. This JD is a reference to the developer and in fact not the historical John Dee from my theories. What the actual hell? What an insane coincidence, one of so many that I've encountered whilst making these John Dee videos. What are the odds that John Dee, the very man inspiring the Apothecan and Keeper languages and their rituals with the Enochian language inspiring the Apothecan language and their rituals, the very man spelled out verbatim in the book's collection under Eisendrache, the man who believed that coincidences were not that, but rather nearing closer to unlocking a deeper connection with God, shares a name with an ex-Trek developer themselves. As I said before, what the actual hell? This was a close one, easy to see why it caught attention, but unfortunately the research cleared it up fast. That's the whole point of this whole video. These things feel obvious at first glance. How on earth could a bot being named John Dee be anything but another tie-in with all of my videos? But dig a layer deeper and the answer appears. In this case, it's a simple dev tribute. Nothing seemingly more. But I do wonder if Blundell got a good laugh when he realised that one of his workers shared a name with a man he and many other developers at Trek were so fond of. Maybe even helped get him hired. Hopefully this video did not come off as a total bummer just because we cleared up some misconceptions. These kinds of deep dives show the behind the scenes process you do not always see on the channel. We chase the leads, we cross-check timelines, we hunt down dev credits and folklore details. Sometimes it debunks a cool idea, other times it reveals even cooler truths about how Treyarch builds their worlds, or how the community influences the story. Drew and Antigoon fully owns the giant references and that original Red Scarf mention. Infection turns out to hide their hacker base in plain sight. The JD bot honors the real team member who shipped the game. None of it unfortunately ties back to our historical John Dee theories. Putting these loose ends to rest somewhat feels great though. I carried that terminal and infection stuff in the back of my mind for literally 10 years. Clearing it out helps a ton. Zombies lore thrives because of mysteries like these. The rabbit holes keep us coming back. The community discussions spark real changes in the game sometimes. That back and forth makes it special. It's why the zombies storyline even exists in the first place, with us mistakenly thinking the zombies were screaming Sam back on Nagda Untowen. What other tangential points or old mysteries should we tackle next? Drop your suggestions in the comments below, I read them all. Anyways, thank you for watching the video, make sure to subscribe if you're not here for the latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye. To conclude this video, I want to shout out the fact that I finally decided to make a Patreon and Cameo account, both of which will be linked below if you want to help support the channel. On Patreon, you can sign up for the lowest tier of just $1.50 a month to get exclusive access for my Discord, where we can discuss zombies lore, trivia, or whatever you desire. A place where you lot, my community, can better connect. Your names will also appear at the end of videos thanking you. For $5.50 a month, you get all of that, and I will be doing exclusive exclusive monthly Q&As. And for $16.50 a month, you again get all of that, and I will be doing exclusive lore videos, such as unpacking niche parts of the Treyarch documents I've been breaking down on my channel that don't as much suit a main channel video. For the highest tier, only for those with the ability to and who really want to help out the channel, you get special bonuses I've yet to determine and verbal shoutouts at the end of every video. Over on Cameo, I can do funny videos reading lines from zombies, memes like how do we tell him, birthday wishes for friends or family, or whatever else you desire, practically anything. Of course, none of this is necessary, just watching and enjoying the videos helps me immensely and I greatly appreciate it. However, I think it's about time I start setting up additional revenue streams because Zombies' popularity is tumultuous and always goes through ups and downs. As I'm sure you've lately seen on the channel, viewership is down a lot. We go through big highs when new games release, but then during these drought periods, I need more income stability so I don't have to worry as much about it and I can focus more on improving the quality of the content. My highest quality videos are not always the ones that best please YouTube algorithms, so instead, this way I can produce my best work knowing I don't have to think as much about how well the content's going to perform. So if you'd like to support me on Patreon for exclusive content or would like a simple Cameo message, you can do so to further support me via the links below, but only if you can afford it and you actually want to help me. Don't feel like you are forced to, don't worry, I'll survive. It would just help relieve some of the pressure during inconsistent periods on the channel so I don't have to solely rely on AdSense revenue and still maintain the sheer quantity and quality of content that I put out. Obviously I pump out literally a boatload of content and some of these are absolutely crazy projects over hour-long videos, so it's a lot on my plate, especially when these videos don't perform particularly well. And I've not been doing many sponsorships lately to help supplement revenue either, so it would greatly help. Thank you for any generous person once again who does kindly support the channel. It means the absolute world and will really help keep this boat afloat.